Book 7, Chapter 13 of The Adventures of Gerard of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 7, Chapter 13, Gerard comes across his dear friend Fabrizio at court. Great ecstasy on both sides. They adjourn together and compare notes, but their conversation is too curious to be anticipated. I had contracted a habit of going to the royal palace every morning, where I lounged away 2 or 3 good hours in seeing the good people pass to and fro, but their aspect was less imposing there than in other places, as the lesser stars turned pale in the presence of the sun. One day, as I was walking back and forth and strutting about the apartments, making about as wise a figure there as my neighbors, I spied out Fabrizio, whom I had left at Valladolid in the service of a hospital director. It surprised me not a little that he was chatting familiarly with the Duke of Medina Sidonia and the Marquis of Santa Cruz. Those 2 noblemen, if my senses did not deceive me, were listening with admiration to his prattle. To crown the whole, he was as handsomely dressed as a grandee. Surely I must be mistaken, thought I. Can this possibly be the son of Nunez the barber? More likely it is some young courtier who bears a strong resemblance to him. But my suspense was of no long duration. The party broke up, and I accosted Fabrizio. He knew me at once, took me by the hand, and after pressing through the crowd to get out of the precincts, said with a hearty greeting, "My dear Gil Blas, I am delighted to see you again. What are you doing at Madrid? Are you still at service? Some place about the court, perhaps. How do matters stand with you? Let me into the history of all that has happened to you since your precipitate flight from Valladolid." "You ask a great many questions in a breath," replied I, "and we are not in a fit place for story-telling." "You are in the right," answered he. "We shall be better at home. Come, I will show you the way. It is not far hence. I am quite my own master, with all my comforts about me, perfectly easy as to the main chance, with a light heart and a happy temper, because I am determined to see everything on the bright side." I accepted the proposal, and Fabrizio escorted me. We stopped at a house of magnificent appearance, where he told me that he lived. There was a court to cross. On one side it had a grand staircase leading to a suite of state apartments, and on the other a small flight, dark and narrow, whither we betook ourselves, to a residence elevated in a different sense from what he had boasted. It consisted of a single room, which my contriving friend had divided into 4 by deal partitions. The first served as an antechamber to the second, where he lay. Of the third he made his closet, of the last his kitchen. The chamber and antechamber were papered with maps and many a sheet of philosophical discussion, nor was the furniture by any means unsuitable to the hangings. There was a large brocade bed, much the worse for wear, tawdry old chairs with coarse yellow coverings fringed with Granada silk of the same color, a table with gilt feet, and a cloth over it that once aspired to be red, bordered with tinsel and embroidery tarnished by that old corroder, Time, with an ebony cabinet ornamented with figures and a clumsy taste of sculpture. Instead of a convenient desk, he had a small table in his closet, and his library was made up with some few books and a great many bundles of paper arranged on shelves, one above the other, the whole length of the wall. His kitchen, too modest to put the rest of the establishment out of countenance, exhibited a frugal assortment of earthenware and other necessary implements of cookery. Fabrizio, when he had allowed me leisure to philosophize on his domestic arrangements, begged to know my opinion of his apartments and his housekeeping, and whether I was not enchanted with them. Yes, beyond all manner of doubt, answered I with a roguish smile. You must have applied your wits to a good purpose at Madrid to have got so well accoutred. Of course you have some post. Heaven preserve me from anything of the sort, replied he. My line of life is far above all political situations. A man of rank, to whom this house belongs, has given me a room in it, whence I have contrived to piece out a suite of 4, fitted up in such taste as you may see. I devote my time to no employments but what are just to my fancy, and never feel what it is to want. Explain yourself more intelligibly, said I, interrupting him. You set me all agog to be let into your little arrangements. Well, then, said he, I will rid you of that devil, curiosity, at once. I have commenced author. I have plunged headlong into the ocean of literature. Verse and prose run equally glib. In short, I am a jack of all trades to the muses. What! You bound in solemn league and covenant to Apollo? Exclaimed I with most intolerable laughter. Nothing under a prophet could ever have anticipated this. I should have been less surprised at any other transformation. What possible delights have you had the ingenuity to detect in the rugged landscape of Parnassus? It should seem as if the laborers there have a very poor taking in civil life, and feed on a coarse diet without sauce. Out upon you, cried he, in dudgeon at the hint. You are talking of those paltry authors, whose works and even their persons are under the thumb of booksellers and players. Is it any wonder that writers under such circumstances should be held cheap? But the good ones, my friend, are on a better footing in the world, and I think it may be affirmed, vanity apart, that my name is to be found in their list. Questionless, said I, talents like yours are convertible to every purpose. Compositions from such a pen are not likely to be insipid. But I am on the rack to know how this raid for fencing with inky weapons could have seized thee. Your wonder and alarm has mind in it, replied Nunez. I was so well pleased with my situation in the service of Signor Manuel Ordonez that I had no hankering after any other, but my genius, like that of Plautus, being too high-minded to contract itself within the sphere of menial occupations, I wrote a play, and got it acted by a company then performing at Valladolid. Though it was not worth the paper it was scrawled upon, it had more success than many better pieces. Hence, concluded I, that the public was a silly bird, and would hatch any eggs that were put under it. That modest discovery, with the consequent madness of incessant composition, alienated my affections from the hospital. The love of poetry being stronger than the desire of accumulation, I determined on repairing to Madrid as the centre of everything distinguished, to form my taste in that school. The first thing was to give the governor warning, who parted with me to his own great sorrow from a sort of affection the result of similar propensities. Fabrizio, said he, what possible ground can you have for discontent? None at all, sir, I replied. You are the best of all possible masters, and I am deeply impressed with your kind treatment. But you know one must follow whithersoever the stars ordain. I feel the sacred fire within me, on whose aspiring element my name is to be wafted to posterity. What confounded nonsense, rejoined the old fellow, whose ideas were all pecuniary. You are already become a fixture in the hospital, and are made of a metal which may easily be manufactured into a steward, or by good luck even into a governor. You are going to give up the great object of life, and to flutter about its frippery. So much the worse for you, honest friend. The governor, seeing how fruitless it was to struggle with my fixed resolve, paid me my wages and made me a present of 50 ducats as an acknowledgment of my services. Thus, between this supply and what I had been able to scrape together out of some little commissions which were assigned to me from an opinion of my disinterestedness, I was in circumstances to make a very pretty appearance on my arrival at Madrid, which I was not negligent in doing, though the literary tribe in our country are not over punctilious about decency or cleanliness. I soon got acquainted with Lope de Vega, Cervantes, and the whole set of them. But though they were fine fellows and thought so by the public, I chose for my model in preference Don Luis de Gongora, the incomparable, a young bachelor of Cordova, decidedly the first genius that ever Spain produced. He will not suffer his works to be printed during his lifetime, but confines himself to a private communication among his friends. What is very remarkable, nature has gifted him with the uncommon talent of succeeding in every department of poetry. His principal excellence is in satire. There he outshines himself. He does not resemble, like Lucilius, a muddy stream with a slimy bottom, but is rather like the Tagus, rolling its transparent waters over a golden sand. You give a fine description of this bachelor, said I to Fabrizio, and questionless a character of such merit must have attracted an infinite deal of envy. The whole gang of authors, answered he, good and bad equally, are open-mouthed against him. He deals in bombast, says one, aims at double meanings, luxuriates in metaphor, and affects transposition. His verses, says another, have all the obscurity of those which the Salian priests used to chant in their processions, and which nobody was the wiser for hearing. There are others who impute it to him as a fault to have exercised his genius at one time in sonnets or ballads, at another in playwriting, in heroic stanzas, and in minor efforts of wit alternately, as if he had madly taken upon himself to eclipse the best writers each in their own favorite walk. But all these thrusts of jealousy are successfully parried, where the muse, which is their mark, becomes the idol of the great and of the multitude at once. Under so able a master did I serve my apprenticeship, and, vanity apart, the preceptor was reflected in the disciple. So happily did I catch his spirit, that by this time he would not be ashamed to own some of my detached pieces. After his example, I carry my goods to market at great houses, where the bidding is eager, and the sagacity of the bidders not difficult to match. It is true that I have a very insinuating talent at recitation, which places my compositions in no disadvantageous light. In short, I am the dear delight of the nobility, and live in the most particular intimacy with the Duke of Medina Sidonia, just as Horace used to live with his jolly companion Maecenas. By such conjuration and mighty magic have I won the name of author. You see, the method lies within a narrow compass. Now, Gil Blas, it is your turn to deliver a round, unvarnished tale of your exploits. On this hint I spake, and, unlike most narrators, gave all the important particulars, passing lightly over minute and tiresome circumstances. The action of talking, long continued, puts one in mind of dining. His ebony cabinet, which served for larder, pantry, and all possible uses, was ransacked for napkins, bread, a shoulder of mutton far gone in a decline, with its last and best contents, a bottle of excellent wine, so that we sat down to table in high spirits, as friends are wont to do after a long separation. You observe, said he, this free and independent manner of life. I might find a plate laid for me every day, if I chose it, in the very first houses. But besides that, the muse often pays me a visit and detains me within doors. I have a little of Aristippus in my nature. I can pass with equal relish from the great and busy world to my retreat, from all the researches of luxury to the simplicity of my own frugal board. The wine was so good that we encroached upon a second bottle. As a relish to our fruit and cheese, I begged to be favored with the sight of something the offspring of his inspired moments. He immediately rummaged among his papers and read me a sonnet with much energy of tone. Yet with all the advantage of accent and expression, there was something so uncouth in the arrangement as to baffle all conjecture about the meaning. He saw how it puzzled me. This sonnet, then, said he, is not quite level to your comprehension. Is not that the fact? I own that I should have preferred a construction somewhat less forced. He began laughing at my rusticity. Well, then, replied he, we will say that this sonnet would confuse clearer heads than thine. It is all the better for that sonnets, odes, in short, all compositions which partake of the sublime, are, of course, the reverse of the simple and natural. They are enveloped in clouds, and their darkness constitutes their grandeur. Let the poet only fancy that he understands himself, no matter whether his readers understand him or not. You are laughing at me, my friend, said I, interrupting him. Let poetry be of what species it may. Good sense and intelligible diction are essential to its powers of pleasing. If your peerless Gongora is not a little more lucid than yourself, I protest that his merit will never pass current with me. Such poets may entrap their own age into applause, but it will never live beyond it. Now let me have a taste of your prose. Nunez showed me a preface which he meant to prefix to a dramatic miscellany then in the press. He insisted on having my opinion. I like not your prose one atom better than your verse, said I. Your sonnet is a roaring deluge of emptiness, and as for your preface, it is disfigured by a phraseology stolen from languages yet in embryo, by words not stamped in the mint of general use, by all the perplexity of a style that does not know what to make of itself. In a word, the composition is altogether a thing of your own. Our classical and standard books are written in a very different manner. Poor, tasteless wretch, exclaimed Fabrizio, you are not aware that every prose writer who aspires to the reputation of sentiment and delicacy in these days affects this style of his own, these perplexities and innovations which are a stumbling block to you. There are 5 or 6 of us determined reformers of our language, who have undertaken to turn the Spanish idiom topsy-turvy, and with a blessing on our endeavors, we will pull it down and build it up again in defiance of Lope de Vega, Cervantes, and all the host of wits who cavil at our new modes of speech. Our party is strongly supported in the fashionable world, and we have laid violent hands upon the pulpit. After all, continued he, our project is commendable, for to speak without prejudice, we have 10 times the merit of those natural writers who express themselves just like the mob. I cannot conceive why so many sensible men are taken with them. It is all very well at Athens and at Rome in a wild and undistinguishing democracy, and on that principle only could Socrates tell Alcibiades that the last appeal was to the people in all disputes about language. But at Madrid there is a polite and a vulgar usage, so that our courtiers talk in a different tongue from their tradesmen. You may assure yourself that it is so. In fine, this newly invented style is carrying everything before it, and turning old nature out of doors. Now I will explain to you by a single instance the difference between the elegance of our diction and the flatness of theirs. They would say, for example, in plain terms, ballets incidental to the piece are an ornament to a play. But in our mode of expression, we say more exquisitely, ballets incidental to the piece are the very life and soul of the play. Now observe the phrase life and soul. Are you sensible how glowing it is, at the same time how descriptive, setting before you all the motions of the dancers, as on an intellectual stage? I broke in upon my reformer of language with a burst of laughter. Get along with you, Fabrizio, said I. You are a coxcomb of your own manufacture, with your affected finery of phrase. And you, answered he, are a blockhead of nature's clumsy moulding, with your starch simplicity. He then went on taunting me with the Archbishop of Granada's angry banter on my dismission. Get about your business. Go and tell my treasurer to pay you 100 ducats and take my blessing in addition to that sum. God speed you, good Master Gil Blas. I heartily pray that you may do well in the world. There is nothing to stand in your way but a little better taste. I roared out in a still louder explosion of laughter at this lucky hit, and Fabrizio, easily appeased on the score of impiety, as manifested in the opinion expressed concerning his writings, lost nothing of his pleasant and propitious temper. We got to the bottom of our second bottle, and then rose from the table in fine order for an adventure. Our first intention was to see what was to be seen upon the Prado, but passing in front of a liquor shop, it came into our heads that we might as well go in. The company was in general tolerably select at this house of call. There were 2 distinct apartments, and the pastime in each was of a very opposite nature. One was devoted to games of chance or skill, the other to literary and scientific discussion, and there were at that moment two clever men by profession handling an argument most pertinaciously before 10 or 12 auditors deeply interested in the discussion. There was no occasion to join the circle because the metaphysical thunder of their logic made itself heard at a more respectful distance. The heat and passion with which this abstract controversy was managed made the two philosophers look little better than madmen. A certain Eleazar used to cast out devils by tying a ring to the nose of the possessed. Had these learned swine been ringed in the same manner, how many little imps would have taken wing out of their nostrils? Angels and ministers of grace defend us, said I to my companion. What contortions of gesture, what extravagance of elocution! One might as well argue with the town crier. How little do we know our natural calling in society! Very true indeed, answered he. You have read of Novius, the Roman pawnbroker, whose lungs went as far beyond the rattle of chariot wheels as his conscience beyond the rate of legal interest. The Novii must certainly have been transplanted into Spain, and these fellows are lineal descendants. But the hopeless part of the case is that though our organs of sense are deafened, our understandings are not invigorated at their expense. We thought it best to make our escape from these braying metaphysicians, and by that prudent motion to avoid a headache which was just beginning to annoy us. We went and seated ourselves in a corner of the other room, whence, as we sipped our refreshing beverage, all comers and goers were obnoxious to our criticism. Nunez was acquainted with almost the whole set. Heaven and earth, exclaimed he, the clash of philosophy is as yet but in its beginning. Fresh reinforcements are coming in on both sides. Those three men just on the threshold mean to let slip the dogs of war. But do you see those two queer fellows going out? That little swarthy, leather-complexioned Adonis with long lank hair parted in the middle with mathematical exactness is Don Giuliano de Bellanuno. He is a young barrister with more of the prig than the lawyer about him. A party of us went to dine with him the other day. The occupation we caught him in was singular enough. He was amusing himself in his office with making a tall greyhound fetch and carry the briefs in the causes which were so unfortunate as to have him retained, and of course the canine amicus curiae set his fangs indifferently into the flesh of plaintiff or defendant, tearing law, equity, precedent, and principle into shreds. That licentiate at his elbow with jolly pimple-spangled nose and cheeks goes by the name of John Cherubino Tonto. He is a canon of Toledo and the greatest fool that was ever suffered to walk the earth without a keeper, and yet he arrays his features in that sort of not quite unmeaning smile that you would give him credit for good sense as well as good humor. His eye has the look of cunning, if not of wisdom, and his laugh too much of sarcasm for an absolute idiot. One would conclude that he had a turn for mischief, but kept it down from principle and feeling. If you wish to take his opinion upon a work of genius, he will hear it read with so grave and rapt a silence as nothing but deep thought and acute mental criticism could justify. But the truth is that he comprehends not one word, and therefore can have nothing to say. He was of the barrister party. There were 1,000 good things said, as there always must be in a professional company. Don Cherubino added nothing to the mass of merriment, but looked such perfect approbation at those who did, was so tractable and complimentary a listener, that every man at table placed him second in the comparative estimate of merit. Do you know, said I to Nunez, who those two fellows are with dirty clothes and matted hair, their elbows on that table in the corner, and their cheeks upon their hands, whiffing foul breath into each other's nostrils as they lay their heads together? He told me that by their faces they were strangers to him, but that by physical and moral tokens they could only be coffee-house politicians venting their spleen against the measures of government. But do look at that spruce spark. whistling as he paces up and down the other room, and balancing himself alternately on one toe and on the other. That is Don Agostino Moretto, a young poet sufficiently of nature's mint and coinage to pass current, if flatterers and sciolists had not debased him into a mere coxcomb by their misplaced admiration. The man to whom he is going up with the familiar shake by the hand is one of the set who write verses and then call themselves poets, who claim a speaking acquaintance with the muses, but never were of their private parties. Authors upon authors, nothing but authors, exclaimed he, pointing out two dashing blades. One would think they had made an appointment on purpose to pass in review before you. Don Bernardo Deslenguado and Don Sebastian of Villa Viciosa. The first is a vinegar-flavored vintage of Parnassus, a satirist by trade and company. He hates all the world and is not liked the better for his taste. As for Don Sebastian, he is the milk and honey of criticism. He would not have the guilt of ill nature on his conscience for the universe. He has just brought out a comedy without a single idea, which has succeeded with an audience of tantamount ideas, and he has just now published it to vindicate his innocence. Gongora's candid pupil was running on in his career of benevolent explanation when one of the Duke de Medina Sidonia's household came up and said, "Signor Don Fabricio, my Lord Duke wishes to speak with you. You will find him at home." Nunez, who knew that the wishes of a great lord could not be too soon gratified, left me without ceremony, but he left me in the utmost consternation to hear him called Don, and thus ennobled in spite of Master Chrysostom, the barber's escutcheon, who had the honor to call him father. End of Book 7, Chapter 13. Book 7, Chapter 14 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 7, Chapter 14, Fabrizio finds a situation for Gil Blas in the establishment of Count Galiano, a Sicilian nobleman. I was too happy in Fabrizio's society not to hunt him out again early the next morning. "Good day to you, Signor Don Fabrizio," said I on my first approach. "It seems you are the picked and chosen flower, or rather, saving your presence, the nondescript excrescence of the Asturian nobility." This sarcasm had no other effect than to set him laughing heartily. "Then the title of Don was not lost upon you," exclaimed he. "No, indeed, my noble lord," answered I, "and you will give me leave to tell you that when you were recounting your transformations to me yesterday, you forgot the most extraordinary." "Exactly so," replied he, "but to speak sincerely, if I have taken up that prefix of dignity, it is less to tickle my own vanity than in tenderness to that of others. You know what stuff the Spaniards are made of. An honest man is no honest man to them, if his honour is not bolstered up with escutcheons, pedigree, and patrimony. I may tell you, moreover, that there are so many gentry, and very queer sort of gentry too, dubbed Don Francisco, Don Pedro, Don what do you call him, or Don Devil, that if they owe their coats of arms to any herald but their own impudence, modern nobility is a mere drug in the market, so that a plebeian of nature's ennobling confers infinite honour on the upstarts of an artificial creation by herding with their order. But let us change the subject," added he. "Last night, supping at the Duke de Medina Sidonia's, where, among other company, we had Count Galiano, a great Sicilian nobleman, the conversation turned upon the ridiculous effects of self-love. Delighted at having a case in point by way of illustration, I treated them with the story of the homilies. You may well suppose that there was a hearty laugh, and that the Archbishop's dignity was not saved in the concussion. But the effect was not amiss for you, since the company felt for your situation, and Count Galiano, after a long string of questions, which of course I answered to your advantage, commissioned me to introduce you. I was just now going to look after you for that purpose. In all probability he means to offer you a situation as one of his secretaries. I advise you not to hang back. The Count is rich and lives away at Madrid on the scale of an ambassador. He is said to have come to court on a negotiation with the Duke of Lerma respecting some crown lands which that minister thinks of alienating in Sicily. In one word, Count Galiano, though a Sicilian, has every feature of generosity, fair dealing, and gentlemanly conduct. You cannot do better than get upon that nobleman's establishment. In all probability, the flattering prophecy of expecting you at Granada is to be fulfilled in his person. It was my full determination, said I to Nunez, to take my swing about town and look at men and manners a little before the harness was buckled on my back again. But you paint your Sicilian nobleman in colors which fascinate my imagination and change my purpose. I should like to close with him at once. You will do so very soon, replied he, or I am much deceived. We sallied forth together immediately, and went to the Count's, who resided in the house of his friend Don Sancho d'Avila, the latter being then in the country. The courtyard was overrun with pages and footmen in rich and elegant liveries, while the antechamber was blockaded by esquires, gentlemen, and various officers of the household. They were all as fine as possible, but with so whimsical an assortment of features that you might have taken them for a cluster of monkeys dressed up to satirize the Spanish fashions. Do what you will, there is a certain class of men and women in nature whom no art can trick out into anything human. At the very name of Don Fabricio, a lane was formed for my patron, and I followed in the rear. The Count was in his dressing-gown, sitting on a sofa and taking his chocolate. We made our obeisance in the most respectful manner, while an inclination of the head on his part, accompanied with a condescending smile, won my heart at once. It is very wonderful, and yet very common, how the most trifling notice from the great penetrates the very soul of those who are not accustomed to it. They must have behaved like fiends before their behavior will be complained of. After taking his chocolate, he recreated himself with the humors of a large ape, which underwent the name of Cupid. Why the ape was made a god, or the god likened to an ape, the parties concerned can best answer. The only point of resemblance seemed to be mischief. At all events, this hairy brat of the sylvan Venus had so gambled himself into his master's good graces, had established such a character for wit and humour, that the life of society was extinguished in his absence. As for Nunez and myself, though we had a better turn for drollery, we were cunning enough to chime in with the prevailing taste. The Sicilian was highly delighted with this, and tore himself away for a moment from his favourite pastime, just to tell me, my friend, you have only to say whether you choose to be one of my secretaries. If this situation suits you, the salary is 200 pistoles a year. If Don Fabrizio gives you a character, that is enough. Yes, my lord, cried Nunez, I am not such a cowardly fellow as Plato, who introduced one of his friends to Dionysius the tyrant, and then was afraid to back his own recommendation. But I have no anxiety about being reproached on that head. I thanked the poet of the Asturias with a low bow for having so much better an opinion of me than Plato had of his friend. Then, addressing my patron, I assured him of my zeal and fidelity. No sooner did this good nobleman perceive his proposal to be acceptable than he rang for his steward, and after talking to him apart, said to me, Gil Blas, I will explain the nature of your post hereafter. Meanwhile, you have only to follow that right-hand man of mine. He has his orders how to bestow you. I immediately retreated, leaving Fabrizio behind with the Count and Cupid. The steward, who came from Messina and proved by all his actions that he came thence, led the way to his own room, overwhelming me all the while with the kindness of his reception. He sent for the tailor who lived upon the skirts of the household, and ordered him to make me out of hand a suit of equal magnificence with those of the principal officers. The tailor took my measure and withdrew. As to lodging, said the native of Messina, I know a room which will just suit you. But stay, have you breakfasted? I answered in the negative. Oh, poor shamefaced youth, replied he, why did not you say so? Come this way. I will introduce you where, thank heaven, you have only to ask and have. So saying, he led me down into the buttery, where we found the clerk of the kitchen, who was a Neapolitan, and of course a complete match for his neighbor on the other side of the water. It might be said of this pair that they were formed to meet by nature. This honest clerk of the kitchen was doing justice to his trade by cramming himself and 5 or 6 hangers-on with ham, tongue, sausages, and other savory compositions, which, besides their own relish, possessed the merit of engendering thirst. We made common cause with these jolly fellows, and helped them to toss off some of my lord the Count's best wines. While these things were going on in the buttery, kindred exploits were performing in the kitchen. The cook, too, was regaling 3 or 4 tradesmen of his acquaintance, who liked good wine as well as ourselves, nor disdained to stuff their craws with meat, pasties, and game. The very scullions were at free quarters, and filched whatever they pleased. I fancied myself in a house given up to plunder, and yet what I saw was comparatively fair and honest. These little festivities were laughing matters, but the private transactions of the family were very serious. End of Book 7, Chapter 14. Book 7, Chapter 15 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 7, Chapter 15, The Employment of Gil Blas in Don Galiano's Household. I went away to fetch my movables to my new residence. On my return, the Count was at table with several noblemen, and the poet Nunez, who called about him as if perfectly at home, and took a principal share in the conversation. Indeed, he never opened his lips without applause. So much for wit. With that commodity at market, a man may pay his way in any company. It was my lot to dine with the gentlemen of the household, who were served nearly as well as their employer. After mealtime, I withdrew to ruminate on my lot. So far so good, Gil Blas, said I to myself. Here you are, in the family of a Sicilian count, of whose character you know nothing. To judge by appearances, you will be as much in your element as a duck upon the water, but do not make too sure. You ought to look askew at your horoscope, whose unkindly position you have too often experienced with a vengeance. Independent of that, it is not easy to conjecture what he means you to do. There are secretaries and a steward already. Where can your post be? In all likelihood you are intended to manage his little private affairs. Well and good. There is no better luck about the house of a great nobleman if you would travel post-haste to make your fortune. In the performance of more honorable services a man gets on only step by step, and even at that pace often sticks by the way. While these philosophical reflections were revolving in my mind, a servant came to tell me that all the company was gone home, and that my lord the Count was inquiring for me. I flew immediately to his apartment, where I found him lolling on the sofa, ready to take his afternoon's nap, with his monkey by his side. "Come nearer, Gil Blas," said he, "take a chair, and hear me attentively." I placed myself in an attitude of profound listening, when he addressed me as follows: "Don Fabrizio has informed me that, among other good qualities, you have that of sincere attachment to your masters and incorruptible integrity. These are my inducements for proposing to take you into my service. I stand in need of a friend in a domestic to espouse my interests and apply his whole heart and soul to the reform of my establishment. My fortune is large, it must be confessed, but my expenditure far exceeds my income every year. And how happens that? Because they rob, ransack, and devour me. I might as well be in a forest infested by banditti as an inhabitant of my own house. I suspect the clerk of the kitchen and my steward of playing into one another's hands, and unless my thoughts are unjust as well as uncharitable, they are pushing forward as fast as they can to ruin me beyond redemption. You will ask me what I have to do but send them packing if I think them scoundrels. But then where are others to be got of a better breed? It will be sufficient to place them under the eye of a man who shall be invested with the right of control over their conduct, and you have I chosen to execute this commission. If you discharge it well, be assured that your services will not be repaid with ingratitude. I shall take care to provide you with a very comfortable settlement in Sicily." With this he dismissed me, and that very evening, in the presence of the whole household, I was proclaimed principal manager and surveyor general of the family. Our gentlemen of Messina and Naples expressed no particular chagrin at first, because they considered me as a spark of metal like their own, and took it for granted that though the loaf was to be shared with a third, there would always be cut and come again for the triumvirate. But they looked inexpressibly foolish the next day, when I declared myself in serious terms a decided enemy to all peculation and underhand dealing. From the clerk of the kitchen I required the buttery accounts without varnish or concealment. I went down into the cellar. The furniture of the butler's pantry underwent a strict examination, particularly in the articles of plate and linen. Next, I read them a serious lecture on the duty of acting for their employer as they would for themselves, exhorted them to adopt a system of economy in their expenditure, and wound up my harangue with a protestation that his lordship should be acquainted with the very first instance of any unfair tricks that I should discover in the exercise of my office. But I had not yet got to the length of my tether. There was still wanting a scout to ascertain whether they had any private understanding. I fixed upon a scullion, who, won over by my promises, told me that I could not have applied to a better person to be informed of all that was passing in the family, that the clerk of the kitchen and the steward were one as good as the other, and agreed to burn the candle at both ends, that half the provisions bought for the table were made perquisites by these gentlemen, that the Neapolitan kept a lady who lives opposite St. Thomas's College, and his colleague, not to be outdone, provided for another next door to the Sungate. that these two nymphs had their larder regularly supplied every morning, while the cook, following a good example, sent a few little nice things to a widow of his acquaintance in the neighborhood. But as he winked at the table arrangements of his dear and confidential friends, it was but fair that he should draw whenever he pleased upon the wine cellar. In short, by the practices of these three bloodsuckers, a most horrible system of extravagance had found its way into my Lord the Count's establishment. If you doubt my veracity, added the scullion, only take the trouble of going tomorrow morning about 7 o'clock into the neighborhood of St. Thomas's College, and you will see me with a load upon my back, which will convert your suspicions into certainty. Then you, said I, are in the confidence of these honest purveyors? I am factor to the clerk of the kitchen, answered he, and one of my comrades runs on errands for the steward. I had the curiosity the next day to loiter about St. Thomas's College at the appointed hour. My informer was punctual to time and place. He brought with him a large tray full of butcher's meat, poultry, and game. I took an account of every article, and drew out the bill of fare in my memorandum book for the purpose of showing it to my master, at the same time telling my little turnspit to execute his commission as usual. His Sicilian lordship, naturally warm in his temper, would have turned his countryman and the Italian out of doors together in the first fury of his anger, but after cooling upon it he got rid of the former only, and gave me his vacant place. Thus my office of supervisor was suppressed very shortly after its creation, nor did I relinquish it with any reluctance. To define it strictly and properly, it was nothing better than that of a spy, with a sounding title. There was nothing substantial in the nature of the appointment, whereas to the stewardship was tied the key of the strong-box, and with that goes the mastery of the whole family. There are so many little perquisites and so much patronage attached to that department of administration that a man must inevitably get rich almost in spite of his own honesty. But our Neapolitan was not so easily to be driven from his strongholds. Observing to what a pitch of savage zeal I carried my integrity, and that I was up every morning time enough to enter in my books the exact quantity of meat that came from market, he abandoned the practice of sending it off by wholesale. Yet the plunderer did not therefore contract the scale of his demands on the animal creation. He was cunning enough to make it as broad as it was long, by arranging the services with so much the more profusion. Thus, what was sent down again untouched, being his property by culinary common law, he had nothing to do but to pamper up his pet with victuals ready dressed, instead of giving her the trouble of cooking for herself. The devil will levy his due out of every transaction, so that the Count was very little the better for his paragon of a steward. The unbounded prodigality in our style of setting out a table, even to a surfeiting degree, was a plain hint to me of what was going forward. I therefore took upon myself to retrench the superfluities of every course. This, however, was done with so judicious a hand that there was nothing like parsimony to be discovered. No one would ever have missed what was taken away, and yet the expense was reduced very considerably by a well-regulated economy. That was just what my employer wanted, good housewifery, but a magnificent establishment. There was a love of saving at the bottom, but a taste for grandeur was the ostensible passion. Abuses seldom exist alone. The wine flowed too freely. If, for instance, there were a dozen gentlemen at his lordship's table, the consumption was seldom less than 50, sometimes 60 bottles. This was strange, and looked as if there was more in it than met the lips of the guests. Hereupon I consulted my oracle of the scullery, whence I derived most of my wisdom, for he brought me a faithful account of all that was said and done in the kitchen, where they had not the least suspicion of him. It seemed that the havoc of which I complained proceeded from a new confederacy between the clerk of the kitchen, the cook, and the under-butler. The latter carried off the bottles half full and shared their contents with his allies. I spoke to him on the subject, threatening to turn him and all the footmen under him out of doors at a minute's warning if ever they did the like again. The hint was understood and the evil remedied. I took especial care lest the slightest of my services should be lost upon my master, who overwhelmed me with commendations and took a greater liking to me every day. On my part, as a reward to the scullion, he was promoted to the situation next, under the cook. The Neapolitan was furious at encountering me in every direction. The most aggravating circumstance of the whole was the overhauling of his accounts, for to pare his nails the closer I had gone into the market and informed myself of the prices. I followed him through all his doublings, and always took off the market penny which he wanted to add. He must have cursed me 100 times a day, but the curses of the wicked fall in blessings on the good. I wonder how he could stay in his place under such discipline, but probably something still stuck by the fingers. Fabrizio, whom I saw occasionally, rather blamed my conduct than otherwise. "Heaven grant," said he one day, "that all this virtue may meet with its reward. But between ourselves, you might as well be a little more practicable with the clerk of the kitchen." "What?" answered I. "Shall this freebooter put a bold face upon the matter, and charge a fish at 10 pistoles in his bill, which costs only 4, and would you have me pass the articles in my accounts?" "Why not?" replied he coolly. "He has only to let you go snacks in the commission, and the books will be balanced in your favor by the customary rule of stewardship arithmetic. Upon my word, my friend, you are enough to overturn all regular systems of housekeeping, and you are likely to end your days in a livery if you let the eel slip through your fingers without skinning it. You are to learn that fortune is a very woman, ready and eager to surrender, but expecting the formality of a summons." I only laughed at this doctrine, and Nunez laughed at it too when he found that bad advice was thrown away upon an incorrigibly honest subject. He then wished to make me believe it was all a mere joke. At all events, nothing could shake my resolution to act for my employer as for myself. Indeed, my actions corresponded with my words on that subject, for I may venture to say that in 4 months my master saved at least 3,000 ducats by my thrift. End of Book 7, Chapter 15. Book 7, Chapter 16 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 7, Chapter 16. An accident happens to the Count de Galiano's monkey. His lordship's affliction on that occasion, the illness of Gil Blas, and its consequences. At the expiration of the before-mentioned time, the repose of the family was marvelously troubled by an accident which will appear but a trifle to the reader, and yet it was a very serious matter to the household, especially to me. Cupid, the monkey of whom I was speaking, that animal, so much the idol of our Lord and Master, attempting to leap from one window to another, performed so ill as to fall into the court and put his leg out of joint. No sooner were the fatal tidings carried to the Count than he sung a dirge which pealed through all the neighborhood. In the extremity of his sufferings, every inmate without exception was taken to task, and we were all within an inch of being packed off about our business. But the storm only rumbled without falling. He gave us and our negligence to the devil, without being by any means select in the terms of the bequest. The most notorious of the faculty in the line of fractures and dislocations were sent for. They examined the poor dear leg, set and bound it up. but though they all gave it as their opinion that there was no danger, my master could not be satisfied without retaining the most eminent about the person of the animal, till he could be pronounced to be in a state of convalescence. It would be a manifest injustice to the family affections of his Sicilian lordship not to commemorate all the agonizing sensations of his soul during this period of painful suspense. Would it be thought possible that this tender nurse did not stir from his darling Cupid's bedside all the livelong day? The bandages were never altered or adjusted but in his presence, and he got up 2 or 3 times in the night to inquire after his patient. The most provoking part of the business was that all the servants, and myself in particular, were required to be eternally on the alert to anticipate the slightest wishes of this ridiculous baboon. In short, there was no peace in the house till the cursed beast, having recovered from the effects of its fall, got back again to his old tricks and whirligigs. After this, shall we be mealy-mouthed about believing Suetonius when he tells us that Caligula cared more for his horse than for all the world besides, that he gave him more than the establishment and attendance of a senator, and that he even wanted to make him consul? Our wise master stopped little short of the emperor in his partiality to the monkey, and had serious thoughts of purchasing for him the place of corregidor. Mine was the worst luck of any in the family, for I had so topped my part above all the other servants by way of paying my court to his lordship, and had nursed poor dear Cupid with such assiduity as to throw myself into a fit of illness. A violent fever seized me, so that I was almost at death's door. They did what they pleased with me for a whole fortnight without my consciousness, for the physicians and the fates were both conspiring against me. But my youth was more than a match for the fever and the prescriptions united. When I recovered my senses, the first use I made of them was to observe myself removed to another room. I wanted to know why, and asked an old woman who nursed me, but she told me that I must not talk, as the physician had expressly forbidden it. When we are well, we turn up our noses at the doctors, but when we are sick, we are as much like old women as themselves. It seemed best, therefore, to keep silence, though with an inveterate longing to hold converse with my attendant. I was debating the point in my own mind when there came in 2 foppish-looking fellows, dressed in the very extreme of fashion. Nothing less than velvet would serve their turn, with linen and lace to correspond. They looked like men of rank, and I could have sworn that they were some of my master's friends come to see me out of regard for him. Under that impression, I attempted to sit up, and flung away my nightcap to look genteel, but the nurse forced me under the bedclothes again, and tucked me up, announcing these gentlemen at the same time as my physician and apothecary. The doctor came up to my bedside, felt my pulse, looked in my face, and discovering undeniable symptoms of approaching convalescence, assumed an air of triumph, as if it was all his handiwork, and said there was nothing wanting but to keep the bowels open, and then he flattered himself he might boast of having performed an extraordinary cure. Speaking after this manner, he dictated a prescription to the apothecary, looking in the glass all the time, adjusting the dress of his hair, and twisting his visage into shapes which set me laughing in spite of my debility. At length he took his leave with a slight inclination of the head, and went his way, more taken with the contemplation of his own pretty person than anxious about the success of his remedies. After his departure, the apothecary, not to have the trouble of a visit for nothing, made ready to proceed as it is prescribed in certain cases. Whether he was afraid that the old woman's skill was not equal to the exigency, or whether he meant to enhance his own services by assiduity, he chose to operate in person. but in spite of practice and experience, accidents will happen. Haste to return benefits is among the most amiable propensities of our nature, and such was my eagerness not to be behindhand with my benefactor, that his velvet dress bore immediate testimony to the profuseness of my gratitude. This he considered merely as one of those little occurrences which checker the fortunes of the pharmaceutical profession. A napkin is a resource for everything in a sick room, and least said was soonest mended. So he wiped himself quietly, vowing indemnity and vengeance to himself for the necessity under which he unquestionably labored of sending his clothes to the scourer. On the following morning he returned to the attack more modestly equipped, though there was then no risk of my springing a countermine, as he had only to administer the potion which the doctor had prescribed the evening before. Besides that, I felt myself getting better every moment. I had taken such a dislike since the day before to the pill-dispensing tribe as to curse the very universities where these graduated cutthroats kept their exercises in the faculty of slaying. In this temper of mind, I declared with a round oath that I would not accept of hell through such a medium, but would willingly make over Hippocrates and his myrmidons to the devil. The apothecary, who did not care a doit what became of his compound, if it was but paid for, left the phial on the table and stalked away in Telamonian silence. I immediately ordered that bitch of a medicine to be thrown out of window, having set myself so doggedly against it that I would as soon have swallowed arsenic. Having once drawn the sword, I threw away the scabbard, and erecting my tongue into an independent potentate, told my nurse in a determined tone that she must absolutely inform me what was become of my master. The old lady, fearing lest the development of the mystery might completely overset me, or thinking possibly that her prey might escape out of her clutches for want of a little irritating contradiction, was most provokingly mute. But I was so pressing in my demand to be obeyed that she at length gave me a decisive answer. "Worthy sir, you have no longer any master but your own will. Count Galiano is gone back into Sicily." I could not believe my ears, and yet it was fatally the fact. That nobleman, on the second day of my indisposition, being afraid of harboring death under the same roof with him, had the benevolence to send me packing with my little effects to a ready-furnished room where Providence was left to cure or a nurse to kill me, as it happened. While the alternative was tottering on the balance, he was ordered back into Sicily, and in the headlong haste of his obedience never thought about me, whether it was that he numbered me already among the dead, or that great lords like great wits have short memories. My nurse gave me these particulars and informed me that it was she who had called in a physician and an apothecary, that I might not die without professional honors. I fell into profound musing at this fine story. Farewell, my brilliant establishment in Sicily. Farewell, my budding hopes and blushing honors. When any great misfortune shall have befallen you, says a certain pope, look well to your own conduct, and you will find that there is always something wrong at the bottom of it. With all reverent submission to his holiness, I cannot help thinking myself in this instance an exception to the infallibility of his maxim. How the deuce was I to blame for being visited by a fever? There was more reason for remorse in the monkey or his master than in me. When I beheld the flattering chimeras with which my head was filled, all vanishing into thin air, the first thing that worried my poor brain was my portmanteau, which I ordered to be laid upon my bed to examine it. I groaned heavily on discovering that it had been opened. "Alas, my dear portmanteau," exclaimed I, "my only hope, consolation, and refuge, you have been, to all appearance, a prisoner in an enemy's country." No, no, Signor Gil Blas, said the old woman, make yourself easy on that head. You have not fallen among thieves. Your baggage is as immaculate as my honor. I found the dress I had on at my first entrance into the Count's service, but it was in vain to look for that which my friend from Messina had ordered for me as a member of the household. My master had not thought fit to leave me in possession of it, or else someone had made free with it. All my other little matters were safe, and even a large leather purse with my coin in it, which I counted over twice, not being able to believe at first that there could be only 50 pistoles remaining out of 260, which was the balance of the account before my illness. What is the meaning of all this, my good lady? Said I to the nurse. Here is a leak in the vessel. No living soul but myself has touched a farthing, answered the old woman, and I have been as good an economist for you as possible, but illness is very expensive. One must always have one's money in one's hand. Here, added this excellent economist, taking a bundle of papers out of her pocket, this is a statement of debtor and creditor, as exact as a banker's book, and you will see that I have not laid out the veriest trifle in need-nots. I ran over the account with a hasty glance, for it extended to 15 or 20 pages. Mercy on us! The poulterers' shops must have been exhausted while I was in too weak a state to take sustenance. There must have been at least 12 pistoles stewed down into broths. Other articles were much to the same tune. It was incredible what a sum had been lavished in firing, candles, water, brooms, and innumerable articles of housekeeping and house cleaning. After all, extortionate as the bill was, the utmost ingenuity could not raise it above 30 pistoles, and consequently there was a deficiency of 180 to make the account even. I just ventured to point that out, but the old woman, with a show of simplicity and candor, put all the saints in the calendar into requisition to attest that there were no more than 80 pistoles in the purse when the Count's steward gave her charge of the wallet. What say you, my good woman? Interrupted I with precipitation. Was it the steward who placed my effects in your hands? To be sure it was, answered she, the very man, and with this piece of advice. Here, good mother, when Gil Blas shall be numbered with the dead, do not fail to treat him with a handsome funeral. There is in this wallet wherewithal to defray the expenses. Ah, most pestiferous Neapolitan, exclaimed I, in the bitterness of my heart. I am no longer at a loss to conjecture what is become of the deficiency. You have swept it off as an indemnity for a part of the plunder which I have prevented you from making free with. After relieving my mind by exclamations, I returned thanks to heaven that the scoundrel had been so modest as not to take the whole. Yet whatever reason I had for believing the action to be perfectly in character for the person to whom it was imputed, the nurse had not altogether cleared herself from my suspicions. They hovered sometimes over one and sometimes over the other, but let them light where they would, it was all the same to me. I said nothing about the matter to the old woman, not even so much as to haggle about the items of her fine bill. I should not have been an atom the richer for doing so, and we must all live by our trades. The utmost of my malice was to pay her and send her packing 3 days afterwards. I am inclined to think that at her departure she gave the apothecary notice of her quitting the premises, and having left me sufficiently in possession of myself to take French leave without acknowledging my obligations to him, for she had not been gone many minutes before he came in, puffing and blowing, with his bill in his hand. There, under names which had escaped my conscription, though as errant a physician as the worst of them, he had set down all the hypothetical remedies which he insisted that I had taken during the time when I could take nothing. This bill might truly be called the epitome of an apothecary's conscience. Such being the case, we had a bustle about the payment. I pleaded for an abatement of 1/2. He swore that he would not take a doit less than his just demand. He kept his oath and yet relaxed, for considering that he had to do with a young man who might run away from Madrid within 24 hours, he preferred my offer of 300% on the prime cost of his drugs, though a pitiful profit for an apothecary, to the risk of losing all. I counted out the money with an aching heart, and he withdrew, chuckling over his revenge for the scurvy trick I had played him on the day of evacuation. The physician made his appearance next, for beasts of prey inhabit the same latitudes. I feed him for his visits, which had been quite as frequent as necessary, and his object was answered, but he would not leave me without proving how hardly he had earned his money, for that he had not only expelled the enemy from the interior, but had defended the frontiers from the attack of all the disorders on the army list of the Materia Medica. He talked very learnedly, with good emphasis and discretion, so much so that I did not comprehend one word he said. When I had got rid of him, I flattered myself that the destinies had now done their worst, but I was mistaken, for there came a surgeon, whose face I had never seen in the whole course of my life. He accosted me very politely, and congratulated me on the imminent danger I had escaped, attributing the happy issue of my complaints to those which he had himself cut, with a profuse application of bleeding, cupping, blistering, and all sorts of torments, consequent and inconsequent. Another feather out of my poor wing. I was obliged to pay toll to the surgeon also. After so many purgatives, my purse was brought to such a state of debility that it might be considered as dead and gone, a mere skeleton drained of all its vital juices. My spirits began to flag on the contemplation of my wretched case. In the service of my 2 last masters, I had wedded myself to the pomps and vanities of this wicked world, and could no longer, as heretofore, look poverty in the face with the sternness of a cynic. It must be owned, however, that I was in the wrong to give way to melancholy, after experiencing so often that fortune had never cast me down but for the purpose of raising me up again, so that my pitiful plight at the present moment, if rightly considered, was only to be hailed as the harbinger of approaching prosperity. End of Book 7, Chapter 16. Book 8, Chapter 1 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, Chapter 1. Gil Blas scrapes an acquaintance of some value and finds wherewithal to make him amends for the Count de Galiano's ingratitude. Don Valerio de Luna's story. It seems so strange to have heard not a syllable from Nunez during this long interval that I concluded he must be in the country. I went to look after him as soon as I could walk, and found the fact to be that he had gone into Andalusia 3 weeks ago with the Duke of Medina Sidonia. One morning, when rubbing my eyes after a sound sleep, Melchior de la Ronda started into my recollection, and that bringing to mind my promise at Granada of going to see his nephew, if ever I should return to Madrid, it seemed advisable not to defer fulfilling my promise for a single day. I inquired where Don Balthasar de Zuniga lived, and went thither straightway. On asking if Signor Joseph Navarro was at home, he made his appearance immediately. We exchanged bows with a well-bred coolness on his part, though I had taken care to announce my name audibly. There was no reconciling such a frosty reception with the glowing portrait ascribed to this paragon of the buttery. I was just going to withdraw in the full determination of not coming again, when, assuming all at once an open and smiling aspect, he said with considerable earnestness, "Ah, Signor Gil Blas de Santillane, pray forgive the formality of your welcome. My memory ill seconded the warmth of my disposition towards you. Your name had escaped me and was not at the moment identified with the gentleman of whom mention was made in a letter from Granada more than 4 months ago. How happy I am to see you, added he, shaking hands with me most cordially. My uncle Melchior, whom I love and honor like my natural father, charges me, if by chance I should have the honor of seeing you, to entertain you as his own son, and in case of need to stretch my own credit and that of my friends to the utmost in your behalf. He extols the qualities of your heart and mind in terms sufficient of themselves to engage me in your service, though his recommendation had not been added to the other motives. Consider me, therefore, I entreat you, as participating in all my uncle's sentiments. You may depend on my friendship. Let me hope for an equal share in yours. I replied to Joseph's polite assurances in suitable terms of acknowledgment, so that being both of us warm-hearted and sincere, a close intimacy sprung up without waiting for common forms. I felt no embarrassment about laying open the state of my affairs. This I had no sooner done than he said, I take upon myself the care of finding you a situation. Meanwhile, there is a knife and fork for you here every day. You will live rather better than at an ordinary. This offer was sure to be well relished by an invalid just recovering with a fastidious palate and an empty pocket. It could not but be accepted, and I picked up my crumbs so fast that at the end of a fortnight I began to look like a rosy-gilled son of the church. It struck me that Melchior's nephew larded his lean sides to some purpose, but how could it be otherwise? He had 3 strings to his bow, as holding the under-mentioned pluralities, the butler's place, the clerkship of the kitchen, and the stewardship. Furthermore, without meaning to question my friend's honesty, they do say that the comptroller of the household, and he looked over each other's hands. My recovery was entirely confirmed when my friend Joseph, on my coming in to dinner as usual one day, said with an air of congratulation, Signor Gil Blas, I have a very tolerable situation in view for you. You must know that the Duke of Lerma, first minister of the crown in Spain, giving himself up entirely to state affairs, throws the burden of his own on 2 confidential persons. Don Diego de Montesur takes the charge of collecting his rents, and Don Rodrigo de Calderona superintends the finances of his household. These 2 officers are paramount in their departments, having nothing to do with one another. Don Diego has generally 2 deputies to transact the business, and finding just now that one of them had been discharged, I have been canvassing for you. Signor Montesur, having the greatest possible regard for me, granted my request at once on the strength of my testimony to your morals and capacity. We will pay our respects to him after dinner. We did not miss our appointment. I was received with every mark of favor and promoted in the room of the dismissed deputy. My business consisted in visiting the farms, in giving orders for the necessary repairs, in dunning the farmers and keeping them to time in their payments. In a word, the tenants were all under my thumb, and Don Diego checked my accounts every month with a minuteness which few receivers could have borne. But this was exactly what I wanted. Though my uprightness had been so ill requited by my late master, it was my only inheritance, and I was determined not to sell the reversion. One day news came that the castle of Lerma had taken fire and was more than half burnt down. I immediately went thither to estimate the loss, informing myself to a nicety and on the spot respecting all the particulars of the unlucky accident. I drew up a detailed narrative which Montesur showed to the Duke of Lerma. That minister, though vexed at the circumstance, was struck with the memorial and inquired who was the author. Don Diego thought it not enough to answer the question, but spoke of me in such high terms that His Excellency recollected it 6 months afterwards on occasion of an incident I shall now relate, had it not been for which I might never perhaps have been employed at court. It was as follows. There lived at that time in Princes Street an elderly lady by name Inesilla de Cantarilla. Her birth was a matter of mystery. Some said she was the daughter of a musical instrument maker. and others gave her a high military extraction. However that might be, she was a very extraordinary personage. Nature had gifted her with the singular talent of winning men's hearts in defiance of time and in contradiction to her own laws, for she was now entering upon the fourth quarter of her century. She had been the reigning toast of the old court and levied tribute on the passions of the new. Age, though at daggers drawn with beauty, was completely foiled in its assault upon her charms. They might be somewhat faded, but the touch of sympathy they excited in their decline was more pleasing than the vivid glow of their meridian luster. An air of dignity, a transporting wit and humor, an unborrowed grace in her deportment perpetuated the reign of passion and silenced the suggestions of reason. Don Valerio de Luna, one of the Duke of Lerma's secretaries, a young fellow of 25, meeting with Inesilla, fell violently in love with her. He made his sentiments known, enacted all the mummery of despair, and followed up the usual catastrophe of every amorous drama, so much according to the unities and rules that it was difficult, in the very torrent and whirlwind of his passion, to beget a temperance that might give it smoothness. The lady, who had her reason for not choosing to fall in with his humor, was at a loss how to get out of the difficulty. One day she was in hopes to have found the means by calling the young man into her closet, and there pointing to a clock upon the table. "Mark the precise hour," said she. "Just 75 years ago was I brought upon the stage of this fantastical world. In good earnest, would it sit well upon my time of life to be engaged in affairs of gallantry? Betake yourself to reflection, my good child. Stifle sentiments so unsuitable to your own circumstances and mine." Sensible as this language was, the spark, no longer bowing to the authority of reason, answered the lady with all the impetuosity of a man racked by the most excruciating torments. "Cruel Inesilla, why have you recourse to such frivolous remonstrances? Do you think they can change your charms or my desires? Delude not yourself with so false a hope. As long as your loveliness or my delusion lasts, I shall never cease to adore you." "Well, then," rejoined she, "since you are obstinate enough to persist in the resolution of wearying me with your importunities, my doors shall henceforth be shut against you. You are banished, and I beg to be no longer troubled with your company." It may be supposed, perhaps, that after this Don Valerio, baffled, made good his retreat like a prudent general. Quite the reverse. He became more troublesome than ever. Love is to lovers just what wine is to drunkards. The swain entreated, sighed, looked, and sighed again, when all at once, changing his note from childish treble to the big manly voice of bluster and ravishment, he swore that he would have by foul means what he could not obtain by fair. But the lady, repulsing him courageously, said with a piercing look of strong resentment, "Hold, imprudent wretch, I shall put a curb on your mad career. Learn that you are my own son." Don Valerio was thunderstruck at these words. The tempest of his rage subsided, but conjecturing that Inesilla had only started this device to rid herself of his solicitations, he answered, "That is a mere romance of the moment to steal away from my ardent desires." "No, no," said she, interrupting him, "I disclose a mystery which should have been for ever buried had you not reduced me to so painful a necessity. It is 26 years since I was in love with your father, Don Pedro de Luna, then governor of Segovia. You were the fruit of our mutual passion. He owned you, brought you up with care and tenderness, and having no children born in wedlock, he had nothing to hinder him from distinguishing your good qualities by the gifts of fortune. On my part, I have not forsaken you. As soon as you were of an age to be introduced into the world, I drew you into the circle of my acquaintance, to form your manners to that polish of good company so necessary for a gentleman, which is only to be gained in female society. I have done more. I have employed all my credit to introduce you to the Prime Minister. In short, I have interested myself for you as I should have done for my own son. After this confession, take your measures accordingly. If you can purge your affections from their dross and look on me as a mother, you are not banished from my presence, and I shall treat you with my accustomed tenderness. But if you are not equal to an effort which nature and reason demand from you, fly instantly and release me from the horror of beholding you." Inesilla spoke to this effect. Meanwhile, Don Valerio preserved a sudden silence. It might have been interpreted into a virtuous struggle, a conquest over the weakness of his heart, but his purposes were far different. He had another scene to act before his mother. Unable to withstand the total overthrow of all his wild projects, he basely yielded to despair. Drawing his sword, he plunged it in his own bosom. His fate resembled that of Oedipus, with this distinction, that the Theban put out his own eyes from remorse for the crime he had perpetrated, while the Castilian, on the contrary, committed suicide from disappointment at the frustration of his purposes. The unhappy Don Valerio was not released from his sufferings immediately. He had leisure left for recollection and for making his peace with heaven before he rushed into the presence of his Maker. As his death vacated one of the secretaryships on the Duke of Lerma's establishment, that minister, not having forgotten my memoir on the subject of the fire, nor the high character he had heard of me, nominated me to succeed to the post in question. End of Book 8, Chapter 1. Book 8, Chapter 2 of The Adventures of Gerard of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, Chapter 2, Gil Blas is introduced to the Duke of Lerma, who admits him among the number of his secretaries and requires a specimen of his talents, with which he is well satisfied. Montessor was the person to inform me of this agreeable circumstance, which he did in the following terms. "My friend Gil Blas, though I do not lose you without regret, I am too much your well-wisher not to be delighted at your promotion in the room of Don Valerio. You cannot fail to make a princely fortune, provided you act upon two hints which I have to give you. The first, to affect so total a devotion to His Excellency's good pleasure as to leave no room to conceive it possible that you have any other object or interest in life. The second, to pay your court assiduously to Signor Don Rodrigo de Calderona, for that personage models and remodels, fashions and touches upon the mind of his master, just as if it was clay under the hands of the designer. If you are fortunate enough to chime in with that favorite secretary, you will travel post to wealth and honor and find relays upon the road." "Sir," said I to Don Diego, returning him thanks at the same time for his good advice, "be pleased to give some little opening to Don Rodrigo's character. I've heard a few anecdotes of him. One would suppose him, from some accounts, not to be the best creature in the world, but the people at large are inveterate caricaturists when they draw courtiers at full length, though after all the likeness will strike in spite of the aggravation. Tell me, therefore, I beseech you, what is your own sincere opinion of Signor Calderona?" "That is rather an awkward question," answered my principal, with an ironical smile. "I should tell anyone but yourself, without flinching, that he was a gentleman of the strictest honor, upon whose fair fame the breath of calumny had never dared to blow. But I really cannot put off such a copy of my countenance upon you. Relying as I do on your discretion, it becomes a duty to deal candidly in the delineation of Don Rodrigo, for without that it would be playing fast and loose with you to recommend the cultivation of his good will. You are to know, then, that when His Excellency was no more than plain Don Francisco de Sandoval, This man had the humility to serve him as his lackey, since which time he has risen by degrees to the post of principal secretary. A prouder excrescence of the dunghill never sprung into vegetation on a summer's day. He considers himself as the Duke of Lerma's colleague, and in point of fact he may truly be said to parcel out the loaves and fishes of administration, since he gives away offices and governments at the suggestions of his own caprice. The public grumbles and growls upon occasion, but who cares for the grumbling and growling of the public? Let him steal a pair of gloves from the prostitution of political honor, and the bronze upon his forehead will be proof against the peltings of scandal. What I have said will decide your dealings towards so supercilious a compound of dust and ashes. Yes, to be sure, said I, leave me alone for that. It will be strange indeed if I cannot wriggle myself into his good graces. If one can but get on the blind side of a man who is to be made a property, it must be want of skill in the player if the game is lost. Exactly so, replied Montesor, and now I will introduce you to the Duke of Lerma. We went at once to the minister, whom we found in his audience chamber. His levee was more crowded than the king's. There were commanders and knights of St. James and of Calatrava, making interest for governments and viceroyalties, bishops who, laboring under oppression of the breadth and tightness of the chest in their own dioceses, had been recommended the air of an archbishopric by their physicians, while the sounder lungs of lower dignitaries were strong enough to inhale the Theban atmosphere of a suffragan see. I observed besides some reduced officers dancing attendance to Captain Chinchilla's tune and catching cold in fishing for a pension, which was never likely to pay the doctor for their cure. If the Duke did not satisfy their wants, he put a pleasant face upon their importunities, and it struck me that he returned a civil answer to all applicants. We waited patiently till the routine of ceremony was dispatched. Then said Don Diego, My lord, this is Gil Blas de Santillane, the young man appointed by your excellency to succeed Don Valerio. The Duke now took more particular notice of me, saying obligingly that I had already earned my promotion by my services. He then took me to a private conference in his closet, or rather to an examination. My birth, parentage, and course of life were the objects of his inquiry, nor would he be satisfied without the particulars, and those in the spirit of sincerity. What a career to run over before a patron! Yet it was impossible to lie in the presence of a prime minister. On the other hand, my vanity was concerned in suppressing so many circumstances that there was no venturing on an unqualified confession. What cunning scene had Roscius then to act? A little painting and tattooing might decently be employed to disguise the nakedness of truth and spare her unsophisticated blushes, but he had studied her complexion as well as the beauties of her natural form. Monsieur de Santillane, said he, with a smile, on the close of my narrative, I perceive that hitherto you have had your principles to choose. My lord, answered I, colouring up to the eyes, your excellency enjoined me to deal sincerely, and I have complied with your orders. I take your doing so in good part, replied he. It is all very well, my good fellow. You have escaped from the snares of this wicked world more by luck than management. It is wonderful that bad example should not have corrupted you irreparably. There are many men of strict virtue and exemplary piety who would have turned out the greatest rogues in existence if their destinies had exposed them to but half your trials. Friend Santillane, continued the minister, ponder no longer on the past. Consider yourself as to the very bone and marrow the king's. Live henceforth but for his service. Come this way. I will instruct you in the nature of your business. He carried me into a little closet adjoining his own, which contained a score of thick folio registers. "This is your workshop," said he. "All these registers compose an alphabetical peerage, giving the heraldry and history of all the nobility and gentry in the several kingdoms and principalities of the Spanish monarchy. In these volumes are recorded the services rendered to the state by the present possessors and their ancestors, descending even to the personal animosities and rencontres of the individuals and their houses. Their fortunes, their manners, in a word, all the pros and cons of their character are set down according to the letter of ministerial scrutiny, so that they no sooner enter on the list of court candidates than my eye catches up the very chapter and verse of their pretensions. To furnish this necessary information, I have pensioned scouts everywhere on the lookout, who send me private notices of their discoveries. But as these documents are, for the most part, drawn up in a gossiping and provincial style, they require to be translated into gentlemanly language, or the king would not be able to support the perusal of the registers. This task demands the pen of a polite and perspicuous writer. I doubt not but you will justify your claim to the appointment." After this introduction, he put a memorial into my hand, taken from a large portfolio full of papers, and then withdrew from my closet, that my first specimen might be manufactured in all the freedom of solitude. I read the memorial, which was not only stuffed with a most uncouth jargon, but breathed a brimstone spirit of rancor and personal revenge. This was most foul, strange, and unnatural, for the homily was written by a monk. He hacked and hewed a Catalan family of some note most unmercifully, with what reason or truth it must be reserved for a more penetrating inquirer to decide. It read for all the world like an infamous libel, and I had some scruples about becoming the publisher of the calumny. Nevertheless, young as I was at court, I plunged head foremost at the risk of sinking and destroying his reverence's soul. The wickedness, if there was any, would be put down to his running account with the recording angel. I therefore had nothing to do but to vilify, in the purest Spanish phraseology, some 2 or 3 generations of honest men and loyal subjects. I had already blackened 4 or 5 pages when the Duke, impatient to know how I got on, came back and said, "Santillane, show me what you have done. I am curious to see it." At the same time, casting his eye over the transcript, he read the beginning with much attention. It seemed to please him. Strange that he could be so pleased. "Prepossessed as I have been in your favor," observed he, "I must own that you have surpassed my expectations. It is not merely the elegance and distinctness of the handwriting. There is something animated and glowing in the composition. You will do ample credit to my choice, and fully make up for the loss of your predecessor. He would not have cut my panegyric so short if his nephew, the Count de Lemos, had not interrupted him in the middle of it. By the warmth and frequency of his Excellency's welcome, it was evident that they were the best friends in the world. They were immediately closeted together on some family business, of which I shall speak in the sequel. The king's affairs at this time were obliged to place second to those of the minister. While they were caballing, it struck 12. As I knew that the secretaries and their clerks quitted office at that hour to go and dine wherever their business and desire should point them, I left my prize performance behind me and went to the gayest tavern at the court end of the town, for I had nothing further to do with Montessor, who had paid my salary and taken his leave of me. But a common eating-house would have been a very improper place for me to be seen in. Consider yourself as to the very bone and marrow the king's. This metaphorical expression of the Duke had given birth to a real and tangible ambition in my soul, which put forth shoots like a plantation in a fat and unvexed soil. End of Book 8, Chapter 2. Book 8, Chapter 3 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, Chapter 3, All is not gold that glitters, some uneasiness resulting from the discovery of that principle in philosophy and its practical application to existing circumstances. I took especial care on my first entrance to instill into the tavern keeper's conception that I was secretary to the Prime Minister, nor was it easy, in that view of my rank and consequence, to order anything sufficiently sumptuous for dinner. To have selected from the bill of fare might have looked as if I descended to the meanness of calculation. I therefore told him to send up the best the house afforded. My orders were punctually obeyed, and the anxious assiduity of the attendants pampered my fancy as much as the dishes did my palate. As to the bill, I had nothing to do with it but to pay it. Down went a pistole upon the table, and the waiters pocketed the difference, which was somewhat more than a quarter. After this display of grandeur, I strutted out, practising those obstreperous clearings of the throat which announce by empty sound the approach of a substantial coxcomb. There was at the distance of 20 yards a large house with lodgings to let, principally frequented by foreign nobility. I rented at once a suite of apartments consisting of 5 or 6 rooms elegantly furnished. From my style of living, anyone would have thought I had 2,000 or 3,000 ducats of yearly income. The first month was paid in advance. Afterwards I returned to business and employed the whole afternoon in going on with what I had begun in the morning. In a closet adjoining mine there were 2 other secretaries, but their office was only to copy out fare. I got acquainted with them as we were shutting up for the evening, and by way of smoothing the first overtures towards friendship, invited them home with me to my tavern, where I ordered the choicest delicacies of the season, with a profusion of the most exquisite wines. We sat down to table and began bandying about more merriment than wit, for with all due deference to my guests, it was but too visible that they owed their official situations to any circumstance rather than to their abilities. They were adepts, it must be confessed, in all the history and mystery of scrivening and clerkship, but as for polite literature and university education, there was not even a suspicion of it in all their talk. To make amends for that defect, they had a keen eye to the main chance, and though sensible how high an honor it was to be on the Prime Minister's establishment, there were some dashes of acid in the cup of good fortune. "It is now full 5 months," said one of them, "that we have been serving at our own cost. We do not touch 1 farthing of salary, and what is worst of all, our very board wages are shamefully in arrear. There is no knowing what footing we are upon. As for me," said the other, "I would willingly be tied up to the halbert, and receive a percentage in lashes for the liberty of changing my berth, but I dare not either take myself off or petition for my discharge after having transcribed such state secrets as have passed under my inspection. I might chance to become too well acquainted with the Tower of Segovia or the Castle of Alicante." "How do you manage for a subsistence, then?" said I. "You must, of course, have means of your own." These they represented as very slender, but that, fortunately for them, they lodged with a kind-hearted widow, who boarded them on tick at the rate of 100 pistoles a year for each. These anecdotes of a court life, not one of which escaped me, completely ventilated all the rising fumes of pride. It could not be supposed that more consideration would be shown to me than to others, and consequently there was nothing to be so puffed up with in my post. There seemed to be much cry and little wool, a discovery which rendered it expedient to husband my finances with a narrower economy. A picture like this was enough to cure my taste for treating. I repented not having left these secretaries to find their own supper, for they played a most cruel knife and fork at mine, and when the bill was brought I squabbled with the landlord about the charges. We parted at midnight, and the early breaking up was to be laid at my door, for I did not propose another bottle. They went home to their widow, and I withdrew to my magnificent lodgings, which I was now mad with myself for having taken, and was fully determined to give up at the month's end. My bed of down was now converted into a couch of thorns. Sleep had abandoned his narcotic tenement, and sold the fee simple of my repose to the demon of eternal wakefulness. The remainder of the night was passed in contriving not to serve the state too patriotically. For that purpose I bethought me of Montessor's good counsel. I got up with the intention of making my bow to Don Rodrigo de Calderona. My present temper was just pat to the purpose of ingratiating myself with so high and mighty a gentleman, whose patronage was indispensable to my existence. I therefore presented my person in that secretary's antechamber. His apartments communicated with the Duke's, and rivaled them in the lustre of their decorations. The field officer could scarcely be distinguished from the subaltern by any outward distinction in his paraphernalia. I sent in my name as Don Valerio's successor, but that did not hinder me from being kept kicking my heels for a good hour. "Trusty but novice officer of the king," said I, while ruminating on court manners, "learn a lesson of patience, if so please you. You must begin with showing paces yourself, and afterwards make others bite the bridle." At length the door of the inner room opened. I went in, and advanced towards Don Rodrigo, who had just been writing an amorous epistle to his charming siren, and was giving it to Pedrillo at that very moment. I had never manufactured my face and air into such a counterfeit of reverence before the Archbishop of Granada, nor on my introduction to the Count de Galiano, nor even in presence of the Prime Minister himself. The crisis of my fawning was reserved for Signor de Calderona. I paid my respects to him with my body bent down to the very ground, as if crouching under the ken of a superior intelligence, and solicited his protection in strains of humble hypocrisy, at which my cheek now burns with shame to think that man can so debase himself before his fellow man. My servility would have recoiled to my own undoing had it been practised towards a compound of any manly and independent ingredients. As for this fellow, he swallowed flattery by the lump without mastication, and assured me just as if he meant what he said, that he would leave no stone unturned to do me service. Hereupon, thanking him with unlimited expressions of attachment for his kind and generous sentiments, I sold my very soul and all my little stock of conscience to his free disposal. But as this farce might be tiresome if prolonged, I took my leave, apologizing for having broken in upon his more serious avocations. As soon as I had finished this abominable scene, I slunk back to my desk, where I finished my prescribed task. The Duke was at my elbow the next morning. The end of my performance was not less to his mind than the beginning, and he praised it accordingly. "This is extremely well indeed. Copy this abridgment in your best hand into the Register of Catalonia. You shall not want employment of this kind." I had a very long conversation with His Excellency, and was delighted at his mild and familiar deportment. What a contrast to Calderona! They might have sat to a painter for Pan and Apollo. To-day I dined at a cheap ordinary, and sunk the secretary upon my messmates till I should ascertain what solid profit might accrue from all my bows and scrapes. I had funds for 3 months or thereabouts. That interval I allowed myself for casting my bread upon the waters. But as the shortest speculations are the safest, if my salary was not paid by that time, a long farewell to the court, its frippery, and its falsehood. Thus were my plans arranged. For 2 months I labored hard and fast to stand well with Calderona, but his senses were so callous to all my assiduity that it seemed labor in vain to build on so hopeless a foundation. This idea produced a change in my conduct. I left some greener fool to fumigate the nostrils of this idol, and placed all my own dependence on making my ground sure with the Duke by the benefit of our frequent conferences. End of Book 8, Chapter 3. Book 8, Chapter 4 of The Adventures of Gerard of Saint-Elane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, Chapter 4, Gil Blas becomes a favorite with the Duke of Lerma and the confidant of an important secret. Though his Grace's interviews with me were short as the fleeting visions of supernatural communication, my turn in character won its way gradually into His Excellency's good liking. One day after dinner he said, "Attend to me, Gil Blas. I really like you very much. You are a zealous, confidential lad, full of understanding and discretion. My trust cannot be misplaced in such hands." I threw myself at his feet at the music of these words, and kissing his outstretched hand, answered thus, "Is it possible that your Excellency can think so favorably of your servant? What a host of enemies will such a preference conjure up against me! But Don Rodrigo is the only man whose privy grudge is formidable enough to alarm me." "You have nothing to fear from that quarter," replied the Duke. "I know Calderona. He has loved me from his cradle. Every movement of his heart is in unison with mine. He cherishes whatever I love, and hates in exact proportion to my dislike. So far from being alarmed at his ill will, you ought, on the contrary, to hug yourself on his peculiar partiality. This let me at once into the abysses of Don Rodrigo's character. He shuffled and cut the cards to his own deal, and paid his debts of honor out of His Excellency's pool. One could not be too wary with this gentleman. To begin," pursued the Duke, "with a proof of my thorough reliance on your faith, I will open to you a long-projected design. It is necessary for you to be informed of it to qualify you for the commissions with which I shall hereafter have occasion to entrust to you. For a great length of time have I beheld my authority universally respected, my decisions implicitly adopted, places, pensions, governments, viceroyalties, and church preferments, all awaiting my disposal. Without umbrage to my royal master, I may be said to be absolute in Spain. My individual fortunes can be pushed no higher, but I would willingly fix firm the structure I have raised, for the storms are already beginning to beat about the citadel of my peace. My only safety must consist in nominating my nephew, the Count de Lemos, as my successor in the ministry." This profound courtier, observing my astonishment, went on thus: "I see plainly, Santillane, I see plainly what surprises you. It seems strange and unaccountable that I should prefer my nephew to my own son, the Duc d'Uzeda, but you are to learn that this last has too narrow a genius to fill up my place in politics, and there are other reasons why I set my face against him. He has found out the secret of making himself agreeable to the king, who wants him for his interior cabinet, and backstairs influence is what I cannot bear. Royal favor is a sort of political mistress. Exclusive possession is its only charm. The very existence of the passion is identified with inextinguishable jealousy, nor can we the better endure to share the bliss because our rival has been nursed in our own bosom. Thus do I lay bare the very recesses of my soul. I have already tried to ruin the Duke do zeta with the king, but having failed in pointing my artillery towards another object, I am determined that the Count de Lemos shall stand first with the Prince of Spain. Being gentleman of his bedchamber, he has opportunities of talking with him continually, and besides that he has a winning manner with him, I know a sure method of enabling him to succeed in his enterprise. By this device my nephew will be pitted against my son. The cousins, harboring unfavorable suspicions of each other, will both be forced to place themselves under my protection, and the necessity of the case will render them submissive to my will. This is my project, nor will your assistance be of slender avail to its success. It is you whom I shall make the private channel of communication between the Count de Lemos and myself. After this confidence, which sounded for all the world like the clink of current coin, my mind was easy about the future. At length, said I, behold me taking shelter under Plutus's gutter. The golden shower may drench me to the skin before I shall cry hold enough. It is impossible that the bosom friend of a man by whom the whole music of the political machine is tempered should be left to thrum upon the discord of poverty. Full of these harmonious visions, my fifths and octaves were but little untuned by the sensible declension of my purse. End of Book 8, Chapter 4.
Book 8, Chapter 5 of The Adventures of Gerard of Saint-Elane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, Chapter 5, The Joys, the Honors, and the Miseries of a Court Life in the Person of Gil Blas. The minister's growing partiality towards me was soon noticed. He displayed it ostentatiously by committing his portfolio to my custody, which it was his habit to carry in his own hand when he went to council. This novelty, causing me to be looked upon as a rising favorite, excited the envy of certain persons, so that I was preciously sprinkled with the hellish dew of court malevolence. My two neighbors, the secretaries, were not the last to compliment me on my budding honors, and invited me to supper at the widow's, not so much by way of returning my hospitality as with an eye to business in the cultivation of my acquaintance. Parties were made for me everywhere. Even the haughty Don Rodrigo was cap in hand to me. He now called me nothing less than Signor de Santillane, though the moon had scarcely changed her face since he thee'd and thou'd me, without ever bethinking him that he was talking to something above a pauper. He heaped me up and pressed me down with civilities, especially within eye-shot of our common patron. But the fool was wiser than to be caught with chaff. The good breeding of my returns was nicely proportioned to my thorough detestation of my humble servant. A rascal who had lived in court all his life could not have played the rascal better than I did. I likewise accompanied my lord duke when he had an audience of the king, which was usually 3 times a day. In the morning he went into his majesty's chamber as soon as he was awake. There he dropped down on his marrow bones by the bedside, talked over what was to be done in the course of the day, and put into the royal mouth the speeches the royal tongue was to make. He then withdrew. After dinner he came back again, not for state affairs, but for what, and a little gossip. He was well instructed in all the tittle-tattle of Madrid, which was sold to him at the earliest of the season. Lastly, in the evening, he saw the king again for the 3rd time, put whatever colour he pleased on the transactions of the day, and as a matter of course requested his instructions for the morrow. While he was with the king, I kept in the antechamber, where people of the first quality, sinking that they might rise, threw themselves in the way of my observation, and thought the day not lost if I had deigned to exchange a few words of common civility with them. Was it to be wondered at if my self-importance fattened upon such food? There are many folks at court who stalk about on stilts of much frailer materials. One day my vanity was still more highly pampered. The king, to whom the duke had puffed off my style, was curious to see a sample of it. His excellency made me bring the register of Catalonia and myself into the royal presence, telling me to read the first memorial I had digested. If so catholic a critic overpowered my modesty at first, the minister's encouragement recalled my scattered spirits, and I read with good tone and emphasis what his majesty deigned to hear with some symptoms of approbation. He spoke handsomely of my performance, and recommended my fortunes to the special care of his minister. My humility was not the greater for the augmentation of my consequence, and a particular conversation some days afterwards with the Count de Lemos swelled high the spring tide of all my ambitious anticipations. I waited on that nobleman from his uncle at the Prince of Spain's court, and presented credentials from the duke, directing him to deal unreservedly with me, as with a man who was embarked in their design, and selected by himself exclusively as their go-between. The count then took me to a room where he locked the door, and then spoke as follows: "Since you are confidential with the Duke of Lerma, I doubt not you deserve to be so, and shall unbosom myself to you without hesitation. You are to know that matters go on just as we could wish. The Prince of Spain distinguishes me above the most assiduous of his courtiers. I had a private conversation with him this morning, wherein he expressed some disgust at being restrained by the king's avarice from following the inclinations of his liberal heart, and living on a scale befitting his august rank. On this head I chimed in with his regrets, and taking advantage of the opportunity, promised to carry him 1,000 pistoles early to-morrow morning, as an earnest of larger sums with which I have engaged to feed his necessities forthwith. He was in ecstasy at my promises, and I am certain of securing his grace and favour in tail, if I can but fulfil my engagement. Acquaint my uncle with these particulars, and come back in the evening with his sentiments on the subject." I left the Count de Lemos with the last words still quivering on his lips, and went back to the Duke of Lerma, who, on my report, sent to ask Calderona for 1,000 pistoles, which he charged me to carry to the Count in the evening. Away went I to my errand, muttering to myself, So, now I have discovered the minister's infallible receipt for the cure of all evils. Faith and troth, he is in the right, and to all appearance he may draw as copiously as he pleases from the spring, without exhausting the source. I can easily guess what bag those pistoles come from, but after all, is it not the order of nature that the parent should nurture and maintain the child? The Count de Lemos, at our parting, said to me in a low voice, "Farewell, my good and worthy friend. The Prince of Spain has a little hankering after the women. We must have a little conversation on that subject one of these days. I foresee that your agency will be very applicable on that head." I returned with my head full of this last hint, which it was impossible to misinterpret. Neither did I wish to do so, for it suited my talents to a nicety. "What the devil is to happen next?" said I. "Behold me on the point of becoming pimp to the heir of the monarchy." Whether pimping was a virtue or a vice, I did not stop to inquire. The coarse sword, too, of morality would have worn but shabbily, while the passions of so exalted a gallant were in the glare and glow of all their newest gloss. What a promotion for me to be the provider of pleasure to a great prince! Fair and softly, Master Gil Blas. Some one may say, after all, you will be but second minister. Maybe so, but at bottom the honour of both these posts is equal. The difference lies in the profit only. While executing these honourable commissions, and getting forward daily in the good graces of the prime minister, what a happy being should I have been, if statesmen were born with a set of intestines to turn the chameleon's diet into chyle. It was more than 2 months since I had got rid of my grand lodging, and had taken up my quarters in a little room scarcely good enough for a banker's clerk. Though this was not quite as it should be, yet, since I went out betimes in the morning, and never returned at night before bedtime, there was not much to quarrel about on that score. All day I was the hero of my own stage, or rather of the Duke's. It was a principal part that I was playing, but when I retired from this brilliant theatre to my own cock loft, the great lord vanished, and poor Gil Bias was left behind without a royal image in his pocket, and what was worse, without the means of conjuring up his glorious resemblance. Besides that, it would have wounded my pride to have divulged my necessities. There was not a creature of my acquaintance who could have assisted me but Navarro, and him I had too palpably neglected, since my introduction at court, to venture on soliciting his benevolence. I had been obliged to sell my wardrobe article by article. There was nothing more left than was absolutely necessary to make a decent appearance. I no longer went to the ordinary, because I had no longer wherewithal to pay my score. How then did I make shift to keep body and soul together? There was every morning in our offices a scanty breakfast set out, consisting of a little bread and wine. This was the whole of our commons on the minister's establishment. I never knew what it was to exceed this stint during the day, and at night I most frequently went supperless to bed. Such was the fare of a man who made a splendid figure at court, but his illustrious fortunes, like those of other courtiers, were more a subject of pity than of grudge. I could no longer resist the pressure of my circumstances, and ultimately resolved on their disclosure at a seasonable opportunity. By good luck, such an occasion offered at the Escurial, whither the king and the Prince of Spain removed some days afterwards. End of Book 8, Chapter 5.
Book 8, Chapter 6 of the Adventures of Gerard of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, Chapter 6, Gil Bias gives the Duke of Lerma a hint of his wretched condition. That minister deals with him accordingly. When the king kept his court at the Escurial, all the world was at free quarters. Under such easy circumstances, I did not feel where the saddle galled. My bed was in a wardrobe near the Duke's chamber. One morning that minister, having got up according to his cursed custom at daybreak, made me take my writing apparatus and follow him into the palace gardens. We went and sat down under an avenue of trees, myself, as he would have it, in the posture of a man writing on the crown of his hat. His attitude was with a paper in his hand, and anyone would have supposed he had been reading. At some distance we must have looked as if the scale of Europe was to turn upon our decision, but between ourselves, who partook of it, the talk was miserably trifling. For more than an hour had I been tickling his Excellency's fancy with all the conceits engendered by a merry nature and an eccentric course of life, when two magpies perched on the trees above us. Their clack and clatter was so obstreperous as to force our attention whether we would or no. These birds, said the Duke, seem to be in dudgeon with one another. I should like to learn the cause of their quarrel. My lord, said I, your curiosity reminds me of an Indian story in Pilpay or some other fabulist. The minister insisted on the particulars, and I related them in the following terms. There reigned in Persia a good monarch who, not being blessed with capacities of sufficient compass to govern his dominions in his own person, left the care of them to his grand vizier. That minister, whose name was Atalmuc, was possessed of first-rate talents. He supported the weight of that unwieldy monarchy without sinking under the burden. He preserved it in profound peace. His art consisted in uniting the love of the royal authority with the reverence of it. while the people at large looked up to the vizier as to an affectionate father, though a devoted servant of his prince. Atalmuc had a young Cashmerian among his secretaries by name Ziangar, to whom he was particularly attached. He took pleasure in his conversation, invited him frequently to the chase, and opened to him his most secret thoughts. One day, as they were hunting together in a wood, the vizier, at the croaking of two ravens on a tree, said to his secretary, "I should like to know what those birds are talking about in their jargon." "My lord," answered the Cashmerian, "your wishes may be fulfilled." "Indeed? How so?" replied Atalmuc. "Because," rejoined Ziangar, "a devise read in many mysteries has taught me the language of birds. If you wish it, I will lay my ear close to these, and will repeat to you, word for word, whatever they may happen to say." The vizier agreed to the proposal. The Cashmerian got near the ravens and affected to suck in their discourse. Then, returning to his master, "My lord," said he, "would you believe it? We are ourselves the topic of their talk." "Impossible!" exclaimed the Persian minister. "Prithee, now what do they say of us?" "One of the two," replied the secretary, spoke thus: "Here he is, the very man, the Grand Vizier Atalmuc, the guardian eagle of Persia, hovering over her like the parent bird over its nest, watching without intermission for the safety of its brood. For the purpose of unbending from his wearisome toils, he is hunting in this wood with his faithful Ziangar. How happy must that secretary be to serve so partial and indulgent a master!" "Fair and softly," observed the other raven shrewdly, "fair and softly. Make not too much parade about the Cashmerian's happiness. Atalmuc, it is true, talks and jokes familiarly with him, honors him with his confidence, and may very possibly intend to signalize his friendship by a lucrative post. But between the cup and the lips, Ziangar may perish with thirst. The poor devil lodges in a ready-furnished apartment where there is not an article of furniture for his use. In a word, he leads a starving life with all the paraphernalia of a plump-fed courtier. The Grand Vizier never troubles his head about inquiring into the right or wrong of his affairs, but, satisfied with empty good wishes towards him, leaves his favourite within the ruthless grip of poverty. I stopped here to see how the Duke of Lerma would take it, and he asked me with a smile what effect the fable had produced on the mind of Atalmuc, and whether the Grand Vizier had not felt a little offended at the secretary's presumption. "No, my noble lord," answered I, with some little embarrassment at the question. "Historians say that his ingenuity was amply rewarded." "He was more lucky than discreet," replied the Duke, with a serious air. "There are some ministers who would esteem it no joke to be lectured at that rate. But the king will not be long before he is getting up. My duty demands my attendance." After this hint, he walked off with hasty strides towards the palace, without throwing away a word more upon me, and to all appearance in high dudgeon at my Indian parable. I followed him up to the very door of his Majesty's chamber, and went thence to arrange my papers in the places whence they had been taken. Then I entered a closet where our two copying secretaries were at work, for they also were of the migratory party. "What is the matter with you, Signor de Santillane?" said they at the sight of me. "You are quite down in the mouth. Has anything untoward happened?" I was too much mortified at the ill success of my narrative to be cautious in the expression of my grief. On the recital of what had passed with the Duke, they sympathized in my disappointment. "You have some reason to fret," said one of them. "Heaven grant you may be better treated than a secretary of Cardinal Spinoza." This unlucky secretary, tired of working for 15 months without pay, took the liberty of representing his necessities to his Eminence one afternoon, and of asking for a little money towards his subsistence. "It is very proper," said the minister, "that you should be paid. Here," pursued he, putting into his hands an order on the royal treasury for 1,000 ducats, "go and receive that sum, but take notice at the same time that it balances accounts between us." The secretary would have pocketed his 1,000 ducats without remorse, had the 1,000 ducats been tangible and the liberty of changing services secure. But just as he stepped down from the cardinal's threshold, he was tapped on the shoulder by an alguazil and carried away to the Tower of Segovia, where he has been a prisoner for a length of time. This little historical anecdote set my teeth chattering. All was lost and gone. There was no comfort from within nor from without. My own impatience had been my ruin, just as if I had not borne starving till patience could avail no longer. Alas, said I, wherefore must I have blurted out that ill-starred fable, which went so much against the grain of the minister? He might have been just on the point of extricating me from all my miseries. It might have been the moment of that tide in the affairs of men which sets in for sudden and enormous elevation. What wealth, what honours have slipped through the fingers by my blunder! I ought to have been aware that great folks do not love to be forestalled, but require the common privileges of elementary subsistence to be received as favours at their hands. It would have been more prudent to have kept my Lenten entertainment longer without bothering the Duke about it, and even to have died with hunger that he might be blamed for letting me. Supposing any hope to have remained, my master, when I saw him after dinner, put an extinguisher over it at once. He was very serious with me, contrary to his usual custom, and spoke scarcely at all, an omen of dire dismay for the remainder of the evening. The night did not pass more tranquilly. The chagrin of seeing my agreeable illusions vanish, and the fear of swelling the calendar of state prisoners, left no room but for sighs and lamentations. The following was the critical day. The Duke sent for me in the morning. I went into his chamber with the ague fit of a criminal before his judge. Santillane, said he, showing me a paper in his hand, take this order. I shuddered at the word order, and said within myself, O heaven, here is the Cardinal Spinoza over again. The carriage is ordered out for Segovia. Such was my alarm at this moment, that I interrupted the minister, and throwing myself at his feet, May it please your lordship, said I, bathed in tears, I most humbly beseech your excellency to forgive me for my boldness. Necessity alone impelled me to acquaint you with my wretched circumstances. The Duke could not help laughing at my distress. Be comforted, Gil Blas, answered he, and hearken attentively. Though by betraying your necessities a reproach lights upon me for not having prevented them, I do not take it ill, my friend. I rather ought to be angry with myself for not having inquired how you were going on. But to begin making amends for my want of attention, there is an order on the royal treasury for 1,500 ducats payable at sight. This is not all. I promise you the same sum annually, and moreover, when people of rank and substance shall solicit your interest, I have no objection to your addressing me on their behalf. In the excess of joy occasioned by such tidings, I kissed the feet of the minister who, having commanded me to rise, continued in familiar conversation. I endeavored to rally my free and easy humor, but the transition from sorrow to rapture was too instantaneous to be natural. I felt as comical as a culprit with a pardon singing in his ears, just when he was on the point of being launched into eternity. My master attributed all my flurry to the sole dread of having offended him, though the fear of perpetual imprisonment had its share of influence on my nerves. He owned that he had affected to look cool to see whether I should be hurt at the alteration, that thereby he formed his opinion with respect to the liveliness of my attachment to his person, and that his own regard for me would always be proportionate. End of Book 8, Chapter 6. Book 8, Chapter 7 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, Chapter 7, A Good Use Made of the 1,500 Ducats, a first introduction to the trade of office, and an account of the profit accruing therefrom. The king, as if on purpose to play into the hands of my impatience, returned to Madrid the very next day. I flew like a harpy to the royal treasury, where they paid me down upon the nail the sum drawn for in my order. Ambition and vanity now obtained complete empire over my soul. My paltry lodging was fit only for secretaries of an inferior caste, unpractised in the mysterious language of birds, for which reason, my grand suite of apartments fortunately being vacant, I engaged them for the second time. My next business was to send for an eminent tailor, who arrayed the pretty persons of all the fine gentlemen in town. He took my measure, and then introduced me to a draper, who sold me 5 ells of cloth, the exact quantity, as he said, to make a suit for a man of my size. 5 ells for a light Spanish dress? Whither did this draper and tailor expect to go? But we must not be uncharitable. Tailors who have a reputation to support require more materials for the exercise of their genius than the vulgar snippers of the shop-board. I then bought some linen, of which I was very bare, an assortment of silk stockings, and a laced hat. With such an equipage there was no doing without a footman, so that I desired Vincent Ferrero, my landlord, to look out for one. Most of the foreigners who were recommended to his lodgings on their arrival at Madrid were wont to hire Spanish servants, and this was the means of turning his house into a register office. The first who offered was a lad of so mortified and devotional an aspect that I would have nothing to say to him. He put me in mind of Ambrose de Lamela. I am quite out of conceit, said I to Ferrero, with these pious coat-brushers. I've been taken in by them already. I had scarcely turned virtue in a livery out of doors when another came upstairs. This seemed to be a good sprightly fellow, with as little mock modesty as if he had been bred at court, and a certain something about him which indicated that he did not carry principle to any dangerous excess. He was just to my mind. His answers to my questions were pat and to the purpose. He evinced a talent for intrigue beyond my most sanguine hopes. This was exactly the subject for my purpose, so I fixed him at once. Neither had I any reason to repent of my bargain, for it was very soon evident that further off I must have fared worse. As the Duke had allowed me to solicit on behalf of my friends, and it was my design to push that permission to the utmost, a staunch hound was necessary to put up the game, or in phrase familiar to dull capacities, an active chap with a turn for routing out and bringing to my market all palm-tickling petitioners for the loaves and fishes of the Prime Minister. This was just where Scipio shone most, for my servant's name was Scipio. He had lived last with Donna Anna de Guevara, the Prince of Spain's nurse, where he had ample scope for the exercise of that accomplishment. As soon as he became acquainted with my credit at court and the use to which I meant to put it, he took the field like his great ancestors and began the campaign without the loss of a day. "Master," said he, "a young gentleman of Granada is just come to Madrid. His name is Don Roger de Rada. He has been engaged in an affair of honor, which compels him to throw himself on the Duke of Lerma's protection, and he is well disposed to come down handsomely for any grace and favor he may obtain. I have talked with him on the subject. He had a mind to have made friends with Don Rodrigo de Calderona, whose influence had been represented to him in magnificent terms, but I dissuaded him by pointing out that secretary's method of selling his good offices for more than their weight in gold, whereas, on the contrary, you would be satisfied with any decent expression of gratitude for yours, and would even do the business for the mere pleasure of doing it, if you were in circumstances to follow the bent of your own generous and disinterested temper. In short, I talked to him in such a strain that you will see the gentleman early tomorrow morning. How is all this, Master Scipio? Said I. You must have transacted a great deal of business in a short time. You are no novice in backstairs influence. It is very strange that you have not feathered your own nest. That ought not to surprise you at all, answered he. I love to make money circulate, not to hoard it up. Don Roger de Rada came according to his appointment. I received him with a mixture of courtly plausibility and ministerial pride. My worthy sir, said I, before I engage in your interests, I wish to know the nature of the affair which brings you to court, because it may be such as to preclude me from speaking to the minister in your favor. Give me, therefore, if you please, the particulars faithfully, and rest assured that I shall enter warmly into your interests if they are proper to be espoused by a man who moves in my sphere. My young client promised to be sincere in his representation, and began his narrative in the following words. End of Book 8, Chapter 7. Book 8, Chapter 8 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, Chapter 8, History of Don Roger de Rada. Don Anastasio de Rada, a gentleman of Granada, was living happily in the town of Antequera with Donna Estefania, his wife, who united every charm of person and mind with the most unquestionable virtue. If her affection was lively towards her husband, his love for her was violent beyond all bounds. He was naturally prone to jealousy, and though wantonness could never assume such a semblance as his wife's, his thoughts were not quite at rest upon the subject. He was apprehensive lest some secret enemy to his repose might make some attempt upon his honor. His eye was turned askance upon all his friends except Don Huberto de Hordales, who frequented the house without suspicion in quality of Estefania's cousin, and was the only man in whom he ought not to have confided. Don Huberto did actually fall in love with his cousin, and ventured to make his sentiments known in contempt of consanguinity and the ties of friendship. The lady, who was considerate, instead of making an outcry which might have led to fatal consequences, reproved her kinsman gently, represented to him the extreme criminality of attempting to seduce her and dishonor her husband, and told him very seriously that he must not flatter himself with the most distant hope. This moderation only inflamed the seducer's appetite the more. Taking it for granted that, as a woman who had been accustomed to save appearances, she only wanted to be more strongly urged, he began to adopt little freedoms of more warmth than delicacy, and had the assurance one day to put the question home to her. She repulsed him with unbridled indignation, and threatened to refer the punishment of his offense to Don Anastasio. Her suitor, alarmed at such an intimation, promised to drop the subject, and Estefania, in the candor of her soul, forgave him for the past. Don Huberto, a man totally devoid of principle, could not feel his passion to be foiled without entertaining a mean spirit of revenge. He knew the weak side of Don Anastasio's temper. This was enough to engender the blackest design that ever scoundrel plotted. One evening, as he was walking alone with this misguided husband, he said with an air of extreme uneasiness, "My dear friend, I can no longer live without unburdening my mind, and yet I would be forever silent, but that you value honor far above a treacherous repose. Your acute feelings and my own on points which concern domestic injuries forbid me to conceal what is passing in your family. Prepare to hear what will occasion you as much grief as astonishment. I am going to wound you in the tenderest part." "I know what you mean," interrupted Don Anastasio in the first burst of agony. "Your cousin is unfaithful." "I no longer acknowledge her for my cousin," replied Hordales with impassioned vehemence. "I disown her as unworthy to share my friend's embraces." "This is keeping me too long upon the rack," exclaimed Don Anastasio. "Say on. What has Estefania done?" "She has betrayed you," replied Don Huberto. "You have a rival to whom she listens in private, but I cannot give you his name, for the adulterer, under favor of impenetrable darkness, has escaped the ken of those who watched him. All I know is that you are duped. Of that fact I am well assured. My own share in the disgrace is a sufficient pledge of my veracity. Her infidelity must be palpable indeed when I turn Estefania's accuser." "It is to no purpose," continued he, watching the successful impression of his discourse, "it is to no purpose to discuss the subject further. I perceive your indignation at the treacherous requital of your love, and your thoughts all aiming at a just revenge. Take your own course. Heed not in what relation to you your victim may stand, but convince the whole city that there is no earthly being whom you would not sacrifice to your honor." Thus did the traitor exasperate a too credulous husband against an innocent wife, depicting in such glowing colors the infamy in which he would be plunged if he left the insult unpunished, as to heighten his anger into madness. Behold Don Anastasio, with his mind completely overturned, as if goaded by the Furies. He returned homewards with the frantic design of murdering his ill-fated wife. She was just going to bed when he came in. He kept his passion under for a time and waited till the attendants had withdrawn. Then, unrestrained by the fear of vengeance from above, by the vulgar scorn which must recoil upon an honorable family, by natural affection for his unborn child, since his wife was near her time, he approached his victim and said to her in a furious tone of voice, "Now is your hour to die, wretch as you are. One moment only is your own, which my relenting pity leaves you to make your peace with heaven. I would not that your soul should perish eternally, though your earthly honor is forever lost." At these words he drew his dagger. Estefania, just speechless with terror, throwing herself at his feet, besought him with uplifted hands and inarticulate agony to tell her why he raised his arm against her life. If he suspected her fidelity, she called heaven to attest her innocence. In vain," replied the infuriated murderer. "Your treason is but too well proved. My information is not to be contradicted. Don Huberto—" "Ah, my lord," interrupted she with eager haste, "you must hold your trust aloof from Don Huberto. He is less your friend than you imagine. If he has said aught against my virtue, believe him not." "Restrain that infamous tongue," replied Don Anastasio. "By appealing against Hordales, you condemn yourself. You would ruin your relation in my esteem because he is acquainted with your misconduct. You would invalidate his evidence against you, but the artifice is palpable and only whets my appetite for vengeance." "My dear husband," rejoined the innocent Estefania, while her tears flowed in torrents, "beware of this blind rage. If you follow its instigation, you will perpetrate a deed for which you will hate yourself when convinced of its injustice. In the name of heaven, compose your disordered spirits. At least give me time to clear up your suspicions. You will then deal candidly by a wife who has nothing to reproach herself with." Any other than Don Anastasio would have been touched by her pleadings. and still more by her agonizing affliction. But the barbarian, far from being softened, ordered the lady once again to recommend herself briefly to mercy, and lifted his arm to strike the blow. "Hold, inhuman as you are," cried she, "if your love for me is as if it had never been, if my lavish fondness in return is all blotted from your memory, if my tears have no eloquence to disarm your hellish purpose, have some pity on your own blood. Launch not your frantic hand against an innocent who has not yet breathed this vital air. You cannot be its executioner without the curse of heaven and earth. As for myself, I can forgive my murderer, but the butcher of his own child, think deeply of it, must pay the dreadful forfeit of so detestable a deed." Determined as Don Anastasio was to pay no attention to anything Estefania could say, he could not help being affected by the frightful images these last words presented to his soul. Wherefore, as if apprehensive lest nature should play the traitress to revenge, he hastened to make sure of his staggering resolves, and plunged his dagger into her bosom. She fell motionless on the ground. He thought her dead, and on that supposition left his house immediately to be no more seen at Antequera. In the meantime, the unhappy victim of groundless suspicion was so stunned with the blow she had received as to remain for a short interval on the ground without any signs of life. Afterwards, coming to herself, she brought an old female servant to her assistance by her plaints and lamentations. That good old woman, beholding her mistress in so deplorable a state, waked the whole household and even the neighborhood by her cries. The room was soon filled with spectators. Surgical assistance was sent for. The wound was probed and pronounced not to be mortal. Their opinion turned out to be correct, for Estefania soon recovered and was in due time delivered of a son, notwithstanding the cruel circumstances in which she had been placed. That son, Signor Gil Blas, you behold in me. I am the fruit of that dreadful pregnancy. Women, when chaste as ice, when pure as snow, seldom escape calumny. This plague, however, though virtue's dowry, did not alight upon my mother. The bloody scene passed in common fame for the transport of a jealous husband. My father, it is true, bore the character of a passionate man, prone to kindle into fury on the slightest occasion. Hordales could not but suppose that his kinswoman must suspect him of having sown wild fancies in the mind of Don Anastasio, so that he satisfied himself with this imperfect relish of revenge, and ceased to importune her. But, not to be tedious, I shall pass over the detail of my education. Suffice it to say that my principal exercise was fencing, which I practiced regularly in the most famous schools of Granada and Seville. My mother waited with impatience till I was of age to measure swords with Don Huberto, that she might instruct me in the grounds of her complaint against him. In my 18th year she submitted her cause to my arbitrament, not without floods of tears and every symptom of the deepest anguish. What must not a son feel, if he has the spirit and the heart of a son, at the sight of a mother in such distressing circumstances? I went immediately and called out, "Hordales." Our place of meeting was private, as it should be. We fought long and furiously. 3 of my thrusts took place, and I threw him to the ground like a dead dog despised. Don Huberto, feeling his wound to be mortal, fixed his last looks upon me, and declared that he met his death at my hands as a just punishment for his treason against my mother's honor. He owned that in revenge for the pangs of despised love he had resolved on her ruin. Thus did he breathe his last, imploring pardon from heaven, from Don Anastasio, from Estefania, and from myself. I deemed it imprudent to return home and acquaint my mother of the issue. Fame was sure to perform that office for me. I passed the mountains and repaired to Malaga, where I embarked on board a privateer. My outside not altogether indicating cowardice, the captain consented at once to enroll me among his crew. We were not long before we went into action near the island of Albutan. A corsair of Melilla fell in with us on his return towards the African coast with a Spanish vessel richly laden, taken off Carthagena. We attacked the African briskly and made ourselves masters of both ships, with 80 Christians on board, going as slaves to Barbary. Afterwards, availing ourselves of a wind direct for the coast of Granada, we shortly arrived at Punta de Helena. While we were inquiring into the birthplace and condition of our rescued captives, a man about 50 of prepossessing aspect fell under my examination. He stated himself with a sigh to belong to Antequera. My heart palpitated without my knowing why, and my emotion, too strong to pass unnoticed, excited a visible sympathy in him. I avowed myself his townsman and asked his family name. Alas, answered he, your curiosity makes my sorrow flow afresh. 18 years ago did I leave my home, where my remembrance is coupled with scenes of blood and horror. You must yourself have heard but too much of my story. My name is Don Anastasio de Rada. Merciful heaven! Exclaimed I. May I believe my senses? And can this be Don Anastasio? Father! What is it you say, young man? Exclaimed he in his turn, with surprise and agitation equal to my own. Are you that ill-fated infant still in its mother's womb when I sacrificed her to my fury? Yes, said I. None other did the virtuous Estefania bring into the world after the fatal night when you left her weltering in her own blood. Don Anastasio stifled my words in his embraces. For a quarter of an hour we could only mingle our inarticulate sighs and exclamations. After exhausting our tender recollections and indulging in the wild expression of our feelings, my father lifted his eyes to heaven in gratitude for Estefania saved. But the next moment, as if doubtful of his bliss, he demanded by what evidence his wife's innocence had been cleared. Sir, answered I, none but yourself ever doubted it. Her conduct has been uniformly spotless. You must be undeceived. Know that Don Huberto was a traitor. In proof of this, I unfolded all his perfidy, the vengeance I had taken, and his own confession before he expired. My father was less delighted at his liberty restored than at these happy tidings. In the forgetfulness of ecstasy he repeated all his former transports. His approbation of me was ardent and entire. Come, my son, said he, let us set out for Antequera. I burn with impatience to throw myself at the feet of a wife whom I have treated so unworthily. Since you have brought me acquainted with my own injustice, my heart has been torn by remorse. I was too eager to bring together a couple so near and dear to me not to expedite our journey as much as possible. I quitted the privateer and with my share of prize money bought 2 mules at Adra, my father not choosing again to incur the hazard of a voyage. He found leisure on the road to relate his adventures, which I inclined to hear as seriously as did the Prince of Ithaca the various recitals of the king his father. At length, after several days, we halted at the foot of a mountain near Antequera. Wishing to reach home privately, we went not into the town till midnight. You may guess my mother's astonishment at beholding a husband whom she had thought forever lost, and the almost miraculous circumstances of his restoration were a second source of wonder. He entreated forgiveness for his barbarity with marks of repentance so lively that she could not but be moved. Instead of looking on him as a murderer, she only saw the man to whose will high heaven had subjected her. Such religion is there in the name of husband to a virtuous wife. Estefania had been so alarmed about me that my return filled her with rapture. But her joy on this account was not without alleviation. A sister of Hordalis had instituted a criminal prosecution against her brother's antagonist. The search for me was hot, so that my mother, considering home as insecure, was painfully anxious about me. It was therefore necessary to set out that very night for court, whither I come to solicit my pardon, and hope to obtain it by your generous intercession with the Prime Minister. The gallant son of Don Anastasio thus closed his narrative, after which I observed, with a self-sufficient physiognomy, "It is well, Signor Don Roger, the offense seems to me to be venial. I will undertake to lay the case before His Excellency, and may venture to promise you his protection." The thanks my client lavished would have passed in at one ear and out at the other, if they had not been backed by assurances of more substantial gratitude. But when once that string was touched, every nerve and fibre of my frame vibrated in unison. On the very same day did I relate the whole story to the Duke, who allowed me to present the gentleman, and addressed him thus: "Don Roger, I have been informed of the duel which has brought you to court. Santillane has laid all the particulars before me. Make yourself perfectly easy. You have done nothing but what the circumstances of the case might almost warrant, and it is especially on the ground of wounded honour that His Majesty is best pleased to extend his grace and favour. You must be committed for mere form's sake, but you may depend on it, your confinement shall be of short duration. In Santillane you have a zealous friend who will watch over your interests and hasten your release." Don Roger paid his respectful acknowledgments to the minister, on whose pledge he went and surrendered himself. His pardon was soon made out, owing to my activity. In less than 10 days I sent this modern Telemachus home to say how do you do to his Ulysses and Penelope. Had he stood upon the merits of his case without a protector, he might have whined out a year's imprisonment, and scarcely have got off at last. My commission was but a poor 100 pistoles. It was no very magnificent haul, but I was not as yet a Calderona to turn up my nose at the small fry. End of Book 8, Chapter 8. Book 8, Chapter 9 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, Chapter 9. Gil Blas makes a large fortune in a short time and behaves like other wealthy upstarts. This affair gave me a relish for my trade, and 10 pistoles to Scipio by way of brokerage whetted his eagerness to start more game of the same sort. I have already done justice to his talents that way. He might as modestly have appended the Great to the tail of his name as the most noted scoundrel of antiquity. The second customer he brought me was a printer who manufactured books of chivalry and had made his fortune by waging war against common sense. This printer had pirated a work belonging to a brother printer, and his edition had been seized. For 300 ducats I rescued his copies out of jeopardy and saved him from a heavy fine. Though this was a transaction beneath the Prime Minister's notice, His Excellency condescended at my request to interpose his authority. After the printer, a merchant passed through my hands. The occasion was thus. A Portuguese vessel had been taken by a Barbary corsair and retaken by a privateer from Cadiz. 2/3 of the cargo belonged to a merchant at Lisbon, who, having claimed his due to no purpose, came to the court of Spain in search of a protector with sufficient credit to procure him restitution. I took up his cause, and he recovered his property, deducting the sum of 400 pistoles paid to me in consideration of my disinterested zeal for justice. And now most surely the reader will call out to me at this place, "Well said, good Master Santillane. Make hay while the sun shines. You are on the high road to fortune. Push forward and outstrip your rivals." Oh, let me alone for that. I spy, or my eyes deceive me, my servant coming in with a new gull that he has just caught. Even so, it is my very Scipio. Let us hear what he has to say. "Sir," quoth he, "give me leave to introduce this eminent practitioner. He wants a license to sell his drugs during the term of 10 years in all the towns of the Spanish monarchy, to the exclusion of all other quacks. In short, a monopoly of poisons. In gratitude for this patent to thin mankind, he will present the donor with a gratuity of 200 pistoles." I looked superciliously, like a patron, at the mountebank, and told him that his business should be done. As lameness and leprosy would have it, in the course of a few days I sent him on his progress through Spain, invested with full powers to make the world his oyster, and leave nothing but the shell to his unpatented competitors. Besides that my avarice outran my accumulating wealth, I had obtained the 4 boons just specified so easily from his grace as not to be mealy-mouthed about asking for a 5th. The town of Vera, on the coast of Granada, wanted a governor, and a knight of Calatrava wanted the government, for which he was willing to pay me 1,000 pistoles. The minister was ready to burst with laughing to see me so eager after the scut. "By all the powers, my friend Gil Blas," said he, "you go to work tooth and nail. You have a most inveterate itch to do as you would be done by. But mark me, when mere trifles stand between us, I shall not stand upon trifles. But when governments or other places of real value are in question, you will have the modesty to be content with half the fee for yourself, and will account to me for the other half. It is inconceivable at what expense I stand, and how it presses on my finances to support the dignity of my station. For though disinterestedness looks vastly well in the eyes of the world, you are to understand between ourselves that I have made a solemn vow against dipping into my private fortune. On this hint arrange your future plans." My master, by this discourse, relieving me from the fear of being troublesome, or rather egging me on to run at the ring for every prize, made me still more worldly minded than ever I had been before. I should not have objected to circulating handbills with an invitation to all candidates for places to apply on certain terms at the secretary's office. My functions were here, Scipio's were there, and we met at the receipt of custom. My client got the government of Vera for his 1,000 pistoles, and as our price was fixed, a knight of St. James met his brother of Calatrava in the market on an equal footing. But mere governors were paltry fish to fry. I distributed orders of knighthood, and converted some good stupid burgesses into most insufferable gentry by one stroke of the pen, and a lacing across the shoulders with a broad sword. The clergy, too, were not forgotten in my charities. Lesser preferments were in my gift, everything up to prebendal stalls and collegiate dignities. With regard to bishoprics and archbishoprics, Don Rodrigo de Calderona had the charge of our holy religion. As church and state must always go together, supreme magistracies, commanderies, and viceroyalties were all in his gift, whence the reader will naturally infer that the upper offices were little better tenanted than the lower ones, since the subjects on whom our election fell, establishing their pretensions on a certain palpable criterion, were not necessarily and unavoidably either the cleverest or the best principled people in the world. We knew very well that the wits and lampooners of Madrid made themselves merry at our expense, but we borrowed our philosophy from misers who hug themselves under the hootings of the people when they count over the accumulation of their pelf. Isocrates was in the right to insinuate in his elegant Greek expression that what is got over the devil's back is spent under his belly. When I saw myself master of 30,000 ducats, and in a fair way to gain perhaps 10 times as much, it seemed to be a necessary of office to make such a figure as became the right hand of a prime minister. I took a house to myself and furnished it in the immediate taste. I bought an attorney's carriage at second hand. He had set it up at the suggestion of vanity and laid it down at the suggestion of his banker. I hired a coachman and 3 footmen. Justice demands that old and faithful servants should be promoted. I therefore invested Scipio with the threefold honor of valet de chambre, private secretary, and steward. But the minister raised my pride to its highest pitch, for he was pleased to allow my people to wear his livery. My poor little wits were now completely turned. I was little more in my senses than the disciples of Porcius Latro, who by dint of drinking cumin, having made themselves as pale as their master, thought themselves every whit as learned. So I could scarcely refrain from fancying myself next of kin and presumptive heir to the Duke of Lerma himself. The populace might take me for his cousin, and people who knew better for one of his bastards, a suspicion most flattering to my pride of blood. Add to this that after the example of His Excellency, who kept a public table, I determined to give parties of my own. Pursuant thereunto, I commissioned Scipio to find me out a professed cook, and he stumbled upon one who might have dished up a dinner for Nomentanus of dripping pan notoriety. My cellar was well stored with the choicest wines. My establishment being now complete, I gave my housewarming. Every evening some of the clerks in the public offices came to sup with me, and affected a sort of political high life below stairs. I did the honors hospitably, and always sent them home half seas over, like master, like man. Scipio, too, had his parties in the servants' hall, where he treated all his chums at my expense. But besides that, I felt a real kindness for that lad. He contributed to grease the wheels of my establishment, and was entitled to have a finger in the dissipation. As a young man, some little license was allowable, and the ruinous consequences did not strike me at the time. Another reason, too, prevented me from taking notice of it. Incessant vacancies, ecclesiastical and secular, paid me amply in meal and in malt. My surplus was increasing every day. Fortune's curricle seemed to have driven to my door, there to have broken down, and the driver to have taken shelter with me. One thing more was wanting to my complete intoxication, that Fabrizio might be witness to my pomp. He was most probably come back from Andalusia. For the fun of surprising him, I sent an anonymous note importing that a Sicilian nobleman of his acquaintance would be glad of his company to supper, with the day, hour, and place of appointment, which was at my house. Nunez came, and was most inordinately astonished to recognize me in the Sicilian nobleman. Yes, my friend, said I, behold the master of this family. I have a retinue, a good table, and a strong box besides. Is it possible, exclaimed he with vivacity, that all this opulence should be yours? It was well done in me to have placed you with Count Galiano. I told you beforehand that he was a generous nobleman, and would not be long before he set you at your ease. Of course you followed my wise advice in giving the rein a little more freely to your servants. You find the benefit of it. It is only by a little mutual accommodation that the principal officers in great houses feather their nests so comfortably. I suffered Fabrizio to go on as long as he liked, complimenting himself for having introduced me to Count Galiano. When he had done, to chastise his ecstasies at having procured me so good a post, I stated at full length the returns of gratitude with which that nobleman had recompensed my services. But, perceiving how ready my poet was to string his lyre to satire at my recital, I said to him, "The Sicilian's contemptible conduct I readily forgive. Between ourselves, it is more a subject of congratulation than of regret. If the Count had dealt honorably by me, I should have followed him into Sicily, where I should still be in a subordinate capacity, waiting for dead men's shoes. In a word, I should not now have been hand in glove with the Duke of Lerma." Nunez felt so strange a sensation at these last words that he was tongue-tied for some seconds. Then, gulping up his stammering accents like Harlequin, "Did I hear aright?" said he. "What? You hand in glove with the Prime Minister? I on one side, and Don Rodrigo de Calderona on the other," answered I, "and according to all appearance my fortunes will move higher." "Truly," replied he, "this is admirable. You are cut out for every occasion. What an universal genius! To borrow an expression from the tennis court, you have a racket for every ball. Nothing comes amiss to you. At all events, my lord, I am sincerely rejoiced at your lordship's prosperity." "The deuce and all, Master Nunez," interrupted I. "Good, now dispense with your lords and lordships. Let us banish such formalities, and live on equal terms together." "You are in the right," replied he. "Altered circumstances should not make strange faces. I will own my weakness. When you announced your elevation, you took away my breath. But the chill and the shudder are over, and I see only my old friend Gil Blas." Our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of 4 or 5 clerks. "Gentlemen," said I, introducing Nunez, "you are to sup with Signor Don Fabrizio, who writes verses of impenetrable sublimity, and such prose as would not know itself in the glass." Unluckily, I was talking to gentry who would have had more fellow-feeling with an orangutan than with a poet. They scarcely condescended to look at him. In vain did he pun, parody, rally, or rail to hit their fancies, for they had none. He was so nettled at their indifference that he assumed the poetic license and made his escape. Our clerks never missed him, but forgot at once that he had been there. Just as I was going out the next morning, the poet of the Asturias came into my room. "I beg pardon," said he, "for having cut your clerk so abruptly last night, but to deal freely, I was so much out of my element that I should soon have played old Chaos with them. Proud puppies with their starch and self-important air. I cannot conceive how a clever fellow like you can sit it out with such loutish guests. Today I will bring you some of more life and spirit." "I shall be very much obliged to you," answered I. "Your introduction is sufficient." "Exactly so," replied he. "You shall have the feast of reason and the flow of soul. I will go forthwith and invite them, for fear they should engage themselves elsewhere. For happy man be his dole who can get them to dinner or supper. They are such excellent company." Away went he, and in the evening at supper time returned with 6 authors in his train, whom he presented one after another with a set speech in their praise. According to his account, the wits of Greece and Italy were nothing in comparison of these, whose works ought to be printed in letters of gold. I received this deputation from the tuneful sisters very politely. My behavior was even in the extravagance of good breeding, for the republic of authors is a little monarchical in its demands upon our flattery. Though I had given Scipio no express direction respecting the number of covers at this entertainment, yet knowing what a hungry and voluptuous race were to be crammed, he had mustered the courses in more than their full complement. At length supper was announced, and we fell to merrily. My poets began talking of their poems and themselves. One fellow, with the most lyrical assurance, numbered up whole hosts of first-rate nobility and high-flying dames who were quite enraptured with his muse. Another, though it was not for him to accurse the choice which a learned society had lately made of 2 new members, could not help saying that it was strange they should not have elected him. All the rest were much in the same story. Amid the clatter of knives and forks, my ears were more discordantly dinned with verses and harangues. They each took it by turns to give me a specimen of their composition. One languishes out a sonnet, another mouths a scene in a tragedy, and a third reads a melancholy criticism on the province of comedy. The next in turn spouts an ode of Anacreon, translated into most unanacreontic Spanish verse. One of his brethren interrupts him to point out the unclassical use of a particular phrase. The author of the version by no means acquiesces in the remark. Hence arises an argument in which all the literati take one side or the other. Opinions are nearly balanced. The disputants are nearly in a passion. As argument weakens, invective grows stronger. They get from bad to worse. Over goes the table, and up jump they to fisticuffs. Fabrizio, Scipio, my coachman, my footman, and myself have scarcely lungs or strength to bring them to their senses. The moment the battle was over, off scampered they as if my house had been a tavern, without the slightest apology for their ill behavior. Nunez, on whose word I had anticipated a very pleasant party, looked rather blue at this conclusion. "Well, my friend," said I, "what do you think of your literary acquaintance now? As sure as Apollo is on Parnassus, you brought me a most blackguard set. I will stick to my clerks. So talk no more to me about authors. I shall take care," answered he, "not to invite any of them to a gentleman's house again, for these are the most select and well-mannered of the tribe." End of Book 8, Chapter 9. Book 8, Chapter 10 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, Chapter 10. The morals of Gil Blas become at court much as if they had never been at all. A commission from the Count de Lemos, which, like most court commissions, implies an intrigue. When once my name was up for a man after the Duke of Lerma's own heart, I had very soon my court about me. Every morning was my antechamber crowded with company, and my levees were all the fashion. Two sorts of customers came to my shop, one set to engage my interposition with the minister on fair commercial principles, the other set to excite my compassion by pathetic statements of their cases, and give me a lift to heaven on the pack-horse of charity. The first were sure of being heard patiently and served diligently. With regard to the second order, I got rid of them at once by plausible evasions, or kept them dangling till they wore their patience threadbare and went off in a huff. Before I was about the court, my nature was compassionate and charitable, but tenderness of heart is an unfashionable frailty there, and mine became harder than any flint. Here was an admirable school to correct the romantic sensibilities of friendship, nor was my philosophy any longer assailable in that quarter. My manner of dealing with Joseph Navarro under the following circumstances will prove more than volumes on that head. This Navarro, the founder of my fortune, to whom my obligations were thick and threefold, paid me a visit one day. With the warmest expressions of regard, such as he was in the habit of lavishing, he begged me to ask the Duke of Lerma for a certain situation for one of his friends, a young man of excellent qualities and undoubted merit, but encumbered with an inability of getting on in the world. "I am well assured," added Joseph, "that with your good and obliging disposition you will be enraptured to confer a favor on a worthy man with a very slender purse. I am sure you will feel obliged to me for giving you an opportunity of carrying your benevolent inclinations into effect." This was just as good as telling me that the business was to be done for nothing. Though such doctrine was not quite level to my capacity, I still affected a wish to do as he desired. It gives me infinite pleasure, answered I to Navarro, to have it in my power to evince my lively sense of all your former kindness to me. It is enough for you to take any man living by the hand. From that moment he becomes the object of my unwearied care. Your friend shall have the situation you want for him. Nay, he has it already. It is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it entirely to me. On this assurance Joseph went away in high glee. Nevertheless, the person he recommended had not the post in question. It was given to another man, and my strong box was the stronger by 1,000 ducats. This sum was infinitely preferable to all the thanks in the world, so that I looked pitifully blank when next we met, saying, "Ah, my dear Navarro, you should have thought of speaking to me sooner. That Calderona got the start of me. He has given away a certain thing that shall be nameless. I am vexed to the soul not to meet you with better tidings." Joseph was fool enough to give me credit, and we parted better friends than ever, but I suspect that he soon found out the truth, for he never came near me again. This was just what I wanted. Besides that, the memory of benefits received grated harshly. It would not have been at all the thing for a person in my then sphere to keep company with a certain description of people. The Count de Lemos has been long in the background. Let us bring him a little forwarder on the canvas. We met occasionally. I had carried him 1,000 pistoles, as the reader will recollect, and I now carried him 1,000 more, by order of his uncle the Duke, out of his Excellency's funds lying in my hands. On this occasion the Count de Lemos honored me with a long conference. He informed me that at length he had completely gained his end, and was in unrivalled possession of the Prince of Spain's good graces, whose sole confidant he was. His next concern was to invest me with a right honourable commission, of which he had already given me a hint. "Friend Santillane," said he, "now is the time to strike while the iron is hot. Spare no pains to find out some young beauty worthy to while away the prince's amorous hours. You have your wits about you, and a word to the wise is sufficient. Go, run about the town, pry into every hole and corner, and when you have pounced upon anything likely to suit, you will come and let me know." I promised the Count to leave no stone unturned in the due discharge of my employment, which seemed to require no great force of genius, since the professors of the science are so numerous. I had not hitherto been much practised in such delicate investigations, but it was more than probable that Scipio had, and that his talent lay peculiarly that way. On my return home I called him in, and spoke thus to him in private: "My good fellow, I have a very important secret to impart. Do you know that in the midst of fortune's favours there is something still wanting to crown all my wishes?" "I can easily guess what that is," interrupted he, without giving me time to finish what I was going to say. "You want a little snug bit of contraband amusement to keep you awake of evenings and rub off the dust of business. And in fact it is a marvellous thing that you should have played the Joseph in the heyday of your blood, when so many greybeards around you are playing the elder." "I admire the quickness of your apprehension," replied I with a smile. "Yes, my friend, a mistress is that something still wanting, and you shall choose for me. But I forewarn you that I am nice hungry, and must have a pretty person, with more than passable manners." "The sort of thing that you require," returned Scipio, "is not always to be met with in the market. Yet, as luck will have it, we are in a town where everything is to be got for money, and I am in hopes that your commission will not hang long on hand." Accordingly, within 3 days he pulled me by the sleeve. I have discovered a treasure, a young lady whose name is Catalina, of good family and matchless beauty, living with her aunt in a small house where they make both ends meet by clubbing their little matters and set the slanderous world at defiance. Their waiting maid, a girl of my acquaintance, has given me to understand that their door, though barred against all impertinent intruders, would turn upon its hinges to a rich and generous suitor, if he would only consent, for fear of prying neighbors, not to pay his visits till after nightfall, and then in the most private manner possible. Hereupon I magnified you as the properest gentleman in the world, and entreated Piety in patterns to offer your humble services to the ladies. She promised to do so, and to bring me back my answer tomorrow morning at an appointed place. That is all very well, answered I, but I am afraid your goddess of bed-making has been running her rig upon you. No, no, replied he, old birds are not to be caught with chaff. I have already made inquiry in the neighborhood, and by the general report of her, Signora Catalina is a second Danae, on whom you will have the happiness of coming down like Jove descending from his tower to court her in a silver shower. Out of conceit as I was with the intrinsic value of ladies' favors, this was not to be scoffed at, and as our Mercury in petticoats came the next day to tell Scipio that it only depended on me to be introduced that very evening, I dropped in between 11 and 12 o'clock. The knowing one received me without bringing a candle, and led me by the hand into a very neat apartment where the two ladies were sitting on a satin sofa, dressed in the most elegant taste. As soon as they saw me enter, they got up and welcomed me in a style of such superior breeding as would not have disgraced the highest rank. The aunt, whose name was Signora Mencia, though with the remains of beauty, had no attractions for me, but the niece had a million, for she was a goddess in mortal form, and yet to examine her critically she could not have been admitted for a perfect beauty, but then there was a charm above all rules of symmetry, with a tingling and luxurious warmth about her that seized on men's hearts through their eyes and prevented their brains from being too busy. Neither were my senses proof against so dazzling a display. I forgot my errand as proxy, and spoke on my own private individual account, with the enthusiasm of a raw recruit in the tender passion. The dear little creature, whose wit sounded in my ears with 3 times its actual acuteness, under favor of her natural endowments, made a complete conquest of me by her prattle. I began to launch out into foolish raptures when the aunt, to bring me to my bearings, led the conversation to the point in hand. Signor de Santillane, I shall deal very explicitly with you. On the high encomiums I have heard of your character, you have been admitted here, without the affectation of making much ado about trifles. But do not imagine that your views are the nearer their termination for that. Hitherto I have brought my niece up in retirement, and you are, as it were, the very first male creature on whom she has ever set eyes. If you deem her worthy of being your wife, I shall feel myself highly honored by the alliance. It is for you to consider whether those terms suit you. But you cannot have her on cheaper. This was proceeding to business with a vengeance. It put little Cupid to flight at once, or else he was just going to try one of his sharpest arrows upon me. But a truce with the Pantheon. A marriage so bluntly proposed dispelled the fairy vision. I sunk back at once into the Count's plotting agent, and changing my tone, answered Signora Mencia thus: Madam, your frankness delights me, and I will meet it half-way. Whatever rank I may hold at court, lower than the highest is too low for the peerless Catalina. A far more brilliant offer waits her acceptance. The Prince of Spain shall be thrown into her toils. Surely it was enough to have refused my niece, replied the aunt sarcastically. Such compliments are sufficiently unpleasing to our sex. It could not be necessary to make us your unfeeling sport. I really am not in so merry a mood, madam, exclaimed I. It is a plain matter of fact. I am commissioned to look out for a young lady of merit, sufficient to engage the prince's heart, and receive his private visits. The object of my search is in your house, and here his royal highness shall fix his quarters. Signora Mencia could scarcely believe her ears, neither were they grievously offended. Nevertheless, thinking it decent to be startled at the immorality of the proceeding, she replied to the following effect: Though I should give implicit credit to what you tell me, you must understand that I am not of a character to take pleasure in the infamous distinction of seeing my niece a prince's concubine. Every feeling of virtue and of honor revolts at the idea. What a simpleton you are with your virtue and honor, interrupted I. You have not a notion above the level of a tradesman's wife. Was there ever anything so stupid as to consider affairs of this kind with a view to their moral tendency? It is stripping them of all their beauty and excellence. In the magic lanthorn of plenty, pleasure, and preferment, they appear with all their brightest gloss. Figure to yourself the heir to the monarchy at the happy Catalina's feet. Fancy him all rapture and lavish bounty, nor doubt but that from her shall spring a hero who shall immortalize his mother's name by enrolling his own in the unperishable records of eternal fame. Though the aunt desired no better sport than to take me at my word, she affected not to know what she had best do, and Catalina, who longed to have a grapple with the Prince of Spain, affected not to care about the matter, which made it necessary for me to press the siege closer, till at length Signora Mencia, finding me chop-fallen and ready to withdraw my forces, sounded a parley and agreed to a convention containing the two following articles. Imprimis, if the Prince of Spain, on the fame of Catalina's charms, should take fire and determine to pay her a nightly visit, it should be my care to let the ladies know when they might expect him. Secundo, that the prince should be introduced to the said ladies as a private gentleman, accompanied only by himself and his principal purveyor. After this capitulation, the aunt and niece were upon the best terms possible with me. They behaved as if we had known one another from our cradles, on the strength of which I ventured on some little familiarities which were not taken at all unkindly, and when we parted they embraced me of their own accord, and slabbered me over with inexpressible fondness. It is marvelous to think with what facility a tender connection is formed between persons in the same line of trade, but of opposite sexes. It might have been suspected by an eye-witness of my departure, in all the plenitude of warm and repeated salutation, that my visit had been more successful than it was. The Count de Lemos was highly delighted when I announced the long-expected discovery. I spoke of Catalina in terms which made him long to see her. The following night I took him to her house, and he owned that I had beat the bush to some purpose. He told the ladies he had no doubt but the Prince of Spain would be fully satisfied with my choice of a mistress who, on her part, would have reason to be well pleased with such a lover, that the young prince was generous, good-tempered, and amiable. In short, he promised in a few days to bring him in the mode they enjoined, without retinue or publicity. That nobleman then took leave of them, and I withdrew with him. We got into his carriage, in which we had both driven thither. and which was waiting at the end of the street. He set me down at my own door with a special charge to inform his uncle next day of the new game started, not forgetting to impress strongly how conducive a good bag of pistoles would be to the successful accomplishment of the adventure. I did not fail on the following morning to go and give the Duke of Lerma an exact account of all that had passed. There was but one thing kept back. I did not mention Scipio's name, but took credit to myself for the discovery of Catalina. One makes a merit of any dirty work in the service of the great. Abundant were the compliments paid me on this occasion. "My good friend Gil Blas," said the minister with a bantering air, "I am delighted that with all your talents you have that besides of discovering kind-hearted beauties. Whenever I have occasion for such an article, you will have the goodness to supply me." "My lord," answered I, with mock gravity like his own, "you are very obliging to give me the preference, but it may not be unseasonable to observe that there would be an indelicacy in my administering to your Excellency's pleasures of this description. Signor Don Rodrigo has been so long in possession of that post about your person that it would be manifest injustice to rob him of it." The Duke smiled at my answer, and then changing the subject, asked whether his nephew did not want money for this new speculation. "Excuse my negligence," said I. "He will thank you to send him 1,000 pistoles." "Well and good," replied the minister. "You will furnish him accordingly, with my strict injunction not to be niggardly, but to encourage the prince in whatever pleasurable expenses his heart may prompt him to indulge." End of Book 8, Chapter 10. Book 8, Chapter 11 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain-René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, Chapter 11, The Prince of Spain's Secret Visit and Presents to Catalina. I went to the Count de Lemos on the spur of the occasion with 500 double pistoles in my hand. "You could not have come at a better time," said that nobleman. "I have been talking with the prince. He has taken the bait and burns with impatience to see Catalina. This very night he intends to slip privately out of the palace and pay her a visit. It is a measure determined on, and our arrangements are already made. Give notice to the ladies through the medium of the cash you have just brought. It is proper to let them know they have no ordinary lover to receive, and a matter of course that generosity in princes should be the herald of their partialities. As you will be of our party, take care to be in the way at bedtime, and as your carriage will be wanted, let it wait near the palace about midnight." I immediately repaired to the ladies. Catalina was not visible, having just gone to lie down. I could only speak with Signora Mencia. "Madam," said I, "forgive my appearance here in the daytime, but there was no avoiding it. You must know that the Prince of Spain will be with you tonight, and here," added I, putting my pecuniary credentials into her hand, "here is an offering which he lays on the Cytherean shrine to propitiate the divinities of the temple. You may perceive I have not entangled you in a sleeveless concern. You have been excessively kind indeed," answered she. "But tell me, Signor de Santillane, does the prince love music?" "To distraction," replied I. "There is nothing he so much delights in as a fine voice with a delicate lute accompaniment." "So much the better," exclaimed she in a transport of joy. "You give me great pleasure by saying so, for my niece has the pipe of a nightingale, and plays exquisitely on the lute. Then her dancing is in the finest style." "Heavens and earth!" exclaimed I in my turn. "Here are accomplishments by wholesale, aunt. more than enough to make any girl's fortune. Any one of those talents would have been a sufficient dowry. Having thus smoothed his reception, I waited for the prince's bedtime. When it was near at hand, I gave my coachman his orders and went to the Count de Lemos, who told me that the prince, the sooner to get rid of the people about him, meant to feign a slight indisposition, and even to go to bed, the better to cajole his attendants, but that he would get up an hour afterwards and go through a private door to a back staircase leading into the courtyard. Conformably with their previous arrangements, he fixed my station. There had I to beat the hoof so long that I began to suspect our forward sprig of royalty had gone another way, or else had changed his mind about Catalina, just as if princes ever began to be fickle till the goad of novelty and curiosity began to be blunted. In short, I thought they had forgotten me, when two men came up. Finding them to be my party, I led the way to my carriage, into which they both got, and I upon the coach-box to direct the driver, whom I stopped 50 yards from the house, whither we walked. The door opened at our approach and shut again as soon as we got in. At first we were in absolute darkness, as on my former visit, though a small lamp was fixed to the wall on the present occasion, but the light which it shed was so faint as only to render itself visible without assisting us. All this served only to heighten the romance in the fancy of its hero, fixed as he was in steadfast gaze at the sight of the ladies as they received him in a saloon whose brilliant illumination was more dazzling when contrasted with the gloom of the avenue. The aunt and niece were in a tempting undress, where the science of coquetry was displayed in all its luxury and absolute sway. Our prince could have been happy with Signora Mencia had the dear charmer Catalina been away, but as there was a choice, the younger, according to the rules of precedency in the court of Cupid, had the preference. "Well, prince," said the Count de Lemos, "could you have desired a better specimen of beauty?" "They are both enchanting," answered the prince, "and my heart may as well surrender at once, for the aunt would arrest it in its flight if it attempted to sound a retreat from the niece's all-subduing charms." After such compliments as do not fall by wholesale to the share of aunts, he addressed his choicest terms of flattery to Catalina, who answered him in kind. As convenient personages of my stamp are allowed to mingle in the conversation of lovers for the purpose of making fire hotter, I introduced the subject of singing and playing on the lute. This was the signal of fresh rapture, and the nymph, the muse, the anything but mortal, was supplicated to out-tune the jingle of the spheres. She complied like a good-humored goddess, played some tender airs, and sung so deliciously that the prince flopped down on his knees in a tumult of love and pleasure. But scenes like these are vapid in description. Suffice it to say that hours glided away like moments in this sweet delirium, till the approach of day warned the sober plotters of the lunacy to provide for their patient's safety and their own. When the parties were all snugly housed, we gave ourselves as much credit for the negotiation as if we had patched up a marriage with a princess. The next morning the Duke of Lerma desired to know all the particulars. Just as I had finished relating them, the Count de Lemos came in and said, "The Prince of Spain is so engrossed by Catalina, he has taken so decided a fancy to her that he actually proposes to be constant. He wanted to have sent her jewels to the amount of 2,000 pistoles today, but his finances were aground. My dear Lemos," said he, addressing himself to me, "you must absolutely get me that sum. I know it is very inconvenient. You have pawned your credit for me already, but my heart owns itself your debtor, and if ever I have the means of returning your kindness by more than empty words, your fortunes shall not suffer by your complaisance." In answer, I assured him that I had friends in credit, and promised to bring him what he wanted. "There is no difficulty about that," said the Duke to his nephew. "Santillane will bring you the money, or to save trouble he may purchase the jewels, for he is an admirable judge, especially of rubies. Are you not, Gil Blas?" This stroke of satire was of course designed to entertain the Count at my expense, and it was successful, for his curiosity could not but be excited to know the meaning of the mystery. "No mystery at all," replied his uncle with a broad laugh. "Only Santillane took it into his head one day to exchange a diamond for a ruby, and the barter operated equally to the advantage of his pocket and his penetration. Had the minister stopped there I should have come off cheaply, but he took the trouble of dressing out in aggravated colours the trick that Camilla and Don Raphael played me, with a most provoking enlargement of the circumstances, most to the disadvantage of my sagacity. His Excellency, having enjoyed his joke, ordered me to attend the Count de Lemos to a jeweller's, where we selected trinkets for the Prince of Spain's inspection, and they were entrusted to my care to be delivered to Catalina. There can be little doubt of my kind reception on the following night, when I displayed a fine pair of drop earrings as the presents of my embassy. The two ladies, out of their wits at these costly tokens of the prince's love, suffered their tongues to run into a gossiping strain, while they were thanking me for introducing them into such worshipful society. In the excess of their joy they forgot themselves a little. There escaped now and then certain peculiar idioms of speech, which made me suspect that the party in question was no such dainty morsel for royalty to feed upon. To ascertain precisely what degree of obligation I had conferred on the heir apparent, I took my leave with the intention of coming to a right understanding with Scipio. End of Book 8, Chapter 11. Book 8, Chapter 12 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, Chapter 12, Catalina's Real Condition, a Worry and Alarm to Gil Blas, His Precautions for His Own Ease and Quiet. On coming home I heard a devil of a noise and inquired what was the meaning of it. They told me that Scipio was giving a supper to half a dozen of his friends. They were singing as loud as their lungs could roar and threatening the stability of the house with their protracted peals of laughter. This meal was not, in all respects, the banquet of the 7 wise men. The founder of the feast, informed of my arrival, said to his company, "Sit still, gentlemen, and it is only the master of the house come home, but that need not disturb you. Go on with your merry-making. I will but just whisper a word in his ear, and be back again in a moment." He came to me accordingly. "What an infernal din!" said I. "What sort of company do you keep below? Have you, too, got in among the poets?" "Thank you for nothing," answered he. "Your wine is too good to be given to such gentry. I turn it to better account. There is a young man of large property in my party who wishes to lay out your credit and his own money in the purchase of a place. This little festivity is all for him. For every glass he fills I put on 10 pistoles in addition to the regular fee. He shall drink till he is under the table." "If that is the case," replied I, "go to your presidentship, and do not spare the cellar." Then was no proper time to talk about Catalina, but the next morning I opened the business thus: "Friend Scipio, the terms we are upon entitle me to fair dealing. I have treated you more like an equal than a servant. Consequently, you would be much to blame to cheat me on the footing of a master. Let us therefore have no secrets towards each other. I am going to tell you what will surprise you, and you, on your part, shall give me your sincere opinion about the 2 women with whom you have brought me acquainted. Between ourselves, I suspect them to be no better than they should be, with so much the more of the knave in their composition, because they affect the simpleton. If my conjecture be right, the Prince of Spain has no great reason to be delighted with my activity, for I will own to you frankly that it was for him I spoke to you about a mistress. I brought him to see Catalina, and he is over head and ears in love with her. Sir, answered Scipio, you have dealt so handsomely by me that I shall act upon the square with you. I had yesterday a private interview with the Abigail, and she gave me a most entertaining history of the family. You shall have it briefly, though it did not come briefly to me. Catalina was daughter to a sort of gentleman in Aragon, an orphan at 15, with no fortune but a pretty face. She lent a complying ear to an officer, who carried her off to Toledo, where he died in 6 months, having been more like a father than a husband to her. She collected his effects together, consisting of their joint wardrobe and 300 pistoles in ready money, and then went to housekeeping with Signora Mencia, who was still in fashion, though a little on the wane. These sisters, every way but in blood, began at length to attract the attention of the police. The ladies took umbrage at this, and decamped in dudgeon for Madrid, where they have been living for these 2 years, without making any acquaintance in the neighborhood. But now comes the best of the joke. They have taken 2 small houses adjoining each other, with a passage of communication through the cellars. Signora Mencia lives with a servant girl in one of these houses, and the officer's widow inhabits the other, with an old duenna whom she passes off for her grandmother, so that her versatile child of nature is sometimes a niece brought up by her aunt, and sometimes an orphan under her granddame's fostering wing. When she enacts the niece, her name is Catalina, and when she personates the granddaughter, she calls herself Cyrena. At the grating sound of Cyrena, I turned pale, and interrupted Scipio, saying, What do you tell me? Alas, it must be so. This cursed imp of Aragon is Calderona's charming siren. To be sure she is, answered he, the very same. I thought you would be delighted at the news. Quite the reverse, replied I. It portends more sorrow than laughter. Do not you anticipate the consequences? None of any ill omen, rejoined Scipio. What is there to be afraid of? It is not certain that Don Rodrigo will rub his forehead, and in case any good-natured friend should show it him in the glass, you had better let the minister into the secret beforehand. Tell him all the circumstances straightforward as they happened. He will see that there has been no trick on your part, and if after that Calderona should attempt to do you an ill office with his excellency, it will be as clear as daylight that he is only actuated by a spirit of revenge. Scipio removed all my apprehensions by this advice, which I followed, in acquainting the Duke of Lerma at once with this unlucky discovery. My aspect, while telling my tale, was sorrowful, and my tone faltering, in evidence of my contrition for having unadvisedly brought the prince and Don Rodrigo into such close quarters. But the minister was more disposed to roast his favourite than to pity him. Indeed, he ordered me to let the matter take its own course, considering it as a feather in Calderona's cap, to dispute the empire of love with so illustrious a rival, and not to be worse used than his lawful prince. The Count de Lemos, too, was informed how things stood, and promised me his protection, if the first secretary should come at the knowledge of the intrigue, and attempt to undermine me with the Duke. Trusting to have secured the frail bark of my fortunes by this notable contrivance from the rocks and quicksands that threatened it, my mind was once more at rest. I continued attending the prince on his visits to Catalina, siren-like in nature as in nickname, who was fertile in quaint devices to keep Don Rodrigo away from next door, whenever the course of business required her to devote her nights to his royal competitor. End of Book 8, Chapter 12. Book 8, Chapter 13 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain-René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 8, Chapter 13, Gil Blas goes on personating the great man. He hears news of his family, a touch of nature on the occasion, a grand quarrel with Fabrizio. I mentioned some time ago that in the morning there was usually a crowd of people in my antechamber coming to negotiate little private concerns in the way of politics, but I would never suffer them to open their business by word of mouth. But adopting court precedent, or rather giving myself the airs of a jack in office, my language to every suitor was, send in a memorial on the subject. My tongue ran so glibly to that tune that one day I gave my landlord the official answer when he came to put me in mind of a 12 months' rent in arrear. As for my butcher and baker, they spared the trouble of asking for their memorials by never giving me time to run up a bill. Scipio, who mimicked me so exactly that only those behind the scenes could distinguish the double from the principal performer, held his head just as high with the poor devils who curried favor with him as a step of the ladder to my ministerial patronage. There was another foolish trick of mine of which I do not by any means pretend to make a merit, neither more nor less than the extreme assurance of talking about the first nobility, just as if I had been one of their kidney. Suppose, for example, the Duke of Alva, the Duke of Ossuna, or the Duke of Medina Sidonia were mentioned in conversation. I called them without ceremony my friend Alva, that good-natured fellow Ossuna, or that comical dog Medina Sidonia. In a word, my pride and vanity had swelled to such a height that my father and mother were no longer among the number of my honored relatives. Alas, poor understrappers, I never thought of asking whether you had sunk or were swimming in the Asturias. A thought about you never came into my head. The court has all the soporific virtues of Lethe in the case of poor relations. My family was completely obliterated from the tablets of my memory, when one morning a young man knocked at my door and begged to speak with me for a moment in private. He was shown into my closet, where, without asking him to take a chair, as he seemed to be quite a common fellow, I desired to know abruptly what he wanted. "How, Signor Gil Blas," said he, "do you not remember me?" It was in vain that I perused the lines of his face over and over again. I was obliged to tell him fairly that he had the advantage of me. "Why, I am one of your old schoolfellows," replied he, "bred and born in Oviedo. Bertrand Moscata, the grocer's son, next-door neighbor to your uncle the canon. I recollect you as well as if it was but yesterday. We have played 1,000 times together at blind man's buff and prison bars." "My youthful recollections," answered I, "are very transient and confused. Blind man's buff and prison bars are but childish amusement. The burden of state affairs leaves me little time to ruminate on the trifles of my younger days. I am come to Madrid," said he, "to settle accounts with my father's correspondent. I heard talk of you. Folks say that you have a good berth at court, and are already almost as well off as a Jew broker. I thought I would just call in and say, 'How do you do?' On my return into the country, your family will jump out of their skins for joy when they hear how famously you are getting on." It was impossible in decency to avoid asking how my father, my mother, and my uncle stood in the world, but that duty was performed in so gingerly a manner as to leave the grocer little room to compliment Dame Nature on her liberal provision of instinct. He seemed quite shocked at my indifference for such near kindred, and told me bluntly, with his coarse shopman's familiarity, "Methinks you might have shown more heartiness and natural feeling for your kinsfolk. Why, you ask after them just as if they were vermin. Your father and mother are still at service, take that in your dish, and the good canon, Gil Perez, eat up with gout, rheumatism, and old age, has one foot in the grave. People should feel as people ought, and seeing that you are in a berth to be a blessing to your poor parents, take a friend's advice and allow them 200 pistoles a year. That will be doing a handsome thing and making them comfortable, and then you may spend the rest upon yourself with a good conscience. Instead of being softened by this family picture, I only resented the officiousness of unasked advice. A more delicate and covert remonstrance might perhaps have made its impression, but so bold a rebuke only hardened my heart. My sulky silence was not lost upon him, so that while he moralized himself out of charity into downright abuse, my choler began to overflow. "Nay, then, this is too much," answered I in a devil of a passion. "Get about your business, Master Muscata, and mind your own shop. You are a pretty fellow to preach to me, as if I were to be taught my duty by you." Without further parley, I handed the grocer out of my closet by the shoulder and sent him off to weigh figs and nutmegs at Oviedo. The home strokes he had laid on were not lost to my sober recollection. My neglect of filial piety struck home to my heart and melted me into tears. When I recollected how much my childhood was indebted to my parents, what pains they had taken in my education, these affecting thoughts gave language for the moment to the still small voice of nature and gratitude. But the language was never translated into solid sense and service. An habitual callousness succeeded this transient sensation and peremptorily cancelled every obligation of humanity. There are many fathers besides mine who will acknowledge this portrait of their sons. Avarice and ambition, dividing me between them, annihilated every trace of my former temper. I lost all my gaiety, became absent and moping, in short, a most unsociable animal. Fabrizio, seeing me so furiously bent on accumulation and so perfectly indifferent to him, very rarely came to see me. He could not help saying one day, "In truth, Gil Blas, you are quite an altered man. Before you were about the court you were always pleasant and easy. Now you are all agitation and turmoil. You form project after project to make a fortune, and the more you realize, the wider your views of aggrandizement extend. But this is not the worst. You have no longer that expansion of heart, those open manners which form the charm of friendship. On the contrary, you wrap yourself round and shut the avenues of your heart even to me. In your very civilities I detect the violence you impose upon yourself. In short, Gil Blas is no longer the same Gil Blas whom I once knew." "You really have a most happy talent for bantering," answered I with repulsive jocularity, "but this metamorphose into the shag of a savage is not perceptible to myself. Your own eyes," replied he, "are insensible to the change because they are fascinated, but the fact remains the same. Now, my friend, tell me fairly and honestly, shall we live together as heretofore? When I used to knock at your door in the morning, you came and opened it yourself between asleep and awake, and I walked in without ceremony. Now, what a difference! You have an establishment of servants. They keep me cooling my heels in your antechamber. My name must be sent in before I can speak to you. When this is got over, what is my reception? A cold inclination of the head, and the insolent strut of office. Any one would suppose that my visits were growing troublesome. Can you suppose this to be treatment for a man who was once on equal terms with you? No, Santillane, it can never be, nor will I bear it longer. Farewell, let us part without ill blood. We shall both be better asunder. You will get rid of a troublesome censor, and I of a purse-proud upstart who does not know himself." I felt myself more exasperated than reformed by his reproaches, and suffered him to take his departure without the slightest effort to overcome his resolution. In the present temper of my mind, the friendship of a poet did not seem a catch of sufficient importance to break one's heart about its loss. I found ample amends in the intimacy of some subaltern attendants about the king's person, with whom a similarity of humour had lately connected me closely. These new acquaintances of mine were for the most part men from no one knows where, pushed up to their appointments more by luck than merit. They had all got into warm berths, and wretches as they were, measuring their own consequence by the excess of royal bounty, forgot their origin as scandalously as I forgot mine. We gave ourselves infinite credit for what told so much and bitterly to our disgrace. Oh, Fortune, what a jade you are to distribute your favors at haphazard as you do. Epictetus was perfectly in the right when he likened you to a jilt of fashion, prowling about in masquerade and tipping the wink to every blackguard who parades the street. End of Book 8, Chapter 13. Book 9, Chapter 1 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 9, Chapter 1, Scipio's scheme of marriage for Gil Blas, the match, a rich goldsmith's daughter, circumstances connected with this speculation. One evening on the departure of my supper company, finding myself alone with Scipio, I asked him what he had been doing that day. "Striking a master-stroke," answered he. "I intend that you should marry. A goldsmith of my acquaintance has an only daughter, and I mean to make up a match between you." "A goldsmith's daughter!" exclaimed I, with a disdainful air. "Are you out of your senses? Can you think of tying me up to a trinket-maker? People of a certain character in society, and on a certain footing at court, ought to have much higher views of things." "Pardon me, sir," rejoined Scipio, "do not take the subject up in that light. Recollect that nobility accrues by the male side, and do not ride a higher horse than 1,000 jockeys of quality whom I could name. Do you know that the heiress in question will bring 100,000 ducats in her pocket? Is not that a pretty little sprig of jewelry?" To the resounding echo of so large a sum, my ears were instantly symphonious. "The day is your own," said I to the secretary. "The fortune determines the case in the lady's favor. When do you mean to put me in possession?" "Fair and softly, sir," answered he. "The more haste, the worse speed. It will be necessary for me first to communicate the affair to the father, and instil the advantage of it into his capacity." "Good!" rejoined I, with a burst of laughter. "Is it thereabouts you are?" "The match is far advanced in its progress towards consummation, much nearer than you suppose," replied he. "But 1 hour's conversation with the goldsmith, and I pledge myself for his consent. But before we go any further, let us come to an agreement, if you please. Supposing that I should transfer 100,000 ducats to you, what would my commission be?" 20,000 was my answer. "Heaven be praised, therefore," said he. "I guessed your gratitude at 10,000, so that it doubles mine in a similar case. Come on, then. I will set this negotiation on foot to-morrow morning, and you may count upon its success, or I am little better than one of the foolish ones." In fact, he said to me 2 days afterwards, "I have spoken to Signor Gabriel Salero, my friend the goldsmith. On the loud report of your high desert and credit, he has lent a favourable ear to my offer of you for a son-in-law. You are to have his daughter with 100,000 ducats, provided you can make it appear clearly that you are in possession of the minister's good graces." "Since that is the case," said I confidently to Scipio, "I shall soon be married." "But not entirely to forget the girl. Have you seen her? Is she pretty?" "Not quite so pretty as her fortune," answered he. "Between ourselves, this heiress's looks are as hard as her cash. Luckily you are perfectly indifferent about that." "Stone blind by the light of the sun, my good fellow," replied I. "As for us whimsical fellows about court, we marry merely for the sake of marrying. When we want beauty, we look for it in our friends' wives. and if by fates and destinies the sweets are wasted on our own, their flavor is so mawkish to our palate that there is some merit in their not carrying the commodity to a foreign market. This is not all, resumed Scipio. Signor Gabriel hopes for the pleasure of your company to supper this evening. By agreement there is to be no mention of marriage. He has invited several of his mercantile friends to this entertainment, where you will take your chance with the rest, and tomorrow he means to sup with you on the same terms. By this you will perceive his drift of looking before he leaps. You will do well to be a little on your guard before him. Oh, for the matter of that, interrupted I, with an air of confidence, let him scrutinize me as closely as he pleases. The result cannot fail to be in my favor. All this happened as it was foretold. I was introduced at the goldsmith's, who received me with the familiarity of an old acquaintance, a vulgar dog, but warm, and as troublesome with his civility as a prude with her virtue. He presented me to Signora Eugenia, his wife, and the youthful Gabriella, his daughter. I opened wide my budget of compliments without infringing the treaty, and prattled soft nothings to them in all the vacuity of courtly dialogue. Gabriella, with submission to my secretary's better taste, was not altogether so repulsive, whether by dint of being outrageously bedizened, or because I looked at her in the raree show box of her fortune. A charming house, this of Signor Gabriel. There is less silver, I verily believe, in the Peruvian mines than under his roof. That metal presented itself to the view in all directions, under 1,000 different forms. Every room, and especially that where we were entertained, was a fairy palace. What a bird's eye view for a son-in-law! The old codger, to do the thing genteelly, had collected 5 or 6 merchants about him, all plodding, spirit-wearing personages. Their tongues could only talk of what their hearts were set upon. It was high change all supper time, but unfortunately wit was at a discount. Next night it was my turn to treat the goldsmith. Not being able to dazzle him with my sideboard, I had recourse to another artifice. I invited to supper such of my friends as made the finest figure at court, hangers on of state, noted for the unwieldiness of their ambition. These fellows could not talk on common topics. The brilliant and lucrative posts at which they aimed were all canvassed in detail. This, too, made its way. Poor counting-house Gabriel, in amazement at the loftiness of their ideas, shrunk into insignificance, in spite of all his hoards, on a comparison with these wonderful men. As for me, in all the plausibility of moderation, I professed to wish for nothing more than a comfortable fortune, a snug box, and a competence, whereupon these gluttons of the loaves and fishes cried out with one voice that I was wrong, absolutely criminal, for the Prime Minister would do anything upon earth for me, and it was an act of duty to anoint my fingers with bird-lime. My honoured papa lost not a word of all this, and seemed at going away to take his leave with some complacency. Scipio went, of course, the next morning to ask him how he liked me. Extremely well indeed, answered the knight of the ledger. The lad has won my very heart. But, good Master Scipio, I conjure you by our long acquaintance to deal with me as a true friend. We have all our weak side, as you well know. Tell me where Signor de Santillane is fallible. Is he fond of play? Does he wench? On what lay are his snug little vices? Do not fight shy, I beseech you. It is very unkind, Signor Gabriel, to put such a question, retorted the go-between. Your interest is more to me than my master's. If he had any slippery propensities likely to make your daughter unhappy, would I ever have proposed him as a son-in-law? The deuce a bit, I am too much at your service. But between ourselves, he has but one fault, that of being faultless. He is too wise for a young man. So much the better, replied the goldsmith. He is the more like me. You may go, my friend, and tell him he shall have my daughter, and should have her, though he knew no more of the minister than I do. As soon as my secretary had reported this conversation, I flew to thank Salero for his partiality. He had already told his mind to his wife and daughter, who gave me to understand by their reception that they yielded without disgust. I carried my father-in-law to the Duke of Lerma, whom I had informed the evening before, and presented him with due ceremony. His Excellency gave him a most gracious reception, and congratulated him on having chosen a man for his son-in-law for whom he himself had so great a regard, and meant to do such great things. Then did he expatiate on my good qualities, and in fact said so much to my honour, that honest Gabriel thought he had met with the best match in Spain. His joy oozed out at his eyes. On parting, he pressed me in his arms and said, My son, I am so impatient to see you Gabriella's husband, that the affair shall be finally settled within a week at latest. End of Book 9, Chapter 1. Book 9, Chapter 2 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 9, Chapter 2. In the progress of political vacancies, Gil Blas recollects that there is such a man in the world as Don Alfonso de Leyva, and renders him a service from motives of vanity. Let us leave my marriage to take care of itself for a season. The order of events requires me to recount a service rendered to my old master, Don Alfonso. I had entirely forgotten that gentleman's existence, but a circumstance recalled it to my recollection. The government of Valencia became vacant at this time, and put me in mind of Don Alfonso de Leyva. I considered within myself that the employment would suit him to a nicety, and determined to apply for it on his behalf, not so much out of friendship as ostentation. If I could but procure it for him, it would do me infinite honour. I told the Duke of Lerma that I had been steward to Don Cesar de Leyva and his son, and that having every reason in the world to feel myself obliged to them, I should take it as a favour if he would give the government of Valencia to one or other of them. The minister answered, Most willingly, Gil Blas. I love to see you grateful and generous. Besides, the family stands very high in my esteem. The Leyvas are loyal subjects, so that the place cannot be better bestowed. You may take it as a wedding present, and do what you like with it. Delighted at the success of my application, I went to Calderona in a prodigious hurry to get the patent made out for Don Alfonso. There was a great crowd waiting in respectful silence till Don Rodrigo should come and give audience. I made my way through, and the closet door opened as if by sympathy. There were no one knows how many military and civil officers, with other people of consequence, among whom Calderona was dividing his attentions. His different reception of different people was curious. A slight inclination of the head was enough for some. Others he honored with a profusion of courtly grimace, and bowed them out of the closet. The proportions of civility were weighed to a scruple. On the other hand, there were some suitors who, shocked at his cold indifference, cursed in their secret soul the necessity for their cringing before such a monkey of an idol. Others, on the contrary, were laughing in their sleeve at his gross and self-sufficient air. But the scene was thrown away upon me, nor was I likely to profit by such a lesson. It was exactly the counterpart of my own behaviour, and I never thought of ascertaining whether my deportment was popular or offensive, so long as there was no violation of outward respect. Don Rodrigo, accidentally casting a look towards me, left a gentleman to whom he was speaking without ceremony, and came to pay his respects with the most unaccountable tokens of high consideration. "Ah, my dear colleague," exclaimed he, "what occasion procures me the pleasure of seeing you here? Is there anything we can do for you?" I told him my business, whereupon he assured me in the most obliging terms that the affair should be expedited within 24 hours. Not satisfied with these overwhelming condescensions, he conducted me to the door of his antechamber, whither he never attended any but the nobility of first rank. His farewell was as flattering as his reception. "What is the meaning of all this palaver?" said I while retreating. "Has any raven croaked my entrance and prophesied promotion to Calderona by my overthrow? Does he really languish for my friendship, or does he feel the ground giving way under his feet, and wish to save himself by clinging to the branches of my favor and protection?" It seemed a moot point which of these conjectures might be the right. The following day, on my return, his behavior was of the same stamp. Caresses and civilities poured in upon me in torrents. It is true that other people who attempted to speak to him were rumped in exact proportion with the blandishments of his face towards me. He snarled at some, petrified others, and made the whole circle run the gauntlet of his displeasure, but they were all amply avenged by an occurrence, the relation of which may give a gentle hint to all the clerks and secretaries on the list of my readers. A man very plainly dressed, and certainly not looking at all like what he was, came up to Calderona and spoke to him about a memorial stated to have been presented by himself to the Duke of Lerma. Don Rodrigo, without looking from his clothes up to his face, said in a sharp, ungracious tone, "Who may you happen to be, honest man?" "They called me Francillo in my childhood," answered the stranger, unabashed. My next style and title was that of Don Francillo de Zuniga, and my present name is the Count de Pedrosa. Calderona was all in a twitter at this discovery, and attempted to stammer out an excuse when he found that he had to do with a man of the first quality. "Sir," said he to the Count, "I have to beg you 10,000 pardons, but not knowing whom I had the honor to—" "I want none of your apologies," interrupted Francilla with proud indignation. "They are as nauseous as your rudeness was unbecoming. Recollect henceforth that a minister's secretary ought to receive all descriptions of people with good manners. You may be vain enough to affect the representative of your master, but the public know you for his menial servant." The haughty Don Rodrigo blushed blue at this rebuke, yet it did not mend his manners one whit. On me it made a salutary impression. I determined to take care and ascertain the rank of my petitioners before I gave a loose to the insolence of office, and to inflict torture only upon mutes. As Don Alfonso's patent was made out, I sent it by a purpose messenger, with a letter from the Duke of Lerma, announcing the royal favour, but I took no notice of my own share in the appointment, nor even accompanied it with a line, in the fond hope of announcing it by word of mouth, and surprising him agreeably when he came to the court on occasion of taking the customary oaths. End of Book 9, Chapter 2. Book 9, Chapter 3 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 9, Chapter 3, Preparations for the Marriage of Gil Blas, A Spoke in the Wheel of Hymen. And now once more for my lovely Gabriella. We were to be married in a week. Preparations were making on both sides for the ceremony. Solero ordered a rich wardrobe for the bride, and I hired a waiting woman for her, a footman, and a gentleman usher of decent aspect and advanced years. The whole establishment was provided by Scipio, who longed more longingly than myself for the hour when we were to be fingering the fortune. On the evening before the happy day, I was supping with my father-in-law, the rest of the company being made up of uncles, aunts, and cousins of either sex and every degree. The part of a supple-visaged son-in-law sat upon me to perfection. Nothing could exceed my profound respect for the goldsmith and his wife, or the transports of my passion at Gabriella's feet, while I smoothed my way into the graces of the family by listening with impregnable patience to their witless repartees and irrational ratiocinations. Thus did I gain the great end of all my forbearance, the pleasure of pleasing my new relations. Every individual of the clan felt himself a foot taller for the honor of my alliance. The repast ended, the company moved into a large room where we were entertained with a concert of vocal and instrumental music, not the worst that was ever heard, though the performers were not selected from the choicest bands at Madrid. Some lively airs put us in mind of dancing. Heaven knows what sort of performers we must have been when they took me for the Coryphaeus of the opera, though I never had but 2 or 3 lessons from a petty dancing master who taught the pages on the establishment of the Marchioness de Chaves. After we had tired our attendants, it was time to think of going home. There was no end of my bows and God bless yous. "Farewell, my dear son-in-law," said Solero, as he squeezed my hand. "I shall be at your house in the morning with the portion in ready money. You will be welcome. Come when you list, my dear father-in-law," answered I. Afterwards, wishing the family good night, I jumped into my carriage and ordered it to drive home. Scarcely had I got 200 yards from Signor Gabriel's house when 15 or 20 men, some on foot and some on horseback, all with swords and firearms, surrounded and stopped the coach, crying out, "In the name of our sovereign lord the king." They dragged me out by main force and thrust me into a hack chaise, when the leader of the party got in with me and ordered the driver to go for Segovia. There could be no doubt but the honest gentleman by my side was an alguazil. I wanted to know something about the cause of my arrest, but he answered in the language of those gentry, which is very bad language, that he had other things to do than to satisfy my impertinent curiosity. I suggested that he might have mistaken his man. "No, no," retorted he, "the fool is wiser than that. You are Signor de Santillane, and in that case you are to go along with me." Not being able to deny that fact, it became an act of prudence to hold my tongue. For the remainder of the night we traversed Mancanares in sulky silence, changed horses at Colmenar, and arrived the next evening at Segovia, where the lodging provided for me was in the tower. End of Book 9, Chapter 3. Book 9, Chapter 4 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 9, Chapter 4, The Treatment of Gil Blas in the Tower of Segovia, the Cause of His Imprisonment. Their first favor was to clap me up in a cell, where they left me on the straw like a criminal whose only earthly portion was to con over his dying speech in solitude. I passed the night, not in bewailing my fate, for it had not yet presented itself in all its aggravation, but in endeavoring to divine its cause. Doubtless it must have been Calderona's handiwork, and yet, though his branching honours might have pressed thick upon his senses, I could not conceive how the Duke of Lerma could have been induced to treat me so inhumanly. Sometimes I apprehended my arrest to have been without his Excellency's knowledge. At other times I thought him the contriver of it for some political reasons, such as weigh with ministers when they sacrifice their accomplices at the shrine of state policy. My mind was vibrating to and fro with these various conjectures when the dawn, peeping in at my little grated window, presented to my sight all the horror of the place where I was confined. Then did I vent my sorrows without ceasing, and my eyes became two springs of tears flowing inexhaustibly at the remembrance of my prosperous state. Pending this paroxysm of grief, a turnkey brought me my day's allowance of bread and water. He looked at me, and on the contemplation of my tear-besprinkled visage, jailer as he was, there came over him a sentiment of pity. "Do not despair," said he. "This life is full of crosses, but mind them not. You are young. After these days you will live to see better. In the meantime, eat at the king's mess with what appetite you may." My comforter withdrew with this quaint invitation, answered by my groans and tears. The rest of the day was spent in cursing my wayward destiny, without thinking of my empty stomach. As for the royal morsel, it seemed more like the message of wrath than the boon of benevolence, the tantalizing protraction of pain rather than the solace of affliction. Night came, and with it the rattle of a key in my keyhole. My dungeon door opened, and in came a man with a wax light in his hand. He advanced towards me, saying, "Signor Gil Blas, behold in me one of your old friends. I am Don Andrew de Tordesillas, in the Archbishop of Granada's service, while you enjoyed that prelate's favor. You may recollect engaging his interest in my behalf, and thereby procuring me a post in Mexico. But instead of embarking for the Indies, I stopped in the town of Alicant. There I married the governor's daughter, and by a series of adventures of which you shall hereafter have the particulars, I am now warden of this tower. It is expressly forbidden me to let you speak to any living soul, to give you any better bed than straw, or any other sustenance than bread and water. But besides that, your misfortunes interest my humanity. You have done me service, and gratitude countervails the harshness of my orders. They think to make me the instrument of their cruelty, but it is my better purpose to soften the rigor of your captivity. Get up and follow me." Though my humane keeper was entitled to some acknowledgment, my spirits were so affected as to interdict my speech. All I could do was to attend him. We crossed a court, and mounted a narrow staircase to a little room at the top of the tower. It was no small surprise, on entering, to find a table with lights on it, neatly set out with covers for two. "They will serve up immediately," said Tordesillas. "We are going to sup together. This snug retreat is appointed for your lodging. It will agree better with you than your cell. From your window you will look down on the flowery banks of the Arima and the delicious vale of Coca, bounded by the mountains which divide the two Castiles. At first you will care little for prospects, but when time shall have softened your keener sensations into a composed melancholy, it will be a pleasure to feast your eyes on such engaging scenes. Then, as for linen and other necessaries befitting a man accustomed to the comforts of life, they shall be always at your service. Your bed and board shall be such as you could wish, with a plentiful supply of books. In a word, you shall have everything but your liberty." My spirits were a little tranquillized by these obliging offers. I took courage, and returned my best thanks, assuring him that his generous conduct restored me to life, and that I hoped at some time or other to find an opportunity of testifying my gratitude. "To be sure, and why should you not?" answered he. "Did you fancy yourself a prisoner for life? Nothing less likely, and I would lay a wager that you will be released in a very few months." "What say you, Signor Don Andrew?" exclaimed I. "Then surely you are acquainted with the occasion of my misfortune." "You guess right," replied he. "The alguazil who brought you hither told me the whole story in confidence. The king, hearing that the Count de Lemos and you were in the habit of escorting the Prince of Spain by night to a house of suspicious character as a punishment for your loose morals, has banished the Count and sent you hither to be treated in the style of which you have had a specimen. And how, said I, did that circumstance come to the king's knowledge? That is what I am most curious to ascertain. And that, answered he, is precisely what the alguazil did not tell, apparently because he did not know. At this epoch of our conversation the servants brought in supper. When everything was set in order, Tordesillas sent away the attendants, not wishing our conversation to be overheard. He shut the door, and we took our seats opposite to each other. Let us say grace and fall to, said he. Your appetite ought to be good after 2 days of fasting. Under this impression he loaded my plate as if he had been cramming the craw of a starveling. In fact, nothing was more likely than that I should play the devil among the ragouts. But what is likely does not always happen. Though my intestines were yearning for support, their staple stuck in my throat, for my heart loathed all pleasurable indulgence in the present state of my affairs. In vain did my warden, to drive away the blue devils, pledge me continually and expatiate on the excellence of his wine. Imperishable nectar would have been pricked according to the fastidious report of my palate. This being the case, he went another way to work and told me the story of his marriage, with as much humour as such a subject would admit. Here he was still less successful. So wandering was my attention that before the end I had forgotten the beginning and the middle. At length he was convinced that there was no diverting my gloomy thoughts for that evening. After finishing his solitary supper, he rose from table, saying, Signor de Santillane, I shall leave you to your repose, or rather to the free indulgence of your own reveries. But take my word for it, your misfortune will not be of long continuance. The king is naturally good. When his anger shall have passed away, and your deplorable estate shall occur to his milder thoughts, your punishment will appear sufficient in his eyes. With these words my kind-hearted jailer went downstairs and sent the servants to take away. Not even the brass candlesticks were left behind, and I went to bed by the palpable darkness of a glimmering lamp suspended against the wall. End of Book 9, Chapter 4. Book 9, Chapter 5 of The Adventures of Gerard of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 9, Chapter 5, His Reflections before he went to sleep that night and the noise that waked him. 2 hours at least were my thoughts employed on what Tordesillas had told me. Here then am I for having lent myself to the pleasures of the heir apparent. It was certainly not having my wits about me to pander for so young a prince. Therein consists my crime. Had he been arrived at a more knowing age, the king perhaps might only have laughed at what has now made him so angry. But who can have given such counsel to the monarch without dreading the prince's resentment or the Duke of Lerma's? That minister will doubtless take ample vengeance for his nephew, the Count de Lemos. How can the king have made the discovery? That is above my comprehension. This last was the eternal burden of my song, but the idea most afflictive to my mind, what drove me to despair, and laid fiend-like hold upon my fancy, was the unquestioned plunder of my effects. My strong box, exclaimed I, my dear wealth, what is become of you? Into what hands have you fallen? Alas, you are lost in less time than you were gained. The ruinous confusion of my household was the perpetual death's head of my imagination. Yet this wilderness of melancholy ideas sheltered me from absolute distraction. Sleep, which had shunned my wretched straw, now paid his readier visit to my soft and gentlemanly couch. Watching and wine, too, imparted a strong narcotic to his poppies. My slumbers were profound, and to all appearance the day might have peeped in upon my repose, if I had not been awakened all at once by such sounds as rarely perforate a prison wall. I heard the thrum of a guitar accompanying a man's voice. My whole attention was absorbed. but the invisible musician paused and left the fleeting impression of a dream. An instant afterwards my ear was soothed with the sound of the same instrument and the same voice. Wisely the ant against poor winter hoards the stock which summer's wealth affords. In grasshoppers that must at autumn die, how vain were such an industry! Of love or fortune the deceitful light might half excuse our cheated sight, if it of life the whole small time would stay, and be our sunshine all the day. These verses, which sounded as if they had been sung expressly for the dirge of my departed happiness, were only an aggravation of my feelings. The truth of the sentiment, said I, is but too well exemplified in me. The meteor of court favour has but plunged me in substantial darkness. The summer sunshine of ambition is quenched in these autumnal glooms. Now did I sink again into cold and comfortless meditation, my miseries began to flow afresh, as if they fed and grew upon their own vital stream. Yet my wailings ended with the night, and the first rays which played upon my chamber wall amused my mind into composure. I got up to open my window and let the vivid air of morning into my room. Then I glanced over the country so attractively depicted in the description of my keeper. It did not seem to justify his panegyric. The Arima, a second Tagus, in my magnifying fancy, was little better than a brook. Its flowery banks were fringed with nettles and arrayed in all the majesty of thistles. The delicious vale in this fairy prospect was a barren wilderness untamed by human labour. It therefore was very evident that my keener sensations were not yet softened into such a composed melancholy as could give any but a jaundiced colouring to the landscape. I began dressing, and had already half finished my toilet, when Tordesillas ushered in an old chambermaid laden with shirts and towels. Signor Gil Blas, said he, here is your linen. Do not be saving of it. There shall always be as many changes as you can possibly want. Well now, and how have you passed the night? Has the drowsy god administered his anodyne? I could have slept till this time, answered I, if I had not been awakened by a voice singing to a guitar. The cavalier who has disturbed your repose, resumed he, is a state prisoner, and his chamber is contiguous to yours. He is a knight of the military order of Calatrava, and is a very accomplished person. His name is Don Gaston de Cargolas. You may meet as often as you like, and take your meals together. It will afford reciprocal consolation to compare your fortunes. There can be no doubt of your being agreeable to one another. I assured Don Andrew how sensible I was of his indulgence in allowing me to blend my sorrows with those of my fellow-sufferer, and as I betrayed some impatience to be acquainted with him, our accommodating warden met my wishes on the very same day. He fixed me to dine with Don Gaston, whose prepossessing physiognomy and symmetry of features struck me sensibly. Judge what it must have been to make so strong an impression on eyes accustomed to encounter the dazzling exterior of the court. Figure to yourself a man fashioned in the mould of pleasure, one of those heroes in romance who has only to show his face and banish the sweet sleep from the eyelids of princesses. Add to this that nature, who is generally bountiful with one hand and niggardly with the other, had crowned the perfections of Cogollos with wit and valour. He was a man whose like, take him for all in all, we might not soon look upon again. If this fine fellow was mightily to my taste, it was my good luck not to be altogether offensive to him. He no longer sang at night for fear of annoying me, though I begged him by no means to restrain his inclinations on my account. A bond of union is soon formed between brethren in misfortune. A close friendship succeeded to mere acquaintance, and strengthened from day to day. The liberty of uninterrupted intercourse contributed greatly to our mutual support. Our burden became lighter by division. One day after dinner I went into his room just as he was tuning his guitar. To hear him more at my ease, I sat down on the only stool, while he, reclining on his bed, played a pathetic air and sang to it a ditty expressing the despair of a lover and the cruelty of his mistress. When he had finished, I said to him with a smile, Sir Knight, such strains as these could never be applicable to your own successes with the fair. You were not made to cope with female repulse. You think too well of me, answered he. The verses you have just heard were composed to fit my own case, to soften a heart of adamant. You must hear my story, and in my story, my distresses. End of Book 9, Chapter 5. Book 9, Chapter 6 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Castellane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 9, Chapter 6, History of Don Gaston de Cogalos and Donna Helena de Galisteo. It will be very soon 4 years since I left Madrid to go and see my aunt Donna Eleonora de Laxarilla at Coria. She is one of the richest dowagers in Old Castile, with myself for her only heir. Scarcely had I got within her doors when love invaded my repose. The windows of my room faced the lattice of a lady living opposite, but the street was narrow, and her blinds pervious to the eye. It was an opportunity too delicious to be lost, and I found my neighbor so lovely that my heart was captivated. The subject of my sentry watch could not be mistaken. She marked it well, but she was not a girl to glory in the detection, still less to encourage my fooleries. It was natural to inquire the name of this mighty conqueror. I learnt it to be Donna Helena, only daughter of Don George de Galisteo, lord of a large domain near Coria. She had innumerable offers of marriage, but her father repulsed them all because he meant to bestow her hand on his nephew Don Austin de Alaguera, who had uninterrupted access to his cousin while the settlements were preparing. This was no bar to my hopes. On the contrary, it whetted my eagerness, and the insolent pleasure of supplanting a favored rival was perhaps at bottom equally my motive with a more noble passion. My visual artillery was obstinately planted against my unyielding fair. Her attendant Felicia was not without the incense of a glance to soften her rigid constancy in my favor, while nods and becks stood for the current coin of language. But all these efforts of gallantry were in vain. The maid was impregnable like her mistress. Never was there such a pair of cold and cruel ones. The commerce of the eyes being so unthrifty, I had recourse to different agents. My scouts were on the watch to hunt out what acquaintance Felicia might have in town. They discovered an old lady by name Theodora to be her most intimate friend, and that they often met. Delighted at the intelligence, I went point blank to Theodora and engaged her by presents in my interest. She took my cause up heartily, promised to contrive an interview for me with her friend, and kept her engagement the very next day. I am no longer the wretch of yesterday, said I to Felicia, since my sufferings have melted you to pity. How deep is my debt to your friend for her kind interference in my behalf! Sir, answered she, Theodora can do what she pleases with me. She has brought me over to your side of the question, and if I can do you a kindness, you shall soon be at the summit of your wishes. But, with all my partiality in your favor, I know not how far my efforts may be successful. It would be cruel to mislead you. The prize will not be gained without a severe conflict. The object of your passion is betrothed to another gentleman, and her character most inauspicious to your designs. Such is her pride, and so closely locked are her secrets within her own breast, that if by constancy and assiduities you could extort from her a few sighs, fancy not that her haughty spirit would indulge your ears with their music. Ah, my dear Felicia, exclaimed I in an agony, why will you thus magnify the obstacles in my way? To set them in array will kill me. Lead me on with false hopes if you will, but do not drive me to despair. With these words I took one of her hands, pressed it between mine, and slid a diamond on her finger, value 300 pistoles, with such a moving compliment as made her weep again. Such speeches and corresponding actions deserved some scanty comfort. She smoothed a little the rugged path of love. Sir, said she, what I have just been telling you need not quite quench your hope. Your rival, it is true, is in possession of the ground. He comes back and fore as he pleases. He toys with her as often as he likes. But all that is in your favor. The habit of constant intercourse sheds a languor over their meetings. They part without pain and come together without emotion. One would take them for man and wife. In a word, my mistress has no marks of violent love for Don Austin. Besides, in point of person, there is such a difference between you and him as cannot fail to catch the eye of a nice observer like Donna Helena. Therefore, do not be cast down. Continue your particular attentions. You shall have a second in me. I shall let no opportunity escape of pointing out to my mistress the merit of all your exertions to please her. In vain shall she entrench herself behind reserve. In spite of guard and garrison, I will ransack the muster roll of her sentiments. Now were my open attacks and secret ambuscades more fiercely pointed against the daughter of Don George. Among the rest, I entertained her with a serenade. After the concert, Felicia, to sound her mistress, begged to know how she had been entertained. The singer had a good voice, said Donna Helena, but how did you like the words? Replied the abigail. I scarcely noted them, returned the lady. The music engrossed my whole attention. The poetry excited as little curiosity as its author. If that is the case, exclaimed the chambermaid, poor Don Gaston de Cogollos is reckoning without his host, and a miserable spendthrift of his glances, to be always ogling at our lattice-work. Perhaps it may not be he, said the mistress, with petrifying indifference, but some other spark announcing his passion by this concert. Excuse me, answered Felicia, it is Don Gaston himself, who accosted me this morning in the street, and employed me to assure you how he adored, in defiance of your rigorous repulses, but that he should esteem himself the most blessed of mortals, if you would allow him to soothe his desponding thoughts by all the most delicate and impassioned attentions. Judge now if I can be mistaken after so open an avowal. Don George's daughter changed countenance at once, and said to her servant with a severe frown, You might well have dispensed with the relation of this impertinent discourse. Bring me no more such idle tales, and tell this young madman, when next he accosts you, to play off his shallow artifices on some more accommodating fool. But, at all events, let him choose a more gentlemanly recreation than that of lounging all day at his window and prying into the privacy of my apartment. This message was faithfully delivered at my next interview with Felicia, who assured me that her mistress's modes of speech were not to be taken in their literal construction, but that my affairs were in the best possible train. For my part, being little read in the science of coquetry, and finding no favourable sense on the face of the author's original words, I was half out of humour with the wire-drawn comments of the critic. She laughed at my misgiving, and asked her friend for pen, ink, and paper, saying, Sir Knight of the doleful countenance, write immediately to Donna Helena, as dolefully as you look. Make echo ring with your sufferings, outsigh the river's murmur, and above all let rocks and woods resound with the prohibition of appearing at your window. Then pawn your existence on obeying her, though without the possibility ever to redeem the pledge. Turn all that nonsense into pretty sentences, as you gay deceivers so well know how to do, and leave the rest to me. The event, I flatter myself, will redound more than you are aware to the honour of my penetration. He must have been a strange lover who would not have profited by so opportune an occasion of writing to his mistress. My letter was couched in the most pathetic terms. Felicia smiled at its contents, and said that if the women knew the art of infatuating men, the men in return had borrowed their influence over women from the arch wheedler himself. My privy councillor took the note and went back to Don George's with a special injunction that my windows should be fast shut for some days. "Madam," said she, going up to Donna Helena, "I met Don Gaston. He must needs endeavour to come round me with his flattering speeches." In tremulous accents, like a culprit pleading against his sentence, he begged to know whether I had spoken to you on his behalf. Then, in prompt and faithful compliance with your orders, I snapped up the words out of his mouth. To be sure, my tongue did run at a fine rate against him. I called him all manner of names, and left him in the street like a stock, staring at my termagant loquacity. "I am delighted," answered Donna Helena, "that you have disengaged me from that troublesome person, but there was no occasion to have snubbed him so unmercifully. A creature of your degree should always keep a good tongue in its mouth." "Madam," replied the domestic, "one cannot get rid of a determined lover by mincing one's words, though it comes to much the same thing when one flies into a passion. Don Gaston, for instance, was not to be bullied out of his senses. After having given it him on both sides of his ears, as I told you, I went on that errand of yours to the house of your relation. The lady, as ill luck would have it, kept me longer than she ought. I say longer than she ought, because my plague and torment met me on my return. Who the deuce would have thought of seeing him? It put me all in a twitter, but then my tongue, which at other times is apt to be in a twitter, stuck motionless in my mouth. While my tongue stuck motionless in my mouth, what did he do? He slid a paper into my hand, without giving me time to consider whether I should take it or no, and made off in a moment. After this introduction, she drew my letter from under her stays, and gave it with half a banter to her mistress, who affected to read it in humorous scorn, but digested the contents most greedily, and then put on the starch, offended prude. "In good earnest, Felicia," said she, with all the gravity she could assume, "you were extremely off your guard, quite bewildered and fascinated, to have taken the charge of such an epistle. What construction would Don Gaston put upon it? What must I think of it myself? You give me reason by this strange behaviour to mistrust your fidelity, while he must suspect me of encouraging his odious suit. Alas, he may perhaps lay that flattering unction to his soul, that my love is legible in these characters, and not his trespass. Only consider how you lay my towering pride." "Oh, quite the reverse, madam," answered the petticoated pleader. "It is impossible for him to think that, and if he did, he would soon be convinced with a flea in his ear. I shall tell him when next we meet that I have delivered his letter, that you glanced at the superscription with petrifying indifference, and then, without reading a word, tore it into 10,000 pieces." "You may swear that I did not read it with a safe conscience," replied Donna Helena. "I should be puzzled to retrace a single sentiment." Don George's daughter, not contented with these words, suited the action to them, tore my letter, and imposed silence on my advocate. As I had promised no longer to play the lover at my window, the farce of obedience was kept up for several days. Ogling being interdicted, my courtship was doomed to enter in at my Helena's obdurate ears. One night I attended under her balcony with musicians. The first bars of the serenade were already playing, when a swaggering blade, sword in hand, rushed in upon our harmony, laying about him to the right and left, to the utter discomfiture of the troupe. Such mad warfare fired my tilting propensities to equal fury. The affray became serious. Donna Helena and her maid were disturbed by the clash of swords. They looked out at their lattice and saw two men engaged. Their cries roused Don George and his servants. The whole neighborhood was assembled to part the combatants, but they came too late. On the field of battle, bathed in his own blood and almost lifeless, lay my unfortunate body. They carried me to my aunt's, and sent for the best surgical assistants in the place. All the world was merciful, and wished me well, especially Donna Helena, whose heart was now unmasked. Her forced severity yielded to her natural feelings. Would you believe it? The cold, relentless, insensible was kindled into the warmest of love's votaries. She wore out the remainder of the night in weeping with her faithful confidant, and giving her cousin Don Austin de Oliveira to perdition. For him they taxed with the plot of massacre, and the bill was a true one. He could hide his heart as well as his cousin. He therefore watched my motions without seeming to suspect them, and fancying them not to be without a corresponding impulse, he resolved not to be sacrificed with impunity. The accident was an awkward one to me, but it ended in overpowering rapture. Dangerous as my wound was, the surgeon soon brought me about. I was still confined to my chamber when my aunt, Donna Eleonora, went over to Don George and made proposals for Donna Helena. He consented the more readily to the marriage, as he never expected to see Don Austin again. The good old man was afraid of his daughter's not liking me, because cousin Oleguera had kept her company, but she was so tractable to the parental behest as to furnish grounds for believing that in Spain, as in other countries, the species, not the individual, is the object with the sex. Felicia, at our first private meeting, communicated the emotions of her mistress on my misfortune. Now, like another Paris, I thought Troy well lost for my Helen, and blessed the happy consequences of my wound. Don George allowed me to speak with his daughter in presence of her attendant. What a heavenly interview! I begged and prayed the lady so earnestly to tell me whether her sufferance of my vows was forced upon her by her father, that she at length confessed her obedience to be in unison with her inclinations. After so delicious a declaration, my whole soul was given up to love and pleasurable gratifications. Our nuptials were to be graced by a magnificent procession of all the principal people in Coria and the neighborhood. I gave a splendid party at my aunt's country house in the suburbs on the side of Manroy. Don George, his daughter, the family, and friends on both sides were present. There was a concert of vocal and instrumental music, with a company of strolling players to represent a comedy. In the middle of the festivities, someone whispered me that a man wanted to speak with me in the hall. I got up from table to go and see who it was. The stranger looked like a gentleman's servant. He put a letter into my hand containing these words: "If you have any sense of honor, as a knight of your order ought to have, you will not fail to attend tomorrow morning in the plain of Manroy. There you will find an antagonist ready to give you your revenge for his former attack upon your person, or what he rather hopes and meditates, to spoil your connubial transports with Donna Helena, Don Austin de Oliveira. If love is a Spanish passion, revenge is the Spanish lunacy." Such a note as this was not to be read with composure. At the mere subscription of Don Austin there kindled in my veins a fire, which almost made me forget the claims of hospitality. I was tempted to steal away from my company and seek my antagonist on the instant. For fear of disturbing the merriment, however, I bridled in my rage and said to the messenger, "My friend, you may tell your employer that I shall meet him on the appointed spot at sunrise, and resume the contest with obstinacy equal to his own." After sending this answer, I resumed my seat at table with so composed a mien that no creature had the least suspicion of what had occurred. During the rest of the day I gave myself up to the pleasures of the festival, which ended not till midnight. The guests then returned to town, but I stayed behind, under pretext of taking the air on the following morning. Instead of going to bed, I watched for the dawn with maddening impatience. With the first ray, I got on horseback and rode alone towards Manroy. On the plain was a horseman riding up to me at full speed. I pushed forward, and we met halfway. It was my rival. "Knight," said he, superciliously, "it is against my will that I meet you a second time on the same occasion, but you have brought your fate on yourself. After the adventure of the serenade, you ought to have waived your pretensions to Don George's daughter, or at least to have been assured that the support of them must cost you dearer than a single encounter." "You are too much elated," answered I, "with an advantage which is less owing, perhaps, to your superior skill than to the darkness of the night. Remember that victory is of the same blind family with fortune." "It shall be my lot to teach you," replied he with insulting scorn, "that I have unsealed the eyes of both." At this proud defiance we both dismounted, tied our horses to a tree, and engaged with equal fury. I must candidly acknowledge the prowess of my antagonist, who was a consummate master of fencing. My life was exposed to the greatest possible danger. Nevertheless, as the strong is often vanquished by the weak, my rival, in spite of all his science, received a thrust through the heart and fell a lifeless corpse. I immediately returned and told a confidential servant what had happened, requesting him to take horse and acquaint my aunt before the officers of justice could get intelligence of the event. He was also to obtain from her a supply of money and jewels, and then join me at the first inn as you enter Plasencia. All this was performed within 3 hours. Donna Eleonora rather triumphed than mourned over a catastrophe which restored my injured honor, and sent me large remittances for my travels abroad till the affair had blown over. Not to dwell on indifferent circumstances, suffice it to say that I embarked for Italy, and equipped myself so as to make a respectable figure at the several courts. While I was endeavoring to beguile the weary hours of absence, Helena was weeping at home from the same cause. Instead of joining in the family resentment, her heart was panting for a compromise, and for my speedy return. 6 months had already elapsed, and I firmly believe that her constancy would have been proof against the track of time, had time been seconded by a no more powerful ally. Don Blas de Cambados, a gentleman from the western coast of Galicia, came to Coria to take possession of a rich inheritance unsuccessfully contested by a near relation. He liked that country so much better than his own that he made it his principal residence. Cambados was a personable man. His manners were gentle and well bred, his conversation most insinuating. With such a passport he soon got into the best company, and knew all the family concerns of the place. It was not long before he heard of Don George's daughter, and of her extraordinary beauty. This touched his curiosity nearly. He was eager to behold so formidable a lady. For this purpose he endeavored to worm himself into the good graces of her father, and succeeded so well that the old gentleman, already looking on him as a son-in-law, gave him free admission to the house, and the liberty of conversing with Donna Helena in his presence. The Galician soon became deeply enamored of her. Indeed, it was the common fate of all who had ever beheld her charms. He opened his heart to Don George, who consented to his paying his addresses, but told him that so far from offering violence to her inclination, he should never interfere in her choice. Hereupon Don Blas pressed every device that impassioned ingenuity could suggest into his service to melt and warm the icicles of reserve. But the lady was impenetrable to his arts, fast bound in the fetters of an earlier love. Felicia, however, was in the new suitor's interest, convinced of his merit by the universal argument. All the faculties of her soul were called forth in his cause. On the other hand, the father urged his wishes and entreaties. Thus was Donna Helena tormented for a whole year with their importunities, and yet her faith continued unshaken. Cambados, finding that Don George and Felicia took up his cause with very little success, proposed an expedient for conquering prejudice to the following effect. We will suppose a merchant of Coria to have received a letter from his Italian correspondent, in which among the news of the day there shall be the following paragraph. A Spanish gentleman, Don Gaston de Cogollos, has lately arrived at the court of Parma. He is said to be nephew and sole heir to a rich widow of Coria. He is paying his addresses to a nobleman's daughter, but the family wishes to ascertain the validity of his pretensions. Send me word, therefore, whether you know this Don Gaston, together with the amount of his aunt's fortune. On your answer the marriage will depend. Parma, day of, etc. The old gentleman considered this trick as a mere ebullition of humour, a lawful stratagem of amorous warfare, and the jade of a go-between, with conscience still more callous than her master's, was delighted with the probability of the manoeuvre. It seemed to be so much the more happily imagined, as they knew Helena to be a proud girl, capable of taking decisive measures in the moment of surprise and indignation. Don George undertook to be the herald of my fickleness, and by way of coloring the contrivance more naturally, to confront the pretended correspondent with her. This project was executed as soon as formed. The father, with counterfeit emotions of displeasure, said to Donna Helena, "Daughter, it is not enough now to tell you that our relations inveigh against an alliance with Don Austin's murderer. A still stronger reason henceforward presses to detach you from Don Gaston. It may well overwhelm you with shame to have been his dupe so long. Here is an undeniable proof of his inconstancy. Only read this letter just received by a merchant of Coria from Italy." The trembling Helena caught at this forged paper, glanced over the writing, then weighed every expression and stood aghast at the import of the whole. A keen pang of disappointment wrung from her a few reluctant tears, but pride came to her assistance. She wiped away the falling drops of weakness and said to her father in a determined tone, "Sir, you have just been witness of my folly. Now bear testimony to my triumph over myself. The delusion is past. Don Gaston is the object of my utter contempt. I am ready to meet Don Blas at the altar and be beforehand with the traitor in the pledge of our transferred affections." Don George, transported with joy at this change, embraced his daughter, extolled her spirit to the skies, and hastened the necessary preparations with all the self-complacency of a successful plotter. Thus was Donna Helena snatched from me. She threw herself into the arms of Combados in a pet, not listening to the secret whispers of love within her breast, nor suspecting a story which ought to have seemed so improbable in the annals of true passion. The haughty are always the victims of their own rash conclusions. Resentment of insulted beauty triumphed wholly over the suggestions of tenderness, and yet a few days after marriage there came over her some feelings of remorse for her precipitation. It struck her that the letter might have been a forgery, and the very possibility disturbed her peace. But the enamored Don Blas left his wife no time to nurse up thoughts injurious to their new-found joys. A succession of gaiety and pleasure kept her in a thoughtless whirl, and shielded her from the pangs of unavailing repentance. She appeared to be in high good humour with so spirit-stirring a husband, so that they were living together in perfect unanimity, when my aunt adjusted my affair with Don Austin's relations. Of this she wrote me word to Italy. I returned on the wings of love. Donna Eleonora, not having announced the marriage, informed me of it on my arrival, and remarking what pain it gave me, said, "You are in the wrong, nephew, to show so much feeling for a faithless fair. Banish from your memory a person so unworthy to share in its tender recollections." As my aunt did not know how Donna Helena had been played upon, she had reason to talk as she did, nor could she have given me better advice. To affect indifference, if not to conquer my passion, was my bounden duty. Yet there could be no harm in just inquiring by what means this union had been brought to bear. To get at the truth, I determined on applying to Felicia's friend Theodora. There I met with Felicia herself, who was confounded at my unwelcome presence, and would have escaped from the necessity of explanation. But I stopped her. "Why do you avoid me?" said I. "Has your perjured mistress forbidden you to give ear to my complaints? Or would you make a merit with the ungrateful woman of your voluntary refusal?" "Sir," answered the plotting Abigail, "I confess my fault, and throw myself on your mercy. Your appearance here has filled me with remorse. My mistress has been betrayed, and unhappily in part by my agency." The particulars of their infernal device followed this avowal, with an endeavour to make me amends for its lamentable consequence. To this effect she offered me her services with her mistress, and promised to undeceive her, in a word, to work night and day, that she might soften the rigour of my sufferings and open the career of hope. I pass over the numberless contradictions she experienced before she could accomplish the projected interview. It was at length arranged to admit me privately while Don Blas was at his hunting seat. The plot did not linger. The husband went into the country, and they sent for me to his lady's apartment. My onset was reproachful in the extreme, but my mouth was soon shut upon the subject. "It is useless to look back upon the past," said the lady. "It can be no part of our present intention to work upon each other's feelings, and you are grievously mistaken if you fancy me inclined to flatter your aspiring hopes. My sole inducement for receiving you here was to tell you personally that you have only henceforth to forget me. Perhaps I might have been better satisfied with my lot had it been united with yours, but since Heaven has ordered it otherwise, we must submit to its decrees." "What, madam," answered I, "is it not enough to have lost you to see my successful rival in quiet possession of all my soul holds dear, but I must also banish you from my thoughts? You would tear from me even my passion, my only remaining blessing, and think you that a man whom you have once enchanted can recover his self-possession? Know yourself better, and cease to enforce impracticable behests." "Well, then, if so," rejoined she with hurried importunity, "do you cease to flatter yourself with interesting my gratitude or my pity. In one short word, the wife of Don Blas shall never be the mistress of Don Gaston. Let us at once end a conversation at which delicacy revolts in spite of virtue, and peremptorily forbids its longer continuance." I now threw myself at the lady's feet in despair. All the powers of language and of tears were called forth to soften her. But even this served only to excite some inbred sentiments of compassion, stifled as soon as born, and sacrificed at the shrine of duty. After having fruitlessly exhausted all my stores of tender persuasion, rage took possession of my breast. I drew my sword, and would have fallen on its point before the inexorable Helena, but she saw my design and prevented it. "Stay your rash hand, Cogollos," said she. "Is it thus that you consult my reputation? In dying thus and here, you will brand me with dishonour, and my husband with the imputation of murder." In the agony of my despair, far from yielding to these suggestions, I only struggled against the preventive efforts of the two women, and should have struggled too successfully if Don Blas had not appeared to second them. He had been apprised of our assignation, and instead of going into the country, had concealed himself behind the hangings to overhear our conference. "Don Gaston," cried he, as he arrested my uplifted arm, "recall your scattered senses, and no longer give a loose to these mad transports." Here I could hold no longer. "Is it for you," said I, "to turn me from my resolution? You ought rather yourself to plunge a dagger in my bosom. My love, with all its train of miseries, is an insult to you. Have you not surprised me in your wife's apartment at this unseasonable hour? What greater provocation can you want for your revenge? Stab me, and rid yourself of a man who can only give up the adoration of Donna Helena with his life." "It is in vain," answered Don Blas, "that you endeavour to interest my honour in your destruction. You are sufficiently punished for your rashness, and my wife's imprudence in giving you this opportunity of indulging it is sanctified by the purity of her sentiments. Take my advice, Cogollos. Shrink not effeminately from your wayward destiny, but bear up against it with the patient courage of a hero." The prudent Galician, by such language, gradually composed the ferment of my mind, and waked me once more to virtue. I withdrew in the determination of removing far from the scene of my folly, and went for Madrid 2 days afterwards. There, pursuing the career of fortune and preferment, I appeared at court, and laid myself out for connections. But it was my ill luck to attach myself particularly to the Marquis of Villarreal, a Portuguese grandee, who, lying under a suspicion of intending to emancipate his country from the Spanish yoke, is now in the castle of Alicant. As the Duke of Lerma knew me to be closely connected with this nobleman, he gave orders for my arrest and detention here. That minister thought me capable of engaging in such a project. He could not have offered a more outrageous affront to a man of noble birth and a Castilian. Don Gaston thus ended his story. By way of consolation, I said to him, "Illustrious sir, your honour can receive no taint from this temporary detainer, and your interest will probably be promoted by it in the end. When the Duke of Lerma shall be convinced of your innocence, he will not fail to give you a considerable post, and thus retrieve the character of a gentleman unjustly accused of treason." End of Book 9, Chapter 6. Book 9, Chapter 7 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Saint-Elane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 9, Chapter 7, Scipio finds Gil Blas out in the Tower of Segovia and brings him a budget of news. Our conversation was interrupted by Tordesillas, who came into the room and addressed me thus: "Signor Gil Blas, I have just been speaking with a young man at the prison gate. He inquired if you were not here, and looked much mortified at my refusal to satisfy his curiosity. Noble governor, said he, with tears in his eyes, do not reject my most humble petition. I am Signor de Santillana's principal domestic, and you will do an act of charity by allowing me to see him. You pass for a kind-hearted gentleman in Segovia. I hope you will not deny me the favor of conversing for a few minutes with my dear master, who is unfortunate rather than criminal. In short, continued Don Andrew, the lad was so importunate that I promised to comply with his wishes this evening. I assured Tordesillas that he could not have pleased me better than by bringing this young man to me, who could probably communicate tidings of the last importance. I waited with impatience for the entrance of my faithful Scipio, since I could not doubt him to be the man, nor was I mistaken in my conjecture. He was introduced at the time appointed, and his joy, which only mine could equal, broke forth into the most whimsical demonstrations. On my side, in the ecstasy of delight, I stretched out my arms to him, and he rushed into them with no courtly, measured embrace. All distinctions of master and dependent were levelled in the sympathetic rapture of our meeting. When our transports had subsided a little, I inquired into the state of my household. You have neither household nor house, answered he. To spare you a long string of questions, I will sum up your worldly concerns in 2 words. Your property has been pillaged at both ends, both by the banditti of the law and by your own retainers, who, regarding you as a ruined man, paid themselves their own wages out of whatever they found that was portable. Luckily for you, I had the dexterity to save from their harpy clutches 2 large bags of double pistoles. Salero, in whose custody I deposited them, will make restitution on your release, which cannot be far distant, as you were put upon his Majesty's pension list of prisoners without the Duke of Lerma's knowledge or consent. I asked Scipio how he knew his Excellency to have had no share in my arrest. You may depend on it, answered he, my information is undeniable. One of my friends in the Duke of Uzeda's confidence acquainted me with all the circumstances of your imprisonment. Calderona, having discovered by a spy that Signora Sirena, with the handle of an alias to her name, was receiving night visits from the Prince of Spain, and that the Count de Lemos managed that intrigue by the panderism of Signor de Santillane, determined to be revenged on the whole knot. To this end he waited on the Duke of Uzeda, and discovered the whole affair. The Duke, overjoyed at such a fine opportunity of ruining his enemy, did not fail to bestir himself. He laid his information before the king, and painted the prince's danger in the most lively colours. His Majesty was much angered, and showed that he was so by sending Sirena to the nunnery provided for such frail sisters, banishing the Count de Lemos, and condemning Gil Blas to perpetual imprisonment. This, pursued Scipio, is what my friend told me. Hence you gather your misfortune to be the Duke of Uzeda's handiwork, or rather Calderona's. Thus it seemed probable that my affairs might be reinstated in time, that the Duke of Lerma, chagrined at his nephew's banishment, would move heaven and earth for that nobleman's recall, and it might not be too much to expect that his Excellency would not forget me. What a delicate gipsy is hope! She wheedled me out of all anxiety about my shattered fortunes, and made me as light-hearted as if I had good reason to be so. My prison looked not like the dungeon of perpetual misery, but like the vestibule to a more distinguished station. For thus ran the train of my reasoning. Don Fernando Borgia, Father Jerome of Florence, and more than all, Friar Louis of Aliaga, who may thank him for his place about the king's person, are the prime minister's partisans. With the aid of such powerful friends, His Excellency will bear down all opposition, even supposing no change to take place in the political barometer. But His Majesty's health is very precarious. The first act of a new reign would be to recall the Count de Lemos. He would not feel himself at home in the young monarch's presence till he had introduced me at court, and the young monarch would not sit easy on his throne till he had showered benefits on my head. Thus, feasting by anticipation on the pleasures of futurity, I became callous to existing evils. The 2 bags, snug in the goldsmith's custody, were no bad doubles to the part which hope acted in this shifting pantomime. It was impossible not to express my gratitude to Scipio for his zeal and honesty. I offered him half the salvage, but he rejected it. I expect, said he, a very different acknowledgment. Astonished as much at his mysterious claim as at his refusal, I asked what more I could do for him. Let us never part, answered he. Allow me to link my fate with yours. I feel for you what I never felt for any other master. And on my part, my good fellow, said I, you may rest assured that your attachment is not thrown away. You caught my fancy at first sight. We must have been born under Libra or Gemini, where friendship is lord of the ascendant. I willingly accept your proffered partnership, and will commence business by prevailing with the warden to immure you along with me in this tower. That is the very thing, exclaimed he. You were beforehand with me, for I was just going to beg that favor. Your company is dearer to me than liberty itself. I shall only just go to Madrid now and then to snuff the gale of the ministerial atmosphere, and try whether any scent lies which may be favorable for your pursuit. Thus will you combine in me a bosom friend, a trusty messenger, and an unsuspected spy. These advantages were too important for me to forego them. I therefore kept so useful a person about me, with leave of the obliging warden, who would not stand in the way of so soothing a relief to the weariness of solitude. End of Book 9, Chapter 7. Book 9, Chapter 8 of The Adventures of Gerard of Saint-Elane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 9, Chapter 8, Scipio's first journey to Madrid, its object and success, Gil Blas falls sick, the consequence of his illness. If it is a common proverb that our direst enemies are those of our own household, the converse ought equally to be admitted among the saws of a more candid experience. After such incontestable proofs of Scipio's zeal, he became to me like another self. All distinction of place was confounded between Gil Blas and his secretary. All insolence was dropped on the one hand, all cringing on the other. Their lodging, bed, and board were in common. Scipio's conversation was of a very lively turn. He might have been dubbed the Spanish Momus without any derogation to the punch of the Pantheon. But he had a long head as well as a fanciful brain, combining the characters of counselor and jester. My friend, said I one day, what do you think of writing to the Duke of Lerma? It could, methinks, do no harm. Why, as to that, answered he, the great are such chameleons that there is no knowing where to have them. At all events you may risk it, though I would not lay the postage of your letter on its success. The minister loves you, it is true, but then political love lacks memory as much as personal love lacks visual discrimination. Out of sight, out of mind is at once the motto and the stigma of these gentry. True as this may be in the general, replied I, my patron is a glorious exception. His kindness lives in my recollection. I am persuaded that he suffers for my sufferings, and that they are incessantly preying on his spirits. We must give him credit for only waiting till the king's anger shall pass away. Be it so, resumed he, I wish you may not reckon without your host. Assail his excellency then with an epistle to stir the waters. I will engage to deliver it into his own hands. Pen, ink, and paper being brought, I composed a specimen of eloquence which Scipio declared to be a paragon of pathos, and Tordesillas preferred for the cant of sermonizing prolixity to the old archbishop's homilies. I flattered myself that there would be tears in the Duke of Lerma's eyes, and distraction in his aspect, at the detail of miseries which existed only on paper. In that assurance I dispatched my messenger, who no sooner got to Madrid than he went to the minister's. Meeting with an old domestic of my acquaintance, he had no difficulty in gaining access to the Duke. My lord, said Scipio to his excellency as he delivered the packet, one of your most devoted servants, lying at his length on straw in a damp and dreary dungeon at Segovia, most humbly supplicates for the perusal of this letter, which a tender-hearted turnkey has furnished him with the means of writing. The minister opened the letter and glanced over the contents, but though he found there a motive and a cue for passion enough to amaze all his faculties at once, far from drowning the floor with briny secretions, he cleaved the ear of his household and smote the heart of my courier with horrid speech. Friend, tell Santillane that he has a great deal of impudence to address me after so rank an offence, worthily confronted by the severe sentence of the king. Under that sentence let the wretch drag out his days, nor look to my mediation for a respite. Scipio, though neither dull nor muddy-mettled, began to be unpregnant of this defeated cause. Yet he was not so pigeon-livered as to retire without an effort in my favour. My lord, replied he, this poor prisoner will give up the ghost with grief at the recital of your excellency's displeasure. The Duke answered like a prime minister, with a supercilious corrugation of features and a decisive revolution of his front to some more prosperous suitor. This he did to cover his own share in the shame of pimping, and such treatment must all those hireling scavengers expect who rake in the filth and ordure of rotten statesmen, courtiers, and politicians. My secretary came back to Segovia and delivered the result of his mission, and now behold me sunk deeper than on the first day of my imprisonment in the gulf of affliction and despair. The Duke of Lerma's turning king's evidence gave a hanging posture to my affairs. My courage was run out, and though they did all they could to keep up my spirits, the agitation and distress of my mind threw me into a fever. The warden, who took a lively interest in my recovery, fancying in his unmedical head that physicians cured fevers, brought me a double dose of death in two of that doleful deity's most practised executioners. Signor Gil Blas, said he, as he ushered in their grisly forms, here are two godsons of Hippocrates, who are come to feel your pulse and to augment the number of their trophies in your person. I was so prejudiced against the whole faculty that I should certainly have given them a very discouraging reception had life retained its usual charms in my estimation, but being bent on my departure from this vale of tears, I felt obliged to Tordesillas for hastening my journey by a safer conveyance than the crime of suicide. My good sir, said one of the pair, your recovery will, under Providence, depend on your entire confidence in our skill. Implicit confidence, answered I. With your assistance, I am fully persuaded that a few days will place me beyond the reach of fever and all the shocks that flesh is heir to. Yes, with the blessing of heaven, rejoined he, it is a consummation devoutly to be wished, and easily to be effected. At all events, our best endeavors shall not be wanting. And indeed it was no joke, for they got me into such fine training for the other world that few of my material particles were left in this. Already had Don Andrew, observing me fumble with the sheets and smile upon my fingers' ends, and thinking there was but one way, sent for a Franciscan to show it me. Already had the good father, having mumbled over the salvation of my soul, retired to the refection of his own body, and my own opinion leaned to the immediate necessity of making a good end. I beckoned Scipio to my bedside. My dear friend, said I, in the faint accents of a tortured and evacuated patient, I give and bequeath to you one of the bags in Gabriel's possession. The other you must carry to my father and mother in the Asturias, who, if still living, must be in narrow circumstances. But alas, I fear they have not been able to bear up against my ingratitude. Muscada's report of my unnatural behavior must have brought their gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Should heaven have fortified their tender hearts against my indifference, you will give them the bag of doubloons, with assurances of my dying remorse, and if they are no more, I charge you to lay out the money in masses for the repose of their souls and of mine. Then did I stretch out my hand, which he bathed in silent tears. It is not always true that the mourning of an heir is mirth in masquerade. For some hours I fancied myself outward bound, and on the point of sailing, but the wind changed. My pilots, having quitted the helm and left the vessel to the steerage of nature, the danger of shipwreck disappeared. The fever, mutinying against its commanding officers, gave all their prognostics the lie, and acted contrary to general orders. I got better by degrees, in mind as well as in body. My consolation was all derived from within. I looked at wealth and honours with the eye of a dying anchorite, and blessed the malady which restored my soul. I abjured courts, politics, and the Duke of Lerma. If ever my prison doors were opened, it was my fixed resolve to buy a cottage and live like a philosopher. My bosom friend applauded my design, and to further its execution undertook a second journey to solicit my release by the intervention of a clever girl about the person of the prince's nurse. He contended that a prison was a prison still, in spite of kind indulgence and good cheer. In this I agreed, and gave him leave to depart, with a fervent prayer to heaven that we might soon take possession of our hermitage. End of Book 9, Chapter 8. Book 9, Chapter 9 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 9, Chapter 9, Scipio's second journey to Madrid. Gil Blas is set at liberty on certain conditions, their departure from the Tower of Segovia, and conversation on their journey. While waiting for Scipio's return from Madrid, I began a course of study. Tordesillas furnished me with more books than I wanted. He borrowed them from an old officer who could not read, but had fitted up a magnificent library that he might pass for a man of learning. Above all, I delighted in moral essays and treatises, because they abounded in commonplaces according with my antipathy to courts and philosophic relish of solitude. 3 weeks elapsed before I heard a syllable from my negotiator, who returned at length with a cheerful countenance and news to the following effect. By the intercession of 100 pistoles with the chambermaid and her intercession with her mistress, the Prince of Spain has been prevailed with to plead for your enlargement with his royal father. I hastened hither to announce these happy tidings, and must return immediately to put the last hand to my work. With these words he left me and went back to court. At the week's end my expeditious agent returned with the intelligence that the prince had procured my liberty, not without some difficulty. On the same day my generous keeper confirmed the assurance in person with the kindest congratulations and the following notice: "Your prison doors are open, but on two conditions, which I am sorry that my duty obliges me to announce, because they will probably be disagreeable to you. His Majesty expressly forbids you to show your face at court, or to be found within the limits of the two Castiles on this day month. I am extremely sorry that you are interdicted from court." "And I am delighted at it," answered I. "Witness all the powers above. I asked the king for only one favor. He has granted me two." With my liberty thus confirmed, I hired a couple of mules, on which we mounted the next day, after taking leave of Cogollos and thanking Tordesillas 1,000 times for all his instances of friendship. We set forward cheerfully on the road to Madrid to draw our deposit out of Signor Gabriel's hands, amounting to 1,000 doubloons. On the road my fellow traveller observed, "If we are not rich enough to purchase a splendid property, we can at least secure ease and competency to ourselves." "A cabin," answered I, "would be large enough for my most ambitious thoughts. Though scarcely at the middle period of life, the world has lost its charms for me. Its hopes, its fears, its cares, its duties are all absorbed in the selfishness of philosophical retirement. Independently of these principles, I can assure you, I have painted for myself a rural landscape, with a foreground of innocent pleasures and pastoral simplicity in the perspective. Already does the enamel of the meadows glitter under my eyes. Already does the river's murmur accord with the winged chorus of the grove. Hunting exasperates the manly virtues, and fishing preaches patience. Only figure to yourself, my friend, what a continual round of amusement solitude may furnish, and you will pant to be admitted of her crew. Then for the economy of our table, the simplest will be the cheapest, and of course the best. Unadulterated Ceres shall be our official caterer. When hunger shall have tamed our fastidious appetites into sobriety, a mumbled crust will relish like an ortolan. The supreme delight of eating is not in the thing ate, but in the palate of him who eats, a proposition in culinary philosophy, proved by the frequent loathing of my own stomach through a long series of ministerial dinners. Abstemiousness is a luxury of the most exquisite refinement, and the best recipe in the materia medica. "With your good leave, Signor Gil Blas," interrupted my secretary, "I am not altogether of your mind respecting the luscious treat of abstemiousness. Why should we mess like the bankrupt sages of antiquity? Surely we may indulge the carnal man a little, without any reasonable offence to the spiritual, since we have, by the blessing of Providence and my forecast, wherewithal to keep the spit and the spigot in exercise. Do not let us take up our abode with famine and wretchedness. As soon as we get settled, we must stock our cellar and establish a respectable larder, like people who know what is what, and do not separate themselves from the vulgar crowd to renounce the good things of this life, but to taste them with a more exquisite relish. As Hesiod says, enjoy thy riches with a liberal soul, plenteous the feast, and smiling be the bowl. And again, to stint the wine a frugal husband shows, when from the middle of the cask it flows." "What the devil, Master Scipio," interrupted I in my turn, "you can cap verses out of the Greek poets. And pray where did you get acquainted with Hesiod?" "In very learned company," answered he. "I lived some time with a walking dictionary at Salamanca, a fellow up to the elbows in quotation and commentary. He could put a large volume together like a house of cards. His library furnished him with a hodgepodge of Hebrew, Greek, and Latin commonplaces, which he translated into buckram Castilian. As I was his transcriber, some tags of verses, stings of epigrams, and sage truisms stuck by the way." "With such an apparatus," replied I, "your memory must be most philosophically stocked. but not to lose sight of our future prospects. Whereabouts in Spain had we best fix our Socratic abode? My voice is for Aragon, resumed my counselor. We shall there enjoy all the beauties of nature, and lead the life of paradise. Well, then, for Aragon, said I, may it teem with all the dear delights that youthful poets fancy when they dream. End of Book 9, Chapter 9. Book 9, Chapter 10 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 9, Chapter 10, Their Doings at Madrid, the Rencounter of Gil Blas in the Street and its Consequences. On our arrival in Madrid, we alighted at a little public house where Scipio had been accustomed to put up, whence our first visit was to my banker, Salero. He received us very cordially and expressed the highest satisfaction at my release. Indeed, added he, your untoward fate touched me so nearly as to change my views of a political alliance. The fortunes of courtiers are like castles in the air, so I have married my daughter Gabriella to a wealthy trader. You have acted very wisely, answered I, for besides that a bird in the hand is worth two in a bush. When a plodding citizen aspires to the honor of bringing a man of fashion into his family, he very often has an impertinent puppy for his son-in-law. Then changing the topic and coming to the point, Signor Gabriel, pursued I, we came to talk a little about the 2,000 pistoles which— Your money is all ready, said the goldsmith, interrupting me. He then took us into his closet and delivered the 2 bags, carefully labeled, with my name on them. I thanked Salero for his exactness and heaven in my sleeve for my escape from his daughter. At our inn we counted over the money and found it right, deducting 50 doubloons for the expenses of my enlargement. Our thoughts were now wholly bent upon Aragon. My secretary undertook to buy a carriage and 2 mules. It was my office to provide household and body linen. During my peregrinations for that purpose I met Baron Steinbach, the officer in the German guards with whom Don Alfonso had been brought up. I touched my hat to him. He knew me again and returned my greeting warmly. My joy is extreme, said I, at seeing your lordship in such fine health, to say nothing of my wish to inquire after Don Cesar and Don Alfonso de Leyva. They are both in Madrid, answered he, and staying at my house. They came to town about 3 months ago to be presented on occasion of Don Alfonso's promotion. He has been appointed governor of Valencia on the score of old family claims, without having in any shape pushed his interest at court. Nothing could be more grateful to his feelings, or prove more strongly our royal master's goodness, who delights to recognize the merits of ancestry in the persons of their descendants. Though I knew more of this matter than Steinbach, I kept my knowledge in the background, yet so lively was my impatience to hail my old masters that he would not damp my ardor by delay. I had a mind to try Don Alfonso, whether he still retained his regard for me. He was playing at chess with Baroness Steinbach. On my entrance, he started up from his game, ran towards me, and squeezing me tight in his embrace. Santillane, said he, with demonstrations of the sincerest joy, at length, then, you are restored to my heart. I am delighted at it. It was not my fault that we ever parted. You may remember how strongly I urged you not to withdraw from the castle of Leyva. You were deaf to my entreaties, but I must not chide your obstinacy, because its motive was the peace of the family. Yet you ought to have let me hear from you, and to have spared my fruitless inquiries at Granada, where my brother-in-law Don Ferdinand sent me word that you were. And now tell me what you are doing at Madrid. Of course you have some situation here. Be assured that I shall always take a lively interest in your concerns. Sir, answered I, it is but 4 months since I occupied a considerable post at court. I had the honor of being the Duke of Lerma's confidential secretary. Can it be possible? Exclaimed Don Alfonso, as if he could scarcely believe his ears. What, were you so near the person of the Prime Minister? I then related how I had gained and lost his favor, and ended with avowing my determination to buy a cottage and garden with the wreck of my shattered fortunes. The son of Don Cesar heard me attentively, and made this answer: My dear Gil Blas, you know how I have always loved you, nor shall you longer be Fortune's puppet. I will set you above her vagaries by securing you an independence. Since you declare for a country life, a little estate of ours near Lirias, about 4 leagues from Valencia, shall be settled on you. You are acquainted with the spot. Such a present we can make without putting ourselves to the least inconvenience. I can answer for my father's joining in the act, and for Seraphina's entire approbation. I threw myself at Don Alfonso's feet, who raised me immediately. More penetrated by his affection than by his bounty, I pressed his hand and said, Sir, your conduct charms me. Your noble gift is the more welcome as it precedes the knowledge of a service it has been in my power to render you, and I had rather owe it to your generosity than to your gratitude. This governor of my making did not know what to understand by the hint, and pressed for an explanation. I gave it in full, to his utter astonishment. Neither he nor Baron Steinbach could ever have the slightest suspicion that the government of Valencia was owing to my interest at court. Yet, having no reason to doubt the fact, my friend proposed to grant me an annuity of 2,000 ducats in addition to the little farm at Lirias. Hold your hand, Signor Don Alfonso, exclaimed I at this offer. You must not set my avarice afloat again. I am myself a living witness that fortune may give superfluities to her favourites, but has no competence to bestow. With pleasure will I accept of the estate at Lirias, where my present property will be sufficient for all my wants. Rather than increase my cares with my possessions, I would build a hospital out of my existing funds. Riches are a burden, and it must be a foolish animal that would bear fardels in the manger or the field. While we were talking after this fashion, Don Cesar came in. His joy was not less than his son's at the sight of me, and being informed of the family obligations, he again pressed me to accept of the annuity, which I again refused. When the writings were drawn, the father and son made the assignment, their joint act and deed, transferring to me the fee simple, and putting me in immediate possession. My secretary half stared the eyes out of his head when I told him we had a landed estate of our own, and how we came by it. What is the value of this little freehold? Said he. 500 ducats per annum, answered I, and the farm in high cultivation within a ring fence. I have often been there during my stewardship. There is a small house on the banks of the Guadalaviar, in a little hamlet surrounded by a charming country. What pleases me better than all, cried Scipio, is that we shall have plenty of sporting, rare living, and excellent wine. Come, master, let us leave this crowded city and hasten to our hermitage. I long to be there as much as you can do, answered I, but I must first go to the Asturias. My father and mother are not in comfortable circumstances. They shall therefore end their days with me at Lirias. Heaven, perhaps, has thrown this windfall in my way to try my filial duty, and would punish me for the neglect of it. Scipio approved my purpose and urged its speedy execution. Yes, my friend, said I, we will set out as soon as possible. I shall consider it as my dear delight to share the gifts of fortune with the authors of my existence. We shall soon be settled in our country retreat, and then will I write these 2 Latin verses over the door of my farmhouse in letters of gold for the pious edification of my rustic neighbors. In veni portum spes et fortuna valete, sat me lucistis ludite nunc alios. End of Book 9, Chapter 10. Book 10, Chapter 1 of The Adventures of Gerard of Saint-Elane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 10, Chapter 1. Gil Blas sets out for the Asturias and passes through Valladolid, where he goes to see his old master, Dr. Sangrado. By accident he comes across Senor Manuel Ordonez, governor of the hospital. Just as I was arranging matters to take my departure from Madrid and go with Scipio to the Asturias, Paul V gave the Duke of Lerma a cardinal's hat. This pope, wishing to establish the Inquisition in the kingdom of Naples, invested the minister with the purple, and by that means hoped to bring King Philip over to so pious and praiseworthy a design. Those who were best acquainted with this new member of the Sacred College thought much like myself that the Church was in a fair way for apostolical purity after so ghostly an acquisition. Scipio, who would have liked better to see me once more blazing at court than either cloistered or rusticated, advised me to show my face at the cardinal's audience. Perhaps, said he, his eminence, finding you at large by the king's order, may think it unnecessary to affect any further displeasure against you, and may even reinstate you in his service. My good friend Scipio, answered I, you seem to forget that my liberty was granted only on condition of making myself scarce in the 2 Castiles. Besides, can you suppose me so soon inclined to become an absentee from my domain of Lirias? I have told you before, and I tell it you once again, though the Duke of Lerma should restore me to his good graces, though he should even offer me Don Rodrigo de Calderona's place, I would refuse it. My resolution is taken. I mean to go and find out my parents at Oviedo, and carry them with me to Valencia. As for you, my good fellow, if you repent of having linked your fate with mine, you have only to say so. I am ready to give you half of my ready money, and you may stay at Madrid, where fortune puts on her kindest smiles to those who woo her lustily. What then? Replied my secretary, a little affected by these words. Can you suspect me of any unwillingness to follow you into your retreat? The very idea is an injury to my zeal and my attachment. What, Scipio, that faithful appendage who would willingly have passed the remnant of his days with you in the Tower of Segovia rather than abandon you to your wretched fate, can he feel sorrowful at the prospect of an abode where 1,000 rural delights are waiting to smile on his arrival? No, no. I have not a wish to turn you aside from your resolution, nor can I refrain from owning my malicious drift. When I advised you to show your face at the Duke of Lerma's audience, it was for the purpose of ascertaining whether any seedlings of ambition were scattered among the fallows of your philosophy. Since that point is settled, and you are mortified to all the pomps and vanities of the world, let us make the best of our way from court to go and suck in with Zephyrus and Flora the innocent, delicious pleasures so luxuriant in the nursery of our imaginations. In fact, we soon afterwards took our departure together in a chaise drawn by 2 good mules, driven by a postilion whom I had added to my establishment. We stopped the first day at Alcala de Henares, and the second at Segovia, whence, without stopping to see our generous warden Tordesillas, we went forward to Penafiel on the Duero, and the next day to Valladolid. At sight of this large town I could not help fetching a deep sigh. My companion, surprised at that conscientious ventilation, inquired the reason of it. "My good fellow," said I, "it is because I practised medicine here for a long time. It gives me the horrors even now to think of my unexpiated murders. The whole list of killed and wounded are mustered in battle array yonder. The tomb and the hospital yawn with their disgorged inhabitants, who are rushing on to tear me piecemeal and exact the vengeance due to the drenched crew." "What a dreadful fancy!" said my secretary. "In truth, Signor de Santillane, your nature is too tender. Why should you be shocked at the common course of exchange in your branch of trade? Look at all the oldest physicians. Their withers are unwrung. What can exceed the self-complacency with which they view the exits of patients and the entrances of diseases? Natural constitution bears the brunt of all their failures, and medical infallibility takes the credit of lucky accidents." "It is very true," replied I, "that Dr. Sangrado, on whose practice I formed myself, was like the rest of the old physicians in point of self-complacency. It was to little purpose that 20 people in a day yielded to his prowess. He was so persuaded that bleeding in the arm and copious libations of warm water were specifics for every case, that instead of doubting whether the death of his patients might not possibly invalidate the efficacy of his prescriptions, he ascribed the result to a vacillating compliance with his system." "By all the powers," cried Scipio with a burst of laughter, "you open to me an incomparable character. If you have any curiosity to be better acquainted with him," said I, "it may be gratified tomorrow, should Sangrado be still living and resident at Valladolid. But it is highly improbable, for he had one foot in the grave when I left him several years ago." Our first care on putting up at the inn was to inquire after this doctor. We were told that he was not dead, but being incapacitated by age from paying visits or any other vigorous exertions, he had been superseded by 3 or 4 other doctors, who had risen into repute by a new practice, accomplishing the same end by different means. We determined on lying by for a day at Valladolid, as well to rest our mules as to call on Signor Sangrado. About 10 o'clock next morning we knocked at his door, and found him sitting in his elbow-chair with a book in his hand. He rose on our entrance, advanced to meet us with a firm step for a man of 70, and begged to know our business. "My worthy and approved good master," said I, "have you lost all recollection of an old pupil? There was formerly one Gil Blas, as you may remember, a boarder in your house, and for some time your deputy." "What! Is it you, Santillane?" answered he with a cordial embrace. "I should not have known you again. It, however, gives me great pleasure to see you once more. What have you been doing since we parted? Doubtless you have made medicine your profession." "It was very strongly my inclination so to do," replied I, "but imperious circumstances made me reluctantly abandon so illustrious a calling." "So much the worse," rejoined Sangrado. "With the principles you sucked in under my tuition, you would have become a physician of the first skill and eminence, with the guiding influence of heaven to defend you from the dangerous allurements of chemistry. Ah, my son," pursued he with a mournful air, "what a change in practice within these few years! The whole honour and dignity of the art is compromised. That mystery, by whose inscrutable decrees the lives of men have in all ages been determined, is now laid open to the rude, untutored gaze of blockheads, novices, and mountebanks. Facts are stubborn things, and ere long the very stones will cry aloud against the rascality of these new practitioners. Lapides clamabunt." Why, sir, there are fellows in this town calling themselves physicians who drag their degraded persons at the currus triumphalis antimonii, or as it should properly be translated, the cart's tail of antimony. Apostates from the faith of Paracelsus, idolaters of filthy Hermes, healers at haphazard who make all the science of medicine to consist in the preparation and prescription of drugs. What a change have I to announce to you! There is not one stone left upon another in the whole structure which our great predecessors had raised. Bleeding in the feet, for example, so rarely practised in better times, is now among the fashionable follies of the day. That gentle, civilized system of evacuation which prevailed under my auspices is subverted by the reign of anarchy and emetics of quackery and poison. In short, chaos is come again. Every one orders what seems good in his own eyes. There is no deference to the authority of ancient wisdom. Our masters are laid upon the shelf, and their axioms not one tittle the more regarded, for being delivered in languages as defunct as the subjects of their application. However desirable it might seem to laugh at so whimsical a declamation, I had the good manners to resist the impulse, and not only that, but to inveigh bitterly against Hermes, without knowing whether it was a vegetable or an animal, and to pour forth a commination of curses against the authors and inventors of so diabolical an engine. Scipio, observing my byplay in this scene, had a mind to come in for his share in the banter. Most venerable prop of the true practice, said he to Sangrado, as I am descended in the third generation from a physician of the old school, give me leave to join you in your philippic against chemical conspiracies. My late illustrious progenitor, heaven forgive him all his sins, was so warm a partisan of Hippocrates that he often came to blows with ignorant pretenders who vomited forth blasphemies against that high priest of the faculty. What is bred in the bone will not come out of the flesh. I could willingly inflict tortures and death with my own hands on those rash innovators whose daring enormities you have characterized with such accuracy of discrimination and such force of language. When wretches like these gain an ascendancy in civilized society, can we wonder at the disjointed condition of the world? The times are even more out of joint than you are aware of, said the doctor. My book against the vanities and delusions of the new practice might as well have fallen stillborn from the press. It seems, if anything, to have acted by contraries, and to have exasperated heresy. The apothecaries, like the Titans of old, heaping potion upon pill and invading the Olympus of medicine, think themselves fully qualified to usurp and maintain the throne, now that it is only thought necessary to set open the doors and to drive the enemy out at the portal or the postern by main force. They go to the length of infusing their deadly drugs into aposums and cordials, and then set themselves up against the most eminent of the fraternity. This contagion has spread its influence even among the cloisters. There are monks in our convents who unite surgery and pharmacy to the labors of the confessional. Those medical baboons are always dipping their paws into chemistry and inventing compositions strong enough to lay a scene of ecclesiastical mortality in the temperate abodes of peace and religion. Now there are in Valladolid above 60 religious houses for both sexes. Judge what ravage must have been made there by unmerciful pumping and the lancet misapplied. Signor Sangrado, said I, you are perfectly in the right to give these poisoners no quarter. I utter groan for groan with you, and heave the philanthropic sigh over the invaded lives of our fellow creatures, sinking under the fell attack of so heterodox a practice. It fills me with horror to think what a dead weight chemistry may one day be to medicine, just as adulterated coin operates on national credit. Far be that evil day from this generation. Just at this climax of our discourse, in came an old female servant with a salver, for the doctor, on which was a little light roll and a glass with 2 decanters, the one filled with water and the other with wine. After he had eaten a slice, he washed it down with a diluted beverage, 2 parts water to 1 of wine, but this temperate use of the good creature did not at all save him from the acrimony of my ridicule. So, good master doctor, said I, you are fairly caught in the fact. You, a wine-bibber, you who have entered the lists like a knight-errant against that unauthenticated fermentation, you who reached your grand climacteric on the strength of the pure element. How long have you been so at odds with yourself? Your time of life can be no excuse for the alteration, since in one passage of your writings you define old age to be a natural consumption which withers and attenuates the system, and as an inference from that position you reprobate the ignorance of those writers who dignify wine with the appellation of old men's milk. What can you say, therefore, in your own defense? You belabor me most unjustly, answered the old physician. If I drank neat wine, you would have a right to treat me as a deserter for my own standard, but your eyes may convince you that my wine is well mixed. Another heresy, my dear apostle of the wells and fountains, replied I. Recollect how you rated the canon Sedillo for drinking wine, though plentifully dashed with the salubrious fluid. Own modestly and candidly that your theory was unfounded and fanciful, and that wine is not a poisonous liquor, as you have so falsely and scandalously libelled it in your works, any further than, like any other of nature's bounties, it may be abused to excess. This lecture sat rather uneasily on our doctor's feelings as a candidate for consistency. He could not deny his inveteracy against the use of wine in all his publications, but pride and vanity not allowing him to acknowledge the justice of my attack on his apostasy, he was left without a word to say for himself. Not wishing to push my sarcasm beyond the bounds of good humor, I changed the subject, and after a few minutes' longer stay, took my leave, gravely exhorting him to maintain his ground against the new practitioners. Courage, Signor Sangrado, said I. Never be weary of setting your wits against Kermes, and deafen the health-dispensing tribe with your thunders against the use of bleeding in the feet. If, spite of all your zeal and affection for medical orthodoxy, this empiric generation should succeed in supplanting true and legitimate practice, it will be at least your consolation to have exhausted your best endeavors in the support of truth and reason. As my secretary and myself were walking to the inn, making our observations in high glee on the doctor's entertaining and original character, a man from 55 to 60 years of age happened to pass near us in the street, walking with his eyes fixed on the ground and a large rosary in his hand. I conned over the distinctive cut of his appearance most cunningly, and was rewarded in the recognition of Signor Manuel Ordonez, that faithful trustee for the affairs of the hospital, of whom so honorable mention is made in the first volume of these true and instructive memoirs. Accosting him with the most profound and unquestionable tokens of respect, I paid my compliments in due form and order to the venerable and trustworthy Signor Manuel Ordonez, the man of all the world, in whose hands the interests of the poor and needy are most safely and beneficially placed. At these words he looked me steadfastly in the face, and answered that my features were not altogether strange to him, but that he could not recollect where he had seen me. I used to go backwards and forwards to your house, replied I, when one of my friends, by name Fabrizio Nunez, was in your service. Ah, I recollect the circumstance at once, rejoined the worthy director with a cunning leer, and have good reason to do so, for you were a brace of pleasant lads, and were by no means backward in the little scapegrace tricks of youth and inexperience. Well, and what has become of poor Fabrizio? Whenever he comes across my thoughts, I cannot help feeling a little uneasy about his temporal and eternal welfare. It was to relieve your mind upon that subject, said I to Signor Manuel, that I have taken the liberty of stopping you in this street. Fabrizio is settled at Madrid, where he employs himself in publishing miscellanies and collections. What do you mean by miscellanies and collections? Replied he. I mean, resumed I, that he writes in verse and prose, from epic poems and the highest branches of philosophy, down to plays, novels, epigrams, and riddles. In short, he is a lad of universal genius and most exemplary benevolence, sometimes modestly taking to himself the credit of his own compositions, and sometimes lending out his talents to the literary ambition of those noblemen who write for their own amusement, but wish their names to be concealed, except from a chosen circle. By traffic like this he sits at the very first tables. But how does he sit at his own? Said the director. Upon what terms does he live with his baker? Not quite so confidentially as with people of fashion, answered I, for between ourselves, I take him to be quite as much out at elbows as ever Job was. More bonds and judgments against him than ever Job had, take my word for it, replied Ordonez. Let him lick the spittle of his titled friends and patrons till his stomach heaves at the nauseating saliva. His printed dedications and his oral flattery, in spite of all the cringing and all the toad-eating which constitute the stock and trade of his profession, with all the profits of his works, whether by subscription or ordinary publication, will not bring grist enough to his mill to keep hunger from the door. Mind if what I say does not turn out to be true. He will come to the dogs at last. Nothing more likely, replied I, for he cohabits with the Muses already, and many a plain man has found to his cost that there is no keeping company with the sisters without being worried by their bullying brethren. My friend Fabrizio would have done much better by remaining quietly with your lordship. He would now have been lying on a bed of roses, and everything he had touched would have turned to gold. He would at least have been in a very snug berth, said Manuel. He was a great favorite of mine, and I meant by a regular gradation from subaltern to principal situations to have established him in ease and affluence on the basis of public charity. But the foolish fellow took it into his head to set up for a wit. He wrote a play and brought it out at the theatre in this town. The piece went off tolerably well, and nothing thenceforth would serve his turn but commencing author by profession. Lope de Vega, in his estimation, was but a type of him. Preferring, therefore, the intoxicating vapor of public applause to the plain roast and boiled of this substantial ordinary, he came to me for his discharge. It was to no purpose for me to argue the point, or to prove to him what a silly cur he was, to drop the bone and run after the shadow. The mad blockhead was so suffocated by the smother of authorship that the instinctive dread of fire could not rouse his alacrity to escape burning. In short, he was miserably unconscious of his own interest, as his successor can testify, for he, possessing practical good sense, though without half Fabrizio's quickness and versatility, makes it his whole study and delight to go through his business in a workmanlike manner and to fall in with all my little ways. In return for such good conduct, I pushed him forward in a manner corresponding with his deserts, and he unites in his own person, even at this time of day, two offices in the hospital, the least lucrative of which would be more than sufficient to place any honest man at his ease, though encumbered with a yearly teeming wife. End of Book 10, Chapter 1. Book 10, Chapter 2 of The Adventures of Gerard of Saint-Helene by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 10, Chapter 2, Gil Blas continues his journey and arrives in safety at Oviedo, the condition of his family, his father's death, and its consequences. From Valladolid we got to Oviedo in 4 days without any untoward accident on the road, in spite of the proverb which says that robbers lay their ears to the ground when pilgrims are going with rich offerings and traders are riding with fat purses. It would have been a feasible as well as a tempting speculation. 2 tenants of a subterraneous abode might have presented an aspect to have frightened our doubloons into a surrender, for courage was not one of the qualities I had imbibed at court, and Bertrand, my mule driver, seemed not to be of a temper to get his brains blown out in defending a purse into which he had no free ingress. Scipio was the only one of the party who was anything of a bully. It was night when we came into town. Our lodgings were at an inn near my uncle Gilles Perez, the canon. I was very desirous of ascertaining the circumstances of my parents before my first interview with them, and in order to gain that information it was impossible to make my inquiries in a better channel than through my landlord and landlady, into the lines of whose faces you could not look without being satisfied that they knew every tittle of their neighbors' concerns. As it turned out, the landlord kenned me after a diligent perusal of my features, and cried out, "By St. Anthony of Padua, this is the son of the honest usher, Blas of Santillane." "Ay, indeed," said the hostess, "and so it is, without a single muscle altered, just for all the world that same little stripling Gil Blas, of whom we used to say that he was as saucy as he was high. It brings old times to my memory, when he used to come hither with his bottle under his arm to fetch wine for his uncle's supper." "Madam," said I, "you have a most inveterate memory, but for goodness' sake change the subject, and tell me the modern news of my family. My father and mother are doubtless in no very enviable situation." "In good truth, you may say that," answered the landlady. "You may rack your brains as long as you like, but you will never think of anything half so miserable as what they are suffering at this present moment. Gilles Perez, good soul, is defunct all down one side by a stroke of the palsy, and the other half of him is little better than a corpse. We cannot expect him to last long. Then your father, who went to live with his reverence a little while ago, is troubled with an inflammation of the lungs, and is standing, as a body may say, quavery-mavery between life and death, while your mother, who is not over and above hale and hearty herself, is obliged to nurse them both." On this intelligence, which made me feel some compunctious yearnings of nature, I left Bertrand with my stud and baggage at the inn. Then, with my secretary at my heels, who would not desert me in my time of need, I repaired to my uncle's house. The moment I came within my mother's reach, a natural emotion of maternal instinct unfolded to her who I was, before her eyes could possibly have run over the traces of my countenance. "Son," said she, with a melancholy expression, after having embraced me, "come and be present at your father's death. Your visit is just in time to take in all the piteous circumstances of so deplorable an event." With this heart-rending reception she led me by the hand into a chamber where the wretched Blas of Santillane, stretched on a comfortless bed, in cold and dismal accord with the thinness of his fortunes, was just entering on the last great act of human nature. Though surrounded by the shades of death, he was not quite unconscious of what was passing about him. "My dearest friend," said my mother, "here is your son Gil Blas, who entreats your forgiveness for all his undutiful behavior, and is come to ask your blessing before you die." At these tidings my father opened his eyes, which were on the point of closing for ever. He fixed them upon me, and reading in my countenance, notwithstanding the awful brink on which he stood, that I was a sincere mourner for his loss, his feelings were recalled to sympathy by my sorrow. He even made an attempt to speak, but his strength was too much exhausted. I took one of his hands in mine, and while I bathed it with my tears, in speechless agony of soul, he breathed his last, as if he had only waited my arrival to pay the debt of nature, and wing his way to scenes of untried being. This event had been too long present to my mother's mind to overwhelm her with any unparalleled affliction. Perhaps it sat more heavily on me than on her, though my father had never in his life given me any reason to feel for him as a father. But besides that, mere filial instinct would have made me weep over his cold remains. I reproached myself with not having contributed to the comfort of his latter days. Then, when I considered what a hard-hearted villain I had been, I seemed to myself like a monster of ingratitude, or rather like an impious parricide. My uncle, whom I afterwards saw lying at his length on another wretched couch and in a most lamentable pickle, made me experience fresh agonies of upbraiding conscience. Unnatural son, said I, communing with my own uneasy thoughts, behold the chastisement of heaven upon thy sins in the disconsolate condition of thy nearest relations. Hadst thou but thrown to them the superflux of that abundance in which before thy imprisonment thou rollest, thou mightest have procured for them those little comforts which thy uncle's ecclesiastical pittance was too scanty to furnish, and perhaps have lengthened out the term of thy father's life. Gil Perez had fallen into a state of second childhood, and was, though numerically upon the list of the living, in every individual organ a mere corpse. His memory, nay, his very senses, had retired from their allotted stations in his system. Bootless was it for me to strain him in my pious arms, and lavish outward tokens of affection on him. They might as well have been wasted on the desert air. To as little purpose did my mother ring in his unnerved ear that I was his nephew Gil Blas. He gazed at me with a vacant, stupid stare, and gave neither sign nor answer. Had the ties of consanguinity and gratitude been all too weak to awaken my tender sympathy for an uncle to whom I owed the means of my first launch into the world, the impression of helpless dotage on my senses must have softened me into something like the counterfeit of virtuous emotion. While this scene was passing, Scipio preserved a melancholy silence, sharing in all my sorrows, and mingling his sighs with mine in the chastised luxury of friendship. But concluding that my mother, after so long an absence, might wish to have some such conversation with me as the presence of a stranger must rather repress than promote, I drew him aside, saying, "Go, my good fellow, sit down quietly at the inn, and leave me here with my only surviving parent, who might consider your company as an intrusion while talking over family affairs." Scipio withdrew for fear of being a clog upon our confidence, and I sat down with my mother to an interchange of communication which lasted all night. We reciprocally gave a faithful account of all that had happened to each of us since my first sally from Oviedo. She related in full measure, and running over all the petty insults, disappointments, and mortifications which she had undergone in her pilgrimage from house to house as a duenna. A great number of these little anecdotes it would have hurt my pride that my secretary should have noted down in his biographical budget, though I had never concealed from him the ups and downs in the lottery of my own life. With all the respect I owe to my mother's sainted memory, the good lady had not the knack of going the shortest road to the end of a story. Had she but pruned her own memoirs of all luxuriant circumstances, there would not have been materials for more than a tithe of her narrative. At length she got to the end of her tether, and I began my career. With respect to my general adventures, I passed them over lightly, but when I came to speak of the visit which the son of Bertrand Moscada, the grocer of Oviedo, had paid me at Madrid, I enlarged with decent compunction on that dark article in the history of my life. "I must frankly own," said I to my mother, "that I gave that young fellow a very bad reception, and he, doubtless, in revenge, must have drawn a hideous outline of my moral features." "He did you more than justice, I trust," answered she, "for he told us that he found you so puffed up and swollen with the good fortune thrust upon you by the Prime Minister as scarcely to acknowledge him among your former acquaintance, and when he gave you a moving description of our miseries, you listened as if you had no interest in the tale, or knowledge of the parties. But as fathers and mothers can always find some clue for palliation in the conduct of their graceless children, we were loath to believe that you had so bad a heart. Your arrival at Oviedo justifies our favorable interpretation, and those tears which are now flowing down your cheeks are so many pledges either of your innocence or your reformation." "Your constructions were too partial," replied I. There was a great deal of truth in young Moscada's report. When he came to see me, all my faculties were engrossed by vanity and mammon. Ambition, the prevailing devil which possessed me, left not a thought to throw away on the desolate condition of my parents. It therefore could be no wonder if in such a disposition of mind I gave rather a freezing reception to a man who, accosting me in a peremptory style, took upon him to say, without mincing the matter, that it was well known I was as rich as a Jew, and therefore he advised me to send you a good round sum, seeing that you were very much put to your shifts. Nay, he went so far as to reproach me, in phrase of more sincerity than good manners, with my unfeeling negligence of my family. His confounded personality stuck in my throat, so that, losing my little stock of patience, I shoved him fairly by the shoulders out of my closet. It must be confessed that I took the administration of justice a little too much into my own hands, being judge and party in the same cause. Neither was it proper that you should bear the brunt, because the grocer was a little anti-saccharine in his phraseology, nor was his advice the less pertinent or just, though couched in homely terms or urged with plodding vulgarity. All this came plump in the teeth of my conscience the moment I had turned Muscata out of doors. The voice of natural instinct contrived to make its way. My duty to my parents brought the blood into my face, but it was the blush of shame for its neglect, and not the glow of triumph at its performance. Yet even my remorse can give me little credit in your eyes, since it was soon stifled in the fumes of avarice and ambition. But sometimes afterwards, having been safely lodged in the Tower of Segovia by royal mandate, I fell dangerously ill there, and that timely remembrance, sir, was the cause of bringing back your son to you. So true is it that sickness and imprisonment were my best moral tutors, for they enabled nature to resume her rights and weaned me effectually from the court. Henceforth all my dear delight is in solitude, and my only business in the Asturias is to entreat that you would share with me in the mild pleasures of a retired life. If you reject not my earnest petition, I will attend you to an estate of mine in the kingdom of Valencia, and we will live there together very comfortably. You are of course aware that I intended to take my father thither also, but since heaven has ordained it otherwise, let me at least have the satisfaction of affording an asylum to my mother, and making amends by all the attentions in my power for the fallow seasons in the former harvest of my filial duty. I accept your kind intentions in very good part, said my mother, and would take the journey without hesitation if I saw no obstacles in the way. But to desert your uncle in his present condition would be unpardonable, and I am too much accustomed to this part of the country to like living elsewhere. Nevertheless, as the proposal deserves to be maturely weighed, I will consider further of it at my leisure. At present your father's funeral requires to be ordered and arranged. As for that, said I, we will leave it to the care of the young man whom you saw with me. He is my secretary, with as clever a head and as good a heart as you have often been acquainted with. Let the business rest with him. It cannot be in better hands. Hardly had I pronounced these words when Scipio came back, for it was already broad day. He inquired whether he could be of any service in our present distresses. I answered that he was come just in time to receive some very important directions. As soon as he was made acquainted with the business in hand, a word to the wise, said he, the whole procession with its appropriate heraldry is already marshalled in this head of mine. You may trust me for a very pretty funeral. Have a care, said my mother, to make it plain and decent without anything like pomp or parade. It can scarcely be too humble for my husband, whom all the town knows to have been low in rank and indigent in circumstances. Madam, replied Scipio, though he had been the meanest and most destitute of the human race, I would not bate one button in the array of his posthumous honours. My master's credit is at stake in the proper conduct of the ceremony. He has been in an ostensible situation under the Duke of Lerma, and his father ought to be buried with all the forms of state and nobility. I thought exactly as my secretary did upon the subject, and even went so far as to bid him spare no expense on the occasion. A little leaven of vanity still fermented in the mass of my philosophy, and rose in my bosom with all the effervescence of its original lightness. I flattered myself that by lavishing posthumous honors on a father who had blessed the day of his decease by no lucrative bequest, I should instill into the conceptions of the bystanders a high sense of my generous nature. My mother, on her part, whatever airs of humility she might put on, had no dislike to seeing her husband carried out with due observance of funeral pomp and ceremony. We therefore left Scipio to do just as he pleased, and he, without a moment's delay, adopted all the necessary measures for the display of the undertaker's liveliest fancy. The genius of that artist was called forth but too successfully. His emblems, devices, and draperies were so ostentatious as to disgust instead of cajoling the natives. Every individual, whether of the town or the suburbs, whether high or low, rich or poor, felt shocked and insulted by this afterthought parade. This ministerial beggar on horseback said one can put his hand into his pocket for his father's funeral, baked meats, but never found in his heart wherewithal to furnish his living table with common necessaries. It would have been much more to the purpose, said another, to have made the old gentleman's latter days comfortable than to have wasted such thriftless sums on a post-obit act of filial munificence. In short, quips of the brain and peltings of the tongue pattered round our execrated heads. It would have been well had the storm been only a whirlwind of passion or hurricane of words, but we were all, Scipio, Bertrand, and myself, corporally admonished of our misdeeds on our coming out of church. They abused us like pickpockets, made mouths and odious noises as we passed, and followed Bertrand at his heels to the inn with a copious volley of stones and mud. To disperse the mob which had collected before my uncle's house, my mother was obliged to show herself at the window and to declare publicly that she was thoroughly satisfied with my proceedings. Another detachment had filed off to the stable yard where my carriage stood, in the full determination of breaking it to pieces, and this they would inevitably have done if the landlord and lady had not found some means of quieting their perturbed spirits and turning them aside from their outrageous purpose. All these affronts, so revolting to my dignity, the effect of the tales which the young grocer had been spreading about town, inspired me with such a thorough hatred for my native place that I determined on quitting Oviedo almost immediately, though but for this bustle I might have made it my residence for some time. I announced my intention with the reasons of it to my mother, who, considering my uncouth reception as no very flattering compliment to herself, did not urge my longer stay among people so little inclined to treat me civilly. The only point remaining now to be discussed was her future destiny and provision. My dear mother, said I, since my uncle stands so much in need of your attendance, I will no longer urge you to go along with me. But as his days seem likely to be very few on earth, you must promise to come and take up your abode with me at my farm as soon as the last duties are performed to his honored remains. I shall make no such promise, answered my mother, for I mean to pass the remnant of my days in the Asturias, and in a state of perfect independence. Will you not, on all occasions, replied I, be absolute mistress in my household? May be so, and may be not, rejoined she. You have only to fall in love with some flirt of a girl, and then you will marry. Then she will be my daughter-in-law, and I shall be her stepmother, and then we shall live together as stepmothers and daughters-in-law usually do. Your prognostics, said I, are fetched from a great distance. I have not at present the most remote intention of entering into the happy state, but even though such a whim should take possession of my brain, I will pledge myself for instructing my wife betimes in an implicit submission to your will and pleasure. That is giving security without the means of making good your contract, replied my mother. You would scarcely be able to justify bail. I would not even swear that in our sparring matches you might not take your wife's part in preference to mine, however ill she might behave, or however unreasonably she might argue. You talk very excellent sense, madam, cried my secretary, coming in for his share of the conversation. I think just as you do, that docility is about as much the virtue of a donkey as of a daughter-in-law. As the matter stands, that there may be no difference of opinion between my master and you, since you are absolutely determined to live asunder, you in the Asturias and he in the kingdom of Valencia, he must allow you an annuity of 100 pistoles and send me hither every year for the payment. By thus arranging matters, mother and son will be very good friends, with an interval of 200 leagues between them. The parties concerned fell in at once with the proposal. I paid the first year in advance and stole out of Oviedo the next morning before dawn, for fear of vying with St. Stephen in popular favor. Such were the charms of my return to my native place. An admirable lesson this for those successful upstarts who, having gone abroad to make their fortunes, come home to be the purse-proud tyrants of their birthplace. End of Book 10, Chapter 2. Book 10, Chapter 3 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 10, Chapter 3, Gil Blas sets out for Valencia and arrives at Lirias. Description of his seat, particulars of his reception, and the characters of the inhabitants he found there. We took the road for Leon, afterwards that of Palencia, and continuing our journey by short stages, arrived on the evening of the 10th day at the town of Segorba, whence early on the morrow we repaired to my seat, at the distance of very little more than 3 leagues. In proportion as we approached nearer, it was amusing to see with what a longing eye my secretary looked at all the estates which lay in our way, to the right and left of the road. Whenever he caught a glimpse of any which bespoke the rank and opulence of its owner, he never missed pointing at it with his finger and wishing that were the place of our retreat. "I know not, my good friend," said I, "what idea you have formed of our habitation, but if you have taken it into your head that ours is a magnificent house with the domain of a great landed proprietor, I warn you in time that you are laying much too flattering an unction to your vanity. If you have no mind to be the dupe of a warm imagination, figure to yourself the little ornamented cottage which Horace fitted up near Tiber, in the country of the Sabines, on a small farm, the fee simple of which was given him by Maecenas. Don Alfonso has made me just such another present, more as a token of affection than for the value of the thing." "Then I must expect to see nothing but a dirty hovel?" exclaimed Scipio. "Bear in mind," replied I, "that I have always given you quite an unvarnished description of my place, and now even at this moment you may judge for yourself whether I have not stuck to truth and nature in my representations. Just carry your eye along the course of the Guadalaviar, and observe at a little distance from the further bank, near that hamlet, consisting of 9 or 10 tenements, a house with 4 small turrets. That is my mansion." "The deuce and all," stammered out my secretary, short-breathed with sudden admiration. "Why, that house is one of the prettiest things in nature. Besides the castellated air which those turrets give it, all the beauties of situation and architecture, fertility of soil and perfection of landscape, combine to rival or excel the immediate neighborhood of Seville, complimented as it is for its picturesque attractions by the appellation of an earthly paradise. Had we chosen the place of our settlement for ourselves, it could not have been more to my taste. A river meanders through the grounds, distilling plenty and verdure from its fertilizing bosom. The leafy honors of an umbrageous wood invite the midday walk and qualify the temperature of the seasons. What a heavenly abode of solitude and contemplation! Ah, my dear master, we shall act very foolishly if we are in a hurry to run away from our happiness. I am delighted," answered I, "that you are so well satisfied with the retreat provided for us, though yet acquainted with only a small part of its attractions." As we were chatting in this strain, we got nearer and nearer to the house, where the door opened as by magic the moment Scipio announced Signor Gil Blas de Santillane, who was coming to take possession of his estate. At the mention of his name received with reverential homage by the people who had been instructed in the transfer of their obedience, my carriage was admitted into a large court, where I alighted. Then, leaning with all my weight upon Scipio, as if walking was a derogation from my dignity, and putting on the great man after the most consequential models, I reached the hall, where on my entrance 7 or 8 servants made their obeisances. They told me they were come to welcome their new master with their best loves and duties, that Don Cesar and Don Alfonso de Leyva had chosen them to form my establishment, one in quality of cook, another as undercook, a third as scullion, a fourth as porter, and the rest as footmen, with an express injunction to receive no wages or perquisites, as those 2 noblemen meant to defray all the expenses of my household. The cook, Master Joaquin by name, was commander-in-chief of this battalion, and announced to me the whole array of the campaign. He declared that he had laid in a large stock of the choicest wines in Spain, and insinuated that for the solid supply of the table he flattered himself a person of his education and experience, who had been 6 years at the head of my Lord Archbishop of Valencia's kitchen, must know how to dish up a dinner so as to meet the ideas of the most fastidious layman in Christendom. But the proof of the pudding is in the eating, added he, so I will just go and give you a specimen of my talent. You had better take a walk, my lord, while dinner is getting ready. Look about the premises, and see whether you find them in tenantable condition for a person of your lordship's dignity. The reader may guess whether I did not stir my stumps, and Scipio, still more eager than myself to take a bird's-eye inventory of our goods and chattels, dragged me back and forth from room to room. There was not a corner of the house that we did not peep into, from the garret to the cellar. Not a closet or a cranny, at least as we supposed, could escape our prying curiosity, and in every fresh room we went into I had occasion to admire the kindness of Don Cesar and his son towards me. I was struck, among other things, with 2 apartments, which were as elegantly furnished as they could be, without misplaced magnificence. One of them was hung with tapestry, the celebrated manufacture of the Low Countries. The velvet bed and chairs were still very handsome, though in the fashion of the time when the Moors possessed the kingdom of Valencia. The furniture of the other room was in the same taste, to wit, an old suit of hangings made of yellow Genoa damask, with a bed and armchairs to match, fringed with blue silk. All these effects, which would have furnished but a sorry display in an upholsterer's shop, made no contemptible appearance in their present situation. After having rummaged over every article of the paraphernalia, my secretary and myself returned to the dining-room, where the cloth was laid for 2. We sat down, and in an instant they served up so delicious an olla podrida that we could not help revolving on the various turns of the fate below which had parted the good Archbishop of Valencia from his cook. We had in truth a most catholic and ravenous appetite, a circumstance which added new zest to our praises and enjoyments. Between every succeeding help, my servants, with all the alacrity of fresh and holiday service, filled our large glasses to the brim with wine, the choicest vintage of La Mancha. Scipio, not thinking it genteel to express aloud the inward chucklings of his heart at our dainty fare, winked and nodded his delight, and spoke by signs, which I returned with the like dumb eloquence of overflowing satisfaction. The remove was a dish of roast quails, flanking a little leveret in high order, just kept long enough. For this we left our hash, good as it was, and gorged ourselves to a surfeit on the game. When we had eaten as if we had never eaten before, and pledged one another in due proportion, we rose from table and went into the garden to look out for some cool, pleasant spot and take our afternoon's nap voluptuously. If hitherto my secretary had goggled satisfaction at what he had seen, he stared wider and grinned broader at this vista vision of the garden. He scarcely allowed the comparison to be in favor of the Escurial. The reason of its extreme niceness was that Don Cesar, who came backwards and forwards to Lirias, took pleasure in improving and ornamenting it. All the walks well gravelled and lined with orange trees, a large reservoir of white marble with a lion in bronze spouting water like a dolphin's deputy in the middle, the beauty of the flower borders, the profusion and variety of the fruit trees. Such pretty particulars as these made Scipio smack his lips and snuff the air, but his raptures reached their summit at the gradual descent of a long walk leading to the bailiff's cottage, and overarched by the interwoven boughs of the trees planted on each side. While eulogizing a place so well adapted for a refuge from the intenseness of the heat, we made a halt and sat down at the foot of an elm, where sleep required very little cunning to entangle two high-fed, half-tipsy blades just risen from so voluptuous and voracious a repast. In about 2 hours we were startled out of our sleep by the report of musketry popping so near the headquarters of our repose that we apprehended the camp to be attacked. On the alert was the first idea that invaded our dozing minds, that we might procure the most authentic intelligence in what direction the enemy was approaching. We directed our march towards the bailiff's tenement. There were collected 8 or 10 clodhoppers, all friends and neighbors, assembled on the green for the purpose of honoring my arrival, just communicated to the vacant senses of the said clodhoppers by a discharge of firearms, whose barrels and furniture might thank me for the unusual favor of a thorough cleaning. The greater part of them were acquainted with my person, having seen me more than once at the castle while engaged in the business of my stewardship. No sooner did they set eyes on me than they all shouted in unison, "Long life to our new lord and master! Welcome to Lirias!" Then they loaded once again and fired another volley in honor of the occasion. My habits and manners were softened down to the most condescending urbanity, though with a decorous infusion of distance, lest any degrading constructions might be put upon too unlimited a freedom of address. With respect to my protection, I promised it according to the customary charter of newly installed possessors, and went so far as to throw them a purse of 20 pistoles, and this, in my opinion, was the point of all others in my conduct which touched their hearts most nearly. After this benefaction, I left them at liberty to waste as much powder as they pleased, and withdrew with my secretary into the wood, where we walked to and fro till nightfall, without being at all tired of our rural prospect. So many charms had the view of a landscape heightened by the substantial beauties of ownership in fee simple to our elevated and delighted imaginations. The cook, the undercook, and the scullion were not resting upon their oars all this time. They were working hard to fit up for us an artifice of belly timber more magnificent than what we had already demolished, so that we were over head and ears in amazement when, on our return to the room where we had dined, we saw on the table a dish of 4 roast partridges, with a smothered rabbit on one side and a fricasseed capon on the other. The second course consisted of pig's ears, jugged game, and chocolate cream. We drank deeply of the most delicious wines, and began to think of going to bed, when it became a matter of doubt whether we could sit up any longer. Then my people, with lighted candles before me, led the way to the best bedroom, where they were all most officious in assisting to undress me. But when they had tendered me my gown and nightcap, I dismissed them with an authoritative undulation of my hand, signifying that their services were dispensed with for the remainder of that night. Thus I sent them all about their business, keeping Scipio for a little private conference between ourselves, and I led to it by asking him what he thought of my reception, as arranged by order of my noble patrons. "Indeed, and indeed," answered he, "the human heart could not devise anything more delicious. I only wish we may go on as we have begun." "I have no wish of the kind," replied I. "It is contrary to my principles to allow that my benefactors should put themselves to so much expense on my account. It would be a downright fraud upon their benevolence. Besides, I could never feel myself at home with servants in the pay of other people. It is just like living in a lodging or an inn. Then it is to be remembered that I did not come hither to live upon so expensive a scale. What occasion have we for so large an establishment of servants? Our utmost want with Bertrand is a cook, a scullion, and a footman. Though my secretary would not have been at all sorry to to table for a continuance at the governor of Valencia's expense, he did not oppose his own luxurious taste to my moral delicacy, but conformed at once to my sentiments, and approved the reduction I was meditating to introduce. That point being decided, he left my chamber and betook himself to his pillow in his own. End of Book 10, Chapter 3. Book 10, Chapter 4 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Saint-Alane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 10, Chapter 4, A Journey to Valencia and a Visit to the Lords of Leyva, the Conversation of the Gentleman and Seraphina's Demeanor. I got my clothes off as soon as possible and went to bed, where, finding no great inclination to sleep, I communed with my own thoughts. The mutual attachment between the Lords of Leyva and myself was uppermost in the various topics of my contemplation. With my heart full of their late kindness, I determined on setting out for their residence the next day, and quenching my impatience to thank them for their favors. Neither was it a slender gratification to anticipate another interview with Seraphina. Though there was somewhat of alloy in that pleasure, it was impossible to reflect without shuddering that I should at the same time have to encounter the glances of Dame Lorenza Sephora, who might not be greatly delighted at the renewal of our acquaintance, should her memory happen to stumble upon the circumstances connected with a certain box on the ear. With my mind exhausted by all these different suggestions, my eyelids at length closed, and the sun had peeped in at my window long before they turned upon their hinges. I was soon out of bed and dressed myself with all possible expedition in the earnest desire of prosecuting my intended journey. Just as I had finished my hasty operations, my secretary came into the room. "Scipio," said I, "you behold a man on the point of setting out for Valencia. I ought to lose no time in paying my respects to those noblemen to whom I am indebted for my little independence. Every moment of delay in the performance of this duty throws a new weight of ingratitude on my conscience. As for you, my friend, there is no necessity for your attendance. Stay here during my absence. I shall come back to you within the space of a week." "Heaven speed you, sir," answered he. "Be sure you do not slight Don Alfonso and his father. They seem to me to thrill with the kindly vibrations of friendship, and to be unbounded in their acknowledgment of obligation. Gratitude and benevolence are so uncommon in people of rank that they deserve to be made the most of where found." I sent a message to Bertrand to hold himself in readiness for setting out, and took my chocolate while he was harnessing the mules. When all was prepared, I got into my carriage, after having directed my people to consider my secretary as master of the house in my absence, and to obey his orders as if they were my own. I got to Valencia in less than 4 hours, and drove at once to the governor's stables, where I alighted and left my equipage. On going to the house, I was informed that Don Cesar and his son were together. I did not wait for an introduction, but went in without ceremony, and addressing myself to both of them, "Servants," said I, "never send in their names to their masters. Here is an old piece of family furniture, not ornamental indeed, but of a fashion when gratitude was neither out of date nor out of countenance." These words were accompanied with an effort to throw myself on my knees, but they anticipated my purpose and embraced me one after the other with all possible evidence of sincere affection. "Well, then, my dear Santillane," said Don Alfonso, "you have been at Lirias to take possession of your little property." "Yes, my lord," answered I, "and my next request is that you would be pleased to take it back again." "What is your reason for that?" replied he. "Is there anything about it at all offensive to your taste?" "Not in the place itself," rejoined I. "On the contrary, that is everything that my heart can wish. The only fault I have to find with it is, that the kitchen smells too strongly of the hierarchy. A lay Christian should not live like an archbishop. Besides that, There are 3 times as many servants as are necessary, and consequently you are put to an expense at once enormous and useless. Had you accepted the annuity of 2,000 ducats which we offered you at Madrid, said Don Cesar, we should have thought it enough to give you the mansion furnished as it is. But you know you refused it, and we felt it but right to do what we have done as an equivalent. Your bounty has been too lavish, answered I. The gift of the estate was the utmost limit to which it should have been extended, and that was more than sufficient to crown my largest wishes. But to say nothing about what it has cost you to keep up so great and expensive an establishment, I declare to you most solemnly that these people stand in my way and are a great annoyance. In one word, gentlemen, either take back your boon or give me leave to enjoy it in my own way. I pronounced these last words so much as if I was in earnest, that the father and son, not meaning to lay me under any unpleasant restraint, at length gave me their permission to manage my household as it should seem expedient to my better judgment. I was thanking them very kindly for having granted me that privilege, without which a dukedom would have been but splendid slavery, when Don Alfonso interrupted me by saying, My dear Gil Blas, I will introduce you to a lady who will be extremely happy to see you. Thus preparing me for the interview, he took me by the hand and led the way to Seraphina's apartment, who set up a scream of joy on recognizing me. Madam, said the governor, I flatter myself that the visit of our friend Santillane at Valencia is not less acceptable to you than myself. On that head, answered she, he may rest confidently assured. Time has not obliterated the remembrance of the service which he once rendered me, and to that must be added a new debt of gratitude incurred on the score of your obligations. I told the governor's lady that I was already too well requited for the danger which I had shared in common with her deliverers in exposing my life for her sake. Compliments to the like effect were bandied about for some time on both sides, when Don Alfonso motioned to quit Seraphina's room. We then went back to Don Cesar, whom we found in the saloon with a fashionable party, who were come to dinner. All these gentlemen were introduced and paid their compliments to me in the politest manner, nor did their attentions relax in assiduity when Don Cesar told them that I had been one of the Duke of Lerma's principal secretaries. In all likelihood, several of them might not be unacquainted that Don Alfonso had been promoted to the government of Valencia by my interest, for political secrets are seldom kept. However that might be, while we were at table, the conversation principally turned on the new cardinal. Some of the company either were, or affected to be, his unqualified admirers, while others allowed his merit upon the whole, but thought it had been rather overrated. I plainly saw through their design of drawing me on to enlarge on the subject of his eminence, and to gratify their taste for scandal with court anecdotes at his expense. I could have been well enough pleased to have delivered my real sentiments on his character, but I kept my tongue within my teeth, and thereby passed in the estimation of the guests for a close, confidential, politic, trustworthy young statesman. The party respectively retired home after dinner to take their usual nap, when Don Cesar and his son, yielding to a similar inclination, shut themselves up in their apartments. For my own part, full of impatience to see a town which I had so often heard extolled for its beauty, I went out of the governor's palace with the intention of walking through the streets. At the gate a man accosted me with the following address: Will Signor de Santillane allow me to take the liberty of paying my respects to him? I asked him who and what he was. I am Don Cesar's valet de chambre, answered he, but was one of his ordinary footmen during your stewardship. I used to make my court to you every morning, and you used to take a great deal of notice of me. I regularly gave you intelligence of what was passing in the house. Do you recollect my apprising you one day that the village surgeon of Leyva was privately admitted into Dame Lorenza Sephora's bedchamber? It is a circumstance which I have by no means forgotten, replied I. But now that we are talking of that formidable duenna, what is become of her? Alas, resumed he, the poor creature moped and dwindled after your departure, and at length gave up the ghost, more to the grief of Seraphina than of Don Alfonso, who seemed to consider her death as no great evil. Don Cesar's valet de chambre, having thus acquainted me with Sephora's melancholy end, made an humble apology for having presumed to stop my walk, and then left me to continue my progress. I could not help paying the tribute of a sigh to the memory of that ill-fated duenna, and her decease affected me the more because I taxed myself with that melancholy catastrophe, though a moment's reflection would have convinced me that the grave owed its precious prey to the inroads of her cancer, rather than to the cruel charms of my person. I looked with an eye of pleasure upon everything worth notice in the town. The Archbishop's marble palace feasted my eyes with all the magnificence of architecture, nor were the piazzas which surrounded the Exchange much inferior in commercial grandeur, but a large building at a distance, with a great crowd standing before the doors, attracted all my attention. I went nearer to ascertain the reason why so great a concourse of both sexes was collected, and was soon let into the secret by reading the following inscription in letters of gold on a tablet of black marble over the door: La Posada de los Representantes. The playbills announced for that day a new tragedy, never performed, and gave the name of Don Gabriel Triaquero as the author. End of Book 10, Chapter 4. Book 10, Chapter 5 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 10, Chapter 5, Gil Blas goes to the play and sees a new tragedy. The success of the piece, the public taste of Valencia. I stopped for some minutes before the door to make my remarks on the people who were going in. There were some of all sorts and sizes. Here was a knot of genteel-looking fellows, whose tailors at least had done justice to their fashionable pretensions. There a mob of ill-favored and ill-mannered mortals, in a garb to identify vulgarity. To the right was a bevy of noble ladies, alighting from their carriages to take possession of their private boxes. To the left a tribe of female traders in lubricity, who came to sell their wares in the lobby. This mixed concourse of spectators, as various in their minds as in their faces, gave me an itching inclination to increase their number. Just as I was taking my check, the governor and his lady drove up. They spied me out in the crowd, and having sent for me, took me with them to their box, where I placed myself behind them in such a position as to converse at my ease with either. The theatre was filled with spectators from the ceiling downwards, the pit thronged almost to suffocation, and the stage crowded with knights of the 3 military orders. "Here is a full house," said I to Don Alfonso. "You are not to consider that as anything extraordinary," answered he. "The tragedy now about to be produced is from the pen of Don Gabriel Triaquero, the most fashionable dramatic writer of his day." Whenever the playbill announces any novelty from this favorite author, the whole town of Valencia is in a bustle. The men as well as the women talk incessantly on the subject of the piece. All the boxes are taken, and on the first night of performance there is a risk of broken limbs in getting in, though the price of admission is doubled, with the exception of the pit, which is too authoritative a part of the house for the proprietors to tamper with its patience. "What a paroxysm of partiality!" said I to the governor. "This eager curiosity of the public, this hot-headed impatience to be present at the first representation of Don Gabriel's pieces, gives me a magnificent idea of that poet's genius." At this period of our conversation the curtain rose. We immediately left off talking to fix our whole attention on the stage. The applauses were rapturous even at the prologue. As the performance advanced, every sentiment and situation, nay, almost every line of the piece, called forth a burst of acclamation, and at the end of each act the clapping of hands was so loud and incessant as almost to bring the building about our ears. After the dropping of the curtain, the author was pointed out to me. going about from box to box, and with all the modesty of a successful poet, submitting his head to the imposition of those laurels which the genteeler and especially the fairer part of the audience had prepared for his coronation. We returned to the governor's palace, where we were met by a party of 3 or 4 gentlemen. Besides these mere amateurs, there were 2 veteran authors of considerable eminence in their line, and a gentleman of Madrid with tolerably fair claims to critical authority and judgment. They had all been at the play. The new piece was the only topic of conversation during supper time. "Gentlemen," said a knight of St. James, "what do you think of this tragedy? Has it not every claim to the character of a finished work? Thoughts that breathe and words that burn, a hand to touch the true chords of pity and sweep the lyre of poetry, requisites how rarely and yet how admirably united. In a word, it is the performance of a person mixing in the higher circles of society." "There can be no possible difference of opinion on that subject," said a knight of Alcantara. "The piece is full of strokes which Apollo himself might have aimed, and of perplexities contrived so that none but the author himself could have unravelled them. I appeal to that acute and ingenious stranger," added he, addressing his discourse to the Castilian gentleman. "He looks to me like a good judge, and I will lay a wager that he is on my side of the question. Take care how you stake on an uncertainty, my worthy knight," answered the gentleman with a sarcastic smile. "I am not of your provincial school. We do not pass our judgment so hastily at Madrid. Far from sentencing a piece on its first representation, we are jealous of its apparent merit while aided by scenic deception. Our fancies and our feelings may be carried away for the moment, but our serious decision is suspended till we have read the work, and the most common result of its appeal to the press is a defalcation from its powers of pleasing on the stage. Thus you perceive," pursued he, "that it is our practice to examine a work of genius closely before we stamp on it the mark of a stock piece. Its author's fame, let it ring as loudly as it may, can never confound our exactness of discrimination. When Lope de Vega himself or Calderona ventured on the boards, they encountered rigid critics, though in an audience which doted on them, critics who would not sign their passport to the regions of immortality till they had sifted their claims to be admitted there." "That is a little too much," interrupted the knight of St. James. "We are not quite so cautious as you. It is not our custom to wait for the printing of a piece in order to decide on its reputation. By the very first performance it sinks or swims. It does not even seem necessary to be inconveniently attentive to the business of the stage. It is sufficient that we know it for a production of Don Gabriel to be persuaded that it combines every excellence. The works of that poet may justly be considered as commencing a new era and fixing the criterion of good taste. The school of Lope and Calderona was the mere cart of Thespis, compared with the polished scenes of this great dramatic master. The gentleman who looked up to Lope and Calderona as the Sophocles and Euripides of the Spaniards could not easily be brought to acknowledge such wild canons of criticism. "This is dramatic heresy with a vengeance," exclaimed he. "Since you compel me, gentlemen, to decide like you on the fallacious evidence of a first night, I must tell you that I am not at all satisfied with this new tragedy of your Don Gabriel. As a poem, it abounds more with glittering conceits than with passages of pathos or delineations of nature. The verses, 3 out of 4, are defective either in measure or rhyme, the characters clumsily imagined or incongruously supported, and the thoughts have often the obscurity of a riddle without its ingenuity." The 2 authors at table, who, with a prudence equally commendable and unusual, had said nothing for fear of lying under the imputation of jealousy, could not help assenting to the last speaker's opinions by their looks, which warranted me in concluding that their silence was less owing to the perfection of the work than to the dictates of personal policy. As for the military critics, they got to their old topic of ringing the changes on Don Gabriel and exalted him to a level with the under-tenants of Olympus. This extravagant association with the demigods, this blind and stiff-necked idolatry, divorced the Castilian from his little stock of patience, so that, raising his hands to heaven, he broke out abruptly into a volley of enthusiasm. O divine Lope de Vega, sublime and unrivalled genius, who has left an immeasurable space between thee and all the Gabriels who would light their tapers from thy bright effulgence, and thou, mellow, soft-voiced Calderona, whose elegance and sweetness, rejecting buskined rant and tragic swell, reign with undisputed sway over the affections, fear not, either of you, lest your altars should be overturned by this tongue-tied nursling of the Muses. It will be the utmost of his renown if posterity, before whose eyes your works shall live in daily view and form their dear delight, shall enroll his name as matter of history and curious record on the list of obsolete authors. This animated apostrophe, for which the company was not at all prepared, raised a hearty laugh, after which we all rose from table and withdrew. An apartment had been got ready for me by Don Alfonso's order, where I found a good bed, and my lordship, lying down in luxurious weariness, went to sleep upon the tag of the Castilian gentleman's impassioned vindication, and dreamed most crustily of the injustice done to Lope and Calderona by ignorant pretenders. End of Book 10, Chapter 5.